check, check. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, everybody in and outside the room. The Committee on Disaster Recovery Infrastructure Planning is hereby called to order. And I am Senator Marie C. James, the chair of this committee, and I will be presiding over this meeting today. Before we begin the business of this committee, I want to first offer condolences to the family of former Adjutant General Cleve A. McBean, who retired in 2004. He replaced Adjutant General Gene Romney in 2000 and was followed by Adjutant General Eddie Charles. So I offer my condolences to the family. As a matter of fact, Adjutant General Cleve McBean is the general that actually convinced me to join the Virgin Islands National Guard. And it was a pleasure to work with him for 4 years. I also want to take a moment to recognize that the month of April carries profound meaning across several areas that speak to the well-being, dignity, and shared humanity of our community. April is Autism Acceptance Month, a time not only to raise awareness, but to affirm acceptance, inclusion, and respect for individuals on the autism spectrum. It challenges us to move beyond understanding to action, to ensure our schools, workplaces, and public services are responsive, supportive, and inclusive of neurodiverse individuals and their families. It is also Stress Awareness Month, a reminder of the invisible burdens so many carry. In our fast-paced and often demanding life, stress can impact mental and physical health in ways that are not always immediately visible. As policymakers, we must continue to examine our systems, whether in healthcare, education, or the workplace, and better support resilience, access to care, and overall well-being. We also recognize Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. It calls on us to stand with survivors to ensure accountability and to strengthen prevention efforts. It reminds us that silence and inaction are not options, and that our laws, institutions, and communities must work together to create environments where safety and justice are not aspirational but guaranteed. In the same spirit, April is Child Abuse Awareness Month. And this is a call to vigilance and responsibility. Protecting our children must remain one of our highest priorities. It requires coordinated action from families, schools, social services, and the justice system to ensure that every child grows up in a safe, nurturing environment. And we must remain committed to prevention, early intervention, and accountability for those who harm the most vulnerable among us. We also observe Alcohol Awareness Month, which brings attention to the impact of alcohol misuse on individuals, families, and communities. It reminds us of the importance of education, prevention, and access to treatment. And as leaders, we must ensure that resources are available for those struggling with substance use and abuse, and that our policies reflect both compassion and responsibility. April is Earth Month, a time to reflect on our responsibility as stewards of these beautiful Virgin Islands. Our natural resources, our land, our waters, our air, are not only central to our identity, but to our survival and economic future. This month calls us to recommit to sustainable practices, thoughtful development, and policies that preserve our environment for generations to come. Finally, I said finally because this is the last one I'm going to talk about today, but when I research, I can't believe the amount of causes that are celebrated each month, which shows us the issues that we have in our communities. So we also celebrate Arab American Heritage Month, recognizing the rich cultural contributions, history, and achievements of Arab Americans, and especially in our communities where we have a very vibrant community here, especially on the island of St. Croix. It is an opportunity to honor diversity, deepen cultural understanding, and reaffirm our commitment to inclusion and respect for all people. Each of these observances in its own way speaks to a common thread, the importance of compassion, awareness, and intentional action. They remind us that governance is not just about policy, it is about people. As we proceed with today's agenda, let us carry these reflections with us and remain mindful that the decisions we make in this room have real and lasting impacts on the lives of those we serve. Thank you, and let us begin. I ask Madam Clerk to conduct the roll call.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr. absent.
Present.
I'm sorry, Senator Bolkes Jr. present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Hebert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick present. Senator Marie C. James. Senator Marie C. James present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Senator Kurt A. Vielle. Senator Vielle absent. Madam Chair, you have 6 present and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We also have non-committee members. No, none, not yet. Hopefully soon. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Proceed.
April 24th, 2026, Honorable Marie C. James, Chairwoman, Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted VI 00820. Dear Chairwoman James, please be advised that I will be arriving late to the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning meeting scheduled for today, April 24th, 2026, due to a prior commitment. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and look forward to joining the meeting upon my arrival. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Kurt Vielle, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the letter, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we will recognize Senator Vielle when he arrives. Madam Clerk, please read the first block of today's agenda into the record.
Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, Friday, April 24th, 2026, 10 a.m., Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, USVI. Block 1, Bill number 36-0248, an act amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by enacting the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy CPACE Act, proposed by Senator Avery L. Lewis. Invited testifiers: Ludence Romney, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor; Kyle Fleming, Director, Virgin Islands Energy Office; Leah Wiggs, Executive Director of the CPACE Alliance; Michael Sammartino, President of Alba Capital Corporation; Zachary Chandler, Senior Vice President of the Peachtree Group; John Hebert, Owner and Operator of Calidad Construction; Llewellyn and Anecia Soar, Owner and Operators of Love City Car Ferries; Angel Torres, a business owner and retired Deputy Fire Chief; and Robert Loeb, Vice President of the Peachtree Group. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I realize that I made Senator Avery Lewis a member of my committee. I want to recognize Senator Avery Lewis, non-committee member, and also Senator Noel Francis, Jr. Thank you for joining us, non-committee member. I will begin by asking the testifiers to identify yourself, speak clearly, and put your name and title and your position on the record. And I will start with the Director of Virgin Islands Energy, and then I will go to Mr. Hebert, come to both of you, and then go over to St. Thomas. Okay, go right ahead.
Good morning, Kyle Fleming, Director, Virgin Islands Energy Office.
Thank you.
Good morning, John Hebert, President, Calidad Construction and Maintenance.
Good morning, Michael Sammartino, President, Alba Capital Corporation.
Good morning, Angel Torres, President, Art Enterprises, LLC.
Thank you, and Sintamas, and then we'll go to those joining us virtually. Go ahead, the testifiers and Sintamas.
Morning, Ludence A. Romney, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Good morning, Brent Laird, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, and I will begin with Ms. Wiggs. Identify yourself and your position and company.
Good morning, Leah Wiggs, Executive Director of the CPACE Alliance.
Thank you.
Good morning, Robert Loeb, Vice President of the Peachtree Group.
Thank you, Mr. Loeb and Ms. Wiggs. Anyone else? That's it? Okay. All right. Thank you for joining us virtually, even if you couldn't be here present. We love to hear from everyone. So the committee will now hear first from the sponsor of the bill and the co-sponsor if he wishes to present his position. So I ask Senator Avery L. Lewis, the sponsor of the bill, to present the bill.
Mic check. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, colleagues, all testifiers present, whether here in the chambers, St. Thomas or St. Croix, those online, the listening and viewing audience, and good morning, special good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to present this important measure. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0248 introduces a simple but powerful concept. This legislation establishes a commercial property assessed clean energy, known as CPACE, program in the Virgin Islands, giving our commercial property owners another tool to invest in their properties, strengthen their buildings, and reduce long-term operating costs. Let me be very, very clear from the outset. Yes, this is a form of financing. Yes, this is a form of debt. But it is a voluntary debt entered into by commercial property owners who choose to participate because it makes financial sense for them. And just like traditional bank financing, this is simply another option. We are not replacing banks. Let me repeat that. We are not replacing banks. We are not competing with lenders. We are expanding the toolbox. Because right now, if a business owner wants to retrofit their building for hurricane resilience, install solar, improve water systems, or upgrade energy efficiency, the options can be limited, expensive, or short-term. CPACE changes that. It allows access to long-term private capital, often 20 to 25 years, aligned with the useful life of the improvements. It can cover up to 100% of project costs, and repayment is structured through a voluntary assessment tied to the property. Not the person, the property. That distinction matters. It is structured through a voluntary assessment tied to the property, not the person, to the property. It allows the obligation to transfer if the property is sold, and it treats these improvements as long-term investments rather than short-term financial burdens. Now, just as important as what this bill does, what it does not do. This program does not use taxpayer dollars. does not obligate the government of the Virgin Islands financially, does not pledge the full faith and credit of this government. The funding does not come from the government of the Virgin Islands. It comes from private capital providers, lenders, and investors who choose to finance these projects. This is not a government-funded program. The government role is to create the legal framework and facilitate the repayment mechanism. The actual dollars come from the private sector. So to be very clear, the government is not writing a check. We are opening the door. And if the question is asked, what happens if something goes wrong? The answer is just as clear. If something goes wrong, the risk stays where it belongs, with the private parties involved, not the government of the Virgin Islands. This is a private financing agreement between the property owner and the capital provider. If there is a default, the capital provider enforces the lien, just like any other secured financing. The government is not responsible for repayment. We are not guaranteeing the loan, and we are not using taxpayer dollars to back it. In a worst-case scenario, the obligation remains with the property. The government does not step in to absorb the loss. The private lender assumes that risk. So the system is designed so that if something goes wrong, it does not fall on the taxpayers. It stays with the private transaction. Colleagues, this is responsible policy making. In a territory like ours, this matters. We live in a region where resilience is not optional. Hurricanes, rising energy costs, and water challenges are not abstract issues. They are real, recurring challenges that impact our economy and our ability to recover and rebuild. This bill directly supports hurricane hardening and retrofitting, renewable energy and energy efficiency, water conservation and storage, storm mitigation, and resilience infrastructure. And it does so by unlocking private capital to fund those improvements without placing pressure on the general fund. This is also important. This is a commercial program. This is a commercial program, not residential. We are deliberately focusing on businesses, multi-unit properties, and institutions that are equipped to leverage this financing responsibly. Colleague, this is not a new or untested concept. CPACE programs are already active and successful in states such as California, Florida, Texas, New York, and Colorado, as well as many other across the mainland United States. These jurisdictions are using CPACE to attract investment, modernize infrastructure, reduce operating costs, and strengthen resilience. The question is, why not the Virgin Islands? Why shouldn't our businesses have access to the same tools? Why shouldn't we create an environment where property owners can invest stronger, more efficient, more resilient buildings without relying on government funding? Every form of financing carries risk, but this structure is intentionally designed to protect the public while still allowing investment to happen. We are not taking on risk. We are managing it responsibly and keeping it where it belongs. Colleague, this is not a mandate. This is not a burden. This is an option. And sometimes giving people the right option is the difference between stagnation and progress. This is forward-thinking, low-risk, high-impact measure that aligns with where we need to go as a territory. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. A lot of emphasis on no taxpayer money, no government funds, no government obligation, no. You're making sure that the public knows no government funds, no all of that, no obligation. Does the co-sponsor want to speak for the bill?
I'm here.
Go right ahead, Senator Fredericks.
Pleasant good morning, colleagues, testifiers, present and online. Listening and viewing audience, my office, central staff, I stand in 100% in support of this measure, not because I'm a businessman, but because I did asset-based lending for 25 years. And for those who are familiar with asset-based lending, it's a form of commercial lending, and it's based on the assets of the business, is the determination of the loan. And so we currently don't have that in the U.S. Virgin Islands. That product does not exist here. Also, cash flow lending does not exist. This program is a form of asset-based lending, and it allows our businesses now to seek financing through the government assistant, the energy office, and with the tax assessor's office, so we could now get this type of unique financing we need for our businesses to lower our energy and water costs. For too long, when businesses complain, people don't really pay too much attention to us because they assume all of us make a lot of money. That's the fallacy that's sitting out there. The truth is, most businesses struggle. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, energy costs and labor costs are the two biggest factors that hampers most small businesses, especially. This measure helps relieve the pain with one, energy. And if it hurts you personally, imagine what a business goes through. We are faced with unexpected fluctuation in our bills from WAPA. No matter what we do, it's not possible for you to plan what your next bill would be like because it could be any number. This mechanism will help us avoid that fluctuation, that unexpected spike, so we could run a more efficient business. Anything that could help our businesses, I support, because this is what drives our government in terms of our monthly revenues that we collect, and this is what provides jobs for our people. You can't pay your bills, you can't send your children to school, you can't function, you can't pay your mortgage if you don't have a job. That's why small business and medium-sized business, even large business, we're so important to this process. And this legislation will assist us incredibly well. So I was proud to be a co-sponsor, and my colleague, I 100% support his effort to making sure that we pass this legislation. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Frederick. We will now hear from anyone present who wishes to speak in opposition, support, or neither for nor against the bill. And we will begin, the committee will now hear testimony from our invited testifiers, beginning with the Director of Energy, Mr. Kyle Fleming.
Good morning, Senator James, as well as the rest of the 36th legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and provide testimony on Bill number 360248, which seeks to establish a commercial property assessed clean energy or CPACE program in the Virgin Islands. Mentioned before, I'm Kyle Fleming, Director of the Virgin Islands Energy Office, and I appreciate the legislature's continued focus on identifying innovative mechanisms to reduce energy costs and improve the resilience of our built environment. At the Virgin Islands Energy Office, we have spent the last several years aggressively pursuing solutions that move our territory away from complete dependence on imported fossil fuels. Efforts to unlock private capital to support energy efficiency, renewable energy, and resiliency improvements are necessary and aligned with our mission. However, while the goals of this legislation are commendable, the structure of the CPACE model, particularly as proposed in this bill, presents significant risk when applied to the realities of the Virgin Islands that I believe are worth at least considering as we move forward with reviewing the bill in front of us. The most critical issue remains the lien structure at the core of the program. As drafted, the bill establishes a CPACE assessment as a lien on the property that is junior only to the property taxes, but senior to all other encumbrances, including mortgages. This structure is standard in many mainland and stateside jurisdictions, but has also consistently created friction with lenders, constrained refinancing opportunities, and potentially increased borrowing costs as well. In a market like the Virgin Islands, where access to capital is already limited and heavily dependent on a small group of regional lenders, introducing a financing instrument that effectively supersedes existing mortgages could further restrict lending activity and place additional pressure on property owners. Even in cases where properties are owned outright, this lien structure introduces risk that an external capital provider could ultimately pursue foreclosure if the obligations are not met. The revised bill also clarified that the CPACE assessment will be placed on the annual property tax bill and collected in the same manner and timing. This clarification is significant, particularly in the Virgin Islands context. Our property tax system operates on a once-per-year billing cycle, which means that property owners would be required to make large lump sum payments annually rather than manageable periodic payments. This creates a fundamental mismatch between incremental energy savings and a single point of repayment once a year. Property owners will be forced to manage cash flow throughout the year to meet this obligation, and a single missed payment could result in a full-year delinquency, significantly increasing default risk for both the property owner and the capital provider. Compounding this issue is the bill's reliance on existing property tax collection and enforcement framework. The legislation explicitly integrates CPACE assessments into the tax lien system, including potential inclusion in tax sales in the event of delinquency. This would be less concerning in a jurisdiction with a highly reliable and efficient tax system. However, the Virgin Islands has historically faced challenges in property tax assessment, billing, and collection, and additionally, the absence of a statute of limitation on tax collection creates the potential for latent liabilities to surface long after a transaction is completed. Anchoring a new financing mechanism on this system introduces uncertainty and undermines the very repayment security that CPACE is designed to provide. The bill also assumes that energy savings generated by finance improvements will naturally offset repayment obligations. While this is an appealing premise, it does not reflect or always reflect the operational reality of the Virgin Islands. Utility billing inconsistencies, variability in billing performance, as well as behavioral factors can affect whether the project savings are actually realized. It is important to recognize that alternative financing models have proven effective in remote and island markets such as ourselves. Programs that leverage utility billing systems, on-bill financing, as well as revolving loans and green banks have demonstrated great alignment with the operational realities of island economies. And these models tie repayment more directly to the energy consumption or conservation of verified savings to avoid structural complexities and risk associated with the property tax lien mechanisms. If the legislature chooses to move forward with the CPACE framework, I strongly encourage modifications that would better align with the territory's conditions. These include ensuring that the mortgage lender consent is clearly required, reconsidering the priority of this CPACE lien relative to existing mortgages, and providing flexibility for billing and collection mechanisms beyond the property tax system. Tailoring program requirements to ensure accessibility for small businesses, and requiring independent validation of projected energy savings. I can't kind of express that one enough. I believe that the independent validation is what could mitigate the challenges relative to inconsistent billing, because again, we wouldn't want a improvement to not be reflected in the true monthly obligation. And so ensuring that there's independent validation, likely that the utility would have to also agree and align with. I think we've all probably dealt with the challenges of disputing bills and ensuring that, or codifying that independent validation from a third party would be accepted as, even from the utility standpoint as well, would help in ensuring that those energy cost savings are reflected in the monthly obligations. In closing, CPACE is a well-established financing tool in many parts of the United States. It was developed in markets with stable tax systems, deep capital markets, and different risk profiles than what we face in the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Energy Office's responsibility is not simply to adopt models that work elsewhere, but design solutions and repackage them within our local context. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I am available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Director Fleming. We will now hear from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, the Tax Assessor on St. Thomas, Mr. Ludence A. Romney.
Good day, Honorable Senator Marie C. James, Chair of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, other committee members, other members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and viewing and listening audiences. I am Ludence A. Romney, Tax Assessor, Office of the Tax Assessor, and I am accompanied today by Mr. Brent Leah, Tax Collector, Office of the Tax Collector within the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. On behalf of the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Roach Esquire, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Division of Real Property Tax, it gives me great pleasure to testify on Bill number 36-0248, an act amending Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code by enacting the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Act. Based on the following reasons as presently written, we object to Bill number 36-0248. Bill number 36-0248 seeks to enact the commercial assess.
Mr. Romney,
Yes.
I want
Yes.
to interrupt you only for one reason. You're speaking to us, and I'm not seeing your face, and I don't like that. I don't like seeing the back of you. So is there some way that I can see Mr. Romney's face? It's not your fault, Mr. Romney, so I don't want you to think it is. But I don't.
Okay, thank you.
I don't like. Thank you. There he is. All right. I would like.
Would you like me to start over?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And I want to acknowledge before you start, I have another testifier online, Michael Yaki, who will be speaking, and I also acknowledge the presence of committee member Senator Kurt Viale. Okay, now you may proceed, Mr. Romney, and I apologize for the interruption, but I wanted to see you. Thank you.
No problem. I'll start over again. Good day, Honorable Senator Marie C. James, Chair of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, other committee members, other members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and viewing and listening audiences. I am Ludence A. Romney, Tax Assessor, Office of the Tax Assessor, and I'm accompanied today by Mr. Brent Leah, Tax Collector, Office of the Tax Collector within the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. On behalf of the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Roach Esquire, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Division of Real Property Tax, it gives me great pleasure to testify on Bill number 36-0248, an act amending Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code by enacting the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Act. Based on the following reasons as presently written, we object to Bill number 36-0248. Bill number 36-0248 seeks to enact the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Act, CPACE, which is intended to provide a funding mechanism that enables low-cost, long-term funding for energy efficiency, renewable energy, and hurricane preparedness to privately owned commercial property owners. This legislation seeks to provide a special voluntary property assessment to property owners with the goal of capturing improvements to energy and water sustainability that can translate into borrowing capacity to the property owner. The legislation further seeks to conjoin the intended responsibilities of the Virgin Islands Energy Office with the statutory responsibilities of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Real Property Tax Division. Specifically, pursuant to Bill number 36-0248, Section 1508, annual special assessment of the property tax bill of the benefited property, and it shall be collected in the same manner and time as provided for under 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 2, Chapter 89, and when received, shall be remanded in a timely manner to the appropriate capital provider. First, the Real Property Tax Division, namely the Office of the Tax Assessor, is charged with administering the assessment of property taxes based on the regulations and guidance of the International Association of Assessing Officers, IAAO, and is not suited to provide analysis of specialized property improvements to energy and water efficiency. Second, this bill can achieve the same initiatives if the VI Energy Office A, hires an independent appraiser to determine the specialized improvements applications. B, performs the billing and collection process in-house, excuse me, or outsources the billing and collection process. C, in accordance with the proposed statute, Bill number 36-0248, the written notice of assessment and CPACE lien should be recorded with the Recorder of Deeds office. Third, the bill as written increases the risk of jeopardy to the GVI audit process that is rigorously pursued each year by external auditors due to the varied streams of revenue not related to property taxes. Such a scenario raises the possibility of our need to explain or juxtapose responsibilities both as an impartial government tax assessor collector versus a role as mortgage borrower collector and the related final collection activity processes. Madam Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor Roach and the rest of the LGO team concerning Bill number 36-0248. We are available to answer any questions that you or members of the committee may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this time, I am going to ask Ms. Wiggins. I believe you provided a testimony explaining CPACE. So I'd like you to go ahead and so that the public understands exactly more about the what CPACE means. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Senator James and members of the committee. Special thanks to Senator Lewis sponsoring this bill, as well as co-sponsor Senator Frederick. On behalf of the CPACE Alliance, thank you for allowing me to provide testimony and strong support of the proposed commercial property assessed clean energy legislation for the U.S. Virgin Islands. CPACE Alliance is a national nonprofit trade association representing capital providers, 3 of which I think are here today virtually, law firms, and other stakeholders committed to advancing CPACE as a scalable private sector financing solution for energy, water, and resiliency upgrades in commercial real estate. CPACE has successfully been implemented in 38 states in the District of Columbia and has facilitated billions of dollars in private investment. CPACE enables commercial property owners to access long-term fixed-rate financing for qualifying improvements, including energy efficiency, renewable energy, water conservation, and resiliency measures, without requiring upfront capital expenditures. Repayment is made through a voluntary assessment on the property, aligning the cost of improvements with the useful life of the asset. The proposed legislation is particularly well suited to the needs of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The territory faces high energy costs, increasing exposure to severe weather events, and a need for continued investment in building infrastructure. By enabling property owners to finance cost savings and resilience-enhancing improvements, CPACE can serve as a critical tool to address these challenges while strengthening the territory's economic and environmental sustainability. The CPACE Alliance strongly supports the bill's structure as a private, capital-driven program. This legislation appropriately authorizes the establishment of a program framework under which private capital providers may finance eligible projects with repayment secured through a voluntary property assessment. Importantly, this approach does not require public funding, as others have said, appropriations, or the issuance of government-backed debt. Instead, the role of the public sector is to establish a consistent legal and administrative framework that enables private investment to flow efficiently into qualifying projects. Provisions authorizing the designation of a program administrator and the imposition of voluntary assessments tied to the property are essential components of a well-functioning CPACE program and are consistent with our best practices that are observed across other jurisdictions. CPACE is not solely an energy policy tool. It also is a driver for economic development. The legislation's inclusion of broad eligibility criteria encompassing energy, water, resiliency improvements, as well as the ability to support new construction provisions in the U.S. Virgin Islands to attract investment in both existing building retrofits and new development projects. In other jurisdictions, CPACE has supported increased construction and retrofit activity, job creation across skilled trades and professional services, improved building performance, and reduced operating costs, enhanced property value, and asset competitiveness. These outcomes are directly aligned with your economic development objectives. CPA also supports the bill's inclusion of provisions designed to align with existing financing, specifically the requirement that mortgage lenders provide affirmative consent prior to the placement of a CPACE assessment. That's a critical safeguard that has enabled broad market acceptance across the U.S. These structural elements are fundamental to maintaining lender confidence and facilitating capital formation. As the committee advances this legislation, we encourage continued attention to key program design elements reflected in the bill, which many of you have already spoken about today. The proposed CPACE legislation represents a significant opportunity for the U.S. Virgin Islands to expand access to private capital, reduce energy costs, enhance climate resilience, and support economic growth, all without placing additional burdens on public finance. CPA strongly supports the enhancement of this legislation and stands ready to provide assistance as the program is implemented. And I do want to acknowledge two of my board members who are on the call today, Bali Kumar and Michael Yaki, who are very much experts in this space and can speak to some of the technical elements of the program as well.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggins. We will be asking you a lot of questions for sure. I will, because of the concerns raised by the public departments and agencies. We're going to go next to Mr. John Hebert for his testimony. Go right ahead, Mr. Hebert.
Good morning. My name is John Hebert. I'm a 35-plus year St. Croix resident and business owner. I am heading up a group that is currently in the pre-construction phase of a desperately needed 120-bed, fully certified skilled nursing facility, or SNF, SNF, in Upper Love on St. Croix, with future plans for an adjacent assisted living and independent senior living facilities, as well as a 120-bed SNF on St. Thomas. Projects like ours and most others are extremely expensive to develop. Traditional lenders require a substantial, often prohibitive injection of owner capital or equity before committing to any level of financing. To the majority of the VI business community, this is insurmountable, which ultimately results in unrealized social and economic benefit for the territory at large. The CPACE program is a game-changing alternative in the development lending marketplace, affording developers and business owners the currently unavailable option to bridge the proverbial equity funding gap. In our SNF scenario, a CPACE participant lender would provide that shortfall in the equity component required by our primary lender. Let me just add to that had this program been available to us 3 or 4 years ago, we'd be under construction and probably almost completed with the first SNF on St. Croix. If CPACE is approved in the Virgin Islands, it will enable developers and business owners alike to take advantage of a broader borrowing environment. The CPACE program allows small business owners nationwide to move their projects forward to fruition, creating social and economic benefit to their communities at zero risk or cost to taxpayers or local government bodies. It's time we are afforded the same CPACE opportunity in the VI. This legislation needs to be advanced and ultimately passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hebert. We will now go to Mr. Angel Torres Sr. for your testimony. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Maurice E. James, other members of the 36 legislatures, Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, non-committee members, fellow testifiers, staff present, and members of the public, both viewing and listening. My name is Angel Torres Sr. I'm a born and raised Virgin Islander, lifelong St. Croix resident, and professionally a retired fire chief. For the past 15 years, my wife and I have been trying to construct a commercial business center. Our plans include office rental spaces, independent service station, and food mart located at number 3 Estate Hartman on the southeast end quarter of St. Croix. We have done everything possible to make this family dream come true. We own the property outright and have an approved commercial loan as well as permits in place. However, due to the ever-rising cost of construction and materials, we find ourselves short on the needed equity to close on my loan, and no local funding sources have been willing to provide any financial assistance. CPACE is a game changer for me. While it is an additional loan, it's considered equity by my lender as it's billed as a tax assessment instead of a loan on my balance sheet. If CPACE is approved in the Virgin Islands, I can move forward immediately, retain 100% ownership, control, and finally construct this family-owned and much-needed facility. I see no downside to the CPACE program. It will allow other small business owners to move forward. Once approved, this bill will not only assist me in my endeavors, but will open doors for every aspiring young local man and women entrepreneur in creating new small business opportunities. Undoubtedly, this will help boost the Virgin Islands economy and create jobs. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to this body's full support.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Torres. We will now go to Mr. Michael Sammartino. Did I get that correctly?
Sure did. Thank you.
Okay, great. Go right ahead, sir.
Good morning, members of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning. I want to thank Senator James for her kind invitation to provide testimony to all of you. And I want to thank Senator Lewis and Senator Frederick for your sponsorship of this legislation. It really is exciting to be able to participate in a pro-business legislation that does not ask for any government or taxpayer funding, and it increases opportunities for commercial borrowers in the Virgin Islands, as well as banks locally and nationwide that want to participate in the CPACE program. I've been making commercial loans in the U.S. Virgin Islands since 2004. One thing that happens time and time again here in the Virgin Islands and stateside is that loan applicants do not have enough personal equity to put into their projects. Typically, on a new construction project, a lender wants to see 20 to 40% cash equity from an applicant, and the lender will lend the balance of the total project cost. When the total project cost is in the millions of dollars, it's very difficult for an applicant to have the required equity. The result is usually that the applicant takes several years to acquire the funds, and by then the total project cost has increased significantly, so they still don't have enough funding. Or they have to take on equity partners, and then the local Virgin Islander ends up sharing ownership with a stateside or international partner. CPACE changes all of this and allows the local borrowers to retain 100% ownership in their projects. With CPACE, any energy-efficient improvements in the project can be financed. Typically, up to 30% of the total project cost is energy-efficient improvements, and it's considered equity by the lead lender. Therefore, an applicant can actually come up with less equity funds, and the CPACE debt will be counted as additional equity. This allows to get projects built now, eliminating a future rise in total project costs and eliminating outside investors. Here's a simple example. If you have a $20 million project, without CPACE, you need $4 million in equity. With CPACE, a $20 million total project cost, you need $2 million in required equity. As one can see in this example, the applicant derives tremendous benefit, having to come up with $2 million less in actual equity and moving forward quickly with their project. And in turn, we have secured local construction jobs and then permanent jobs that the project creates, and property values in turn increase with such improvements. Please note the CPACE is almost always utilized in larger projects, as smaller projects, anywhere from $50,000 up to $5 million, are typically funded by SBA guaranteed loans, the State Small Business Credit Initiative guaranteed loans, or even conventional lending. Projects over $5 million are almost always funded by me, when I do them, by USDA guaranteed loans or conventional funds. With CPACE typically utilized in some projects up to $20 million and more, what we are doing is giving local borrowers another tool in the toolbox to have CPACE work alongside with a lead lender and make a project happen. Getting projects done is the agenda, as commercial projects equal jobs, and jobs create prosperity for all. It's important to note that virtually anything in a project that equates to energy efficiency qualifies for CPACE. This includes hurricane resiliency work, such as reinforced roofing, windows, water barriers, wall reinforcement, storm shutters. One can see how all of this is a necessity here in the Virgin Islands. CPACE is an exciting program that has helped countless projects come to fruition while enabling applicants to retain ownership and become job creators, which is the final positive result for all. Thank you for your consideration of this valuable legislation. Your approval is a great asset to the business community here in the Virgin Islands. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sammartino. I will now go to Mr. Michael Yaki, who is online. Go right ahead.
Whoops, keep on turning my... There we go. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Michael Yaki. I'm the Senior Vice President for Petrospace Finance. We are a CPACE capital provider, but I'm here actually as someone who worked with the community in helping to think through and draft this legislation. And rather than go into extolling the virtues of CPACE, which I think everyone else has done here, I wanted to address directly two of the concerns that were raised by previous testifiers. The first has to do with the fact that the CPACE lien has essentially super priority. It has the same status as a property tax assessment and is recorded above any existing mortgage. I think what's important to note is that in this legislation, as it is in legislation across this country, and I know this because I've written a lot of these laws across the country, is that there is a specific provision in the bill requiring that any secured lender on the property at the time, or any secured lender who is going to be co-lending with CPACE, say for new construction, must give their consent in order for CPACE to be used on the property. Now, let me stress that again. They must give their consent. So it's not as if we are a CPACE property owner and a CPACE capital provider are just going to jump ahead of anyone who already has a mortgage on the property, unless that mortgage owner, in their sole and absolute discretion, and that's actually the language in this bill, sole and absolute discretion, they can say yes, they can say no, they can say no for whatever reason whatsoever. They may not like, what the person looks like, they may not like the time of day, but they can just simply say no. And that is their ultimate control and veto power over the use of CPACE on a property. And that cannot be abrogated, that cannot be challenged. And so concerns about that are completely mitigated by the presence of the strong and absolute lender consent language in the legislation. That's number one. Number two,
Mr. Yaki,
yes.
we're gonna be asking questions on the testimonies, and you can explain some of that further. I know you can.
Okay.
So, yeah, usually we follow. What we do is we follow the testimony, and then questions are asked. But I was glad that you did talk about the consent of the lender.
I have to apologize.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
I used to be an elected government myself, and I tend to sort of go straight into the debate.
That's okay.
I apologize.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I don't think that we have anyone else, the testimony of anyone else.
We do. We have Bali Kumar from Pace Loan Group, who is on the call as well.
We don't have the testimony. We don't have that testimony. It has to be written testimony in front of us. So I don't know if
on the testimony, then I'll just simply say very quickly, this is in 38 other states and the District of Columbia. It is no government has been sued or challenged on a C-based loan because of what has happened, and we expect this to be successful here as it has been elsewhere. And for technical issues, and I'll just say that I'm available to answer any questions, including any questions regarding the billing and collection, which was also raised and which is also addressed in the legislation.
Yeah. Oh, we definitely will ask you. So I'm glad you're both available. But do we have the written testimony of the other person that was mentioned? Do we have the testimony?
I'm here on the call if you'd like for me to present verbally.
We need it written testimony, but we can ask you questions. So just be available for questions if you're going to be available. That's fine.
Thank you.
We're going to start now with the round of questions, and I would like you though to that was Mr. Loeb, right? That was just speaking to me.
Mr. Yaki.
No, the other gentleman was Mr. Loeb. Sorry, I'm sorry. What's your name?
Bali Kumar.
Oh, okay. I don't have your name written down. That's why. Can you spell your name for me? So if I have questions to ask you, go ahead and identify yourself and who you are and spell your name for us.
Thank you. Yes. Bali Kumar, BALIKUMAR, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Pace Loan Group.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I'm sure we're going to have questions of you too also. So we're going to begin with our first round of 5 minutes for each senator. And we will start. I'll give you the order. Senator Angel Bolquez is first, then Senator Hubert Frederick, followed by Senator Milton Potter, then Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're fifth, Senator Novell Francis is sixth, Senator Kurt Vialet seventh, and then the sponsor will bring up the rear. So we will start with Senator Angel Bolquez. Go right ahead for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central staff. And good morning to the testifying panel here before us in consideration of Bill number 36-0248. Wanted to start off by asking the Energy Office concerning the CPACE program. What particular role would the Energy Office have in this program?
I think it's my understanding through the bill that we would be administering the program. I believe some of that framework would still have to ultimately be defined in the, once it's enacted. But I would imagine from an administration standpoint, we would be involved in, a number of aspects of the review of the proposed projects and retrofits that would be occurring. I would imagine, based off of the legislation, some coordination with Lieutenant Governor's office to ensure that the scope of work as well as repayment considerations are aligned with what they would expect to see in terms of repayment requirements. So from an administration, just overall program administration, ensuring a successful implementation for both primarily for the applicant in the Virgin Islands.
So particularly sort of a day-to-day operation of the program, is the Energy Office staff that or funded to manage such a program at this time?
At this immediate time, no. We don't have a dedicated champion of a PACE program because it hasn't existed as of yet. However, we have expanded our capacity to support additional programs that we've been administering through the federal funding that we've received. So it's not a impossibility by any stretch. But if we were to start tomorrow, we don't have a body in the seat to champion this initiative. However, that's not a impossible void to fill.
Would this require for you to join any CPACE alliance as the Energy Office?
I would imagine that we would need to have some form of subject matter expertise engagement, as this would be a new endeavor for the agency, and so we wouldn't necessarily have kind of the inherent institutional knowledge on day one. So likely some additional support to ensure, the foundation of the program administration is teed up for success.
Okay, and then are you aware of any lenders that have currently been or have currently opted in to provide support for such a program?
I have not, no. We have not had too much discussion with we might think of the big three or the common lenders, at least on St. Croix. We haven't had any discussions specific to their interest in participating, or I think the real key is the willingness to allow affirmative consent, as it's been discussed here today. I would be very interested in understanding the appetite for affirmative consent across the lending partners locally. However, if there's interest outside of local lending partners, maybe that's less relevant, but I'd be very interested to see what the willingness of local lenders to essentially take a junior position on any asset that they have current interest on. Okay, thank you. And shifting over to the Lieutenant Governor's office, in relation to, from what I could see and understand, is this would then be a part of what would be the bill that they receive for property, or a part of that. How should I put this? Maybe if y'all can clarify, but it seems as if they would be paying from that
1 minute
lien. Is that correct?
Ludence, Romney, tax assessor. It would appear that the office of the tax assessor would be responsible for receiving information from the property owners that are part of this program, and that the value for the capital would have to be entered as part of the bill, which means then we would have to have both the personnel and the retrofitting of the software and everything else to handle this. So although we are saying that there's no cost to the government, in fact, to put those infrastructure in place would be very costly.
Okay, very well, because there's no way to, at this time, to differentiate between what you would regularly charge and then this new line item, if I can call it that.
It will be an additional responsibility with all the other information we need to gather to prepare a bill. So that's the concern. That's part of the concern. And then there's the concern on the collector's side that Mr. Leah can address.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, there's a provision.
No, hold on. You're going to be recognized. You're going to be recognized. Hold on, no.
Thank you.
I'm listening closely to the questions, so you'll have an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector.
Time.
One of the issues that we have with this bill in its current form is that it goes against the grain of what the real property tax division is supposed to be doing. We act as the stewards of people's property, which is of high value here in the territory, and it's well sought after. Many people that live here can't afford the property. And so we act as a gatekeeper, if you will, to make certain that due process is given before a transfer is done and given clear title. Now, if someone doesn't come to record something, we have no control over that. But as a statutory having a statutory responsibility of administering taxes and applying that to the owners of record would be significantly changed if we participated in this bill, because this bill, as the sponsoring Senator Lewis mentioned, is for a borrowing facility. So the property tax division does not help any other borrowing facility and help in any way the property owners to achieve their objectives. We stay away from that because we have to have fair and equitable treatment to everyone. And so this focuses on a subset of taxpayers, which is commercial property owners or commercial landowners, and it helps them, which is wonderful. But as being part of the real property tax system, we would not recommend that for many reasons. Yeah. Very well. Madam Chair, I know that my time was called, but if there's any leniency for the individual that wanted to intervene or interject to make a comment, I would appreciate it at this time.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. First, before we go to Ms. Wiggins, I know you had asked about if there was any appetite by local lenders, but we have a local lender sitting here, correct, Mr.?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted you to identify that you are here as a lender and you have an appetite for.
That's correct. Absolutely. I've been heavily involved in this process because I know how good this will be for borrowers in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. And now, Ms. Wiggins, can you address the concerns of the my colleague?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. In section 1503, under the program establishment, there is a section included that speaks specifically to servicing fees to offset the actual and reasonable costs of administrating a program. It says in the bill that there is a fee of no more than a fee of $500 may be charged at the time of application. In addition, a servicing fee for approved applications may be included at one of the not to exceed $50,000. So there is provisions within the bill included that would go directly to either the tax collector and or the energy office to recoup any staff time or any dollars that are spent on the program, on administrating the program. Also under collection and enforcement, the Energy Office, this is section 1506, the Energy Office may at the time of closing of the financing elect to delegate the capital provider providing financing for a special assessment sole responsibility for billing, collection, and enforcement of the special services lien. So this is something that we call direct billing, and this is something that's done in many states throughout the U.S. Two of the capital providers that are on the phone today can speak more to direct billing and how it works. But I did want to just speak to the tax collector's concerns. And then also programs are really specifically designed to minimize administrative burden on the tax collector's offices. In most jurisdictions, assessments, well, obviously are voluntary and limited in number. So this is not a system-wide program change. Program administrators or third-party servicers oftentimes handle billing, collection, tracking, and reporting. The tax collector's role is typically limited to including the assessment on the existing bill if it is billed on the existing tax bill instead of hand-billed. And it's really, again, intended to be streamlined for the tax collector's office and not an additional burden.
Thank you. Does Mr. Kumar or Mr. Yaki want to add anything to the concerns of Senator Bulkes? Mr. Yaki, go right ahead. Oh, both of you? Okay, I'll let Mr. Yaki go first. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Having worked on these programs across the country, a couple things. One, I wanted just to reinforce the fact that this is a program that if the Energy Office and the Lieutenant Governor's Office decide that they would rather, as Ms. Wiggs pointed out, delegate the billing, collection, and enforcement to the capital provider, which is actually done in about half the states on the mainland, that is something that can be done, which can completely negate any responsibility by the tax collector and the tax collector's office to deal with this. It is a very easy thing to do if they choose to do it, but if because of the special circumstances of the U.S. Virgin Islands or the staffing at the tax collector's office, they would rather not have to do that. They can simply delegate it to us. We would take care of it as we do everywhere else. And again, the same protections still provide. Lender consent is still required before we can even do this. And again, notwithstanding the fact that we would do the billing and collection and enforcement, the government would still be entitled to charge a servicing fee. And the way that this legislation is written, the way that it's administered, the way that it happens in very complicated and just as complicated jurisdictions as in the Virgin Islands, it's a very small amount of time that's actually needed to administer this. We can, if this bill passes, we can refer them. They don't have to believe us. We can refer them to officials in jurisdictions across the United States for best practices on how they've administered it. And it really takes maybe a couple hours of time at the most to process an application. This is something that can be done very, very easily and expediently. And in exchange for a $50,000 fee, that's a pretty good return on investment for any government, for any program that they choose to administer. Now turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Kumar, at your discretion, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Mr. Kumar, did you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief because I agree with what's been said by my colleagues. My background is that I used to be the equivalent of the Energy Office for Michigan's PACE program. And as we passed the CPACE statute in Michigan, the treasurer's big pushback was we don't have the staff to bill for an additional special assessment on property taxes and then collect that money and pass it to someone else. They view that as an administrative burden. And so this legislation is written with that knowledge in mind, because what they did in Michigan is what sort of proliferated around a lot of other PACE programs, including this draft legislation, which is to allow the delegation of the billing and the collection, which are the two things that take the most amount of time, to the capital provider. And so, we do that. It makes most sense, and it eliminates as much of the administrative burden on the back end as possible. And I think I also want to drill down on the fact that the day-to-day work on the CPACE program is often done by the capital providers. We do a lot of the outreach. We do a lot of reaching out to the lenders that have to consent. We are the ones taking the risk. And so typically municipalities, and similarly how this legislation is written, they rely on the capital provider to bring the deal sort of all the way to the 1 yard line. And then once they're at the 1 yard line, we incorporate the municipality to sign off on the deal and that's sort of the illustration of how Mr. Yaki commented that it's only a couple of hours, because realistically only a few deals get done per year.
Yeah.
A few hours per deal is a small administrative burden.
Thank you for that. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, this isn't going to be, thousands of people or even hundreds of people pursuing this particular financing mechanism. I see Director Fleming, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just wanted to offer one quick clarification. When I mentioned earlier in terms of having the appetite, I meant not necessarily someone who would be lending for the energy efficiency improvements, but for the existing, if you had already had a lender who already either provided a mortgage or financing for the asset, their appetite for taking a junior position on an asset that they already have a more senior position on it. So just want to delineate between the curiosity of that appetite from maybe a bank that already has an interest in the property or an investment in the property, and I'd be happy to even hear what their success rate either is on getting that.
Getting the first priority mortgage lender to consent.
Exactly.
That's what you're talking about. Okay. Mr. Kumar, go right ahead.
Point of information.
Mr. Kumar, please answer that concern.
We work with a lot of banks, senior lenders that have liens on properties that are looking to de-risk their position or to be either paid down or paid off. A lot of lenders make loans for 3-5 years. And if the borrower is not in a position to pay off the loan, which has happened a lot more frequently over the past couple of years, they look to other financing to come in and either pay them off or pay them down. And so we've seen a lot of success with getting consent from lenders in those situations.
Okay, Mr. Yaki, you want to add to that point?
Yes, I just wanted to just stress also in terms of the sort of appetite, one of the reasons why we are successful at getting banks to consent is that PACE does not act like a normal loan. So if someone is delinquent on a CPACE loan, it's only that annual payment that's at risk of foreclosure. Unlike a normal mortgage, if you miss a payment, you get a letter, a kind of a nasty letter saying you missed your payment, either you make it or the entire amount is going to be due tomorrow.
Right.
That doesn't happen in.
I read the non-accelerating provision that is included in the bill. Senator Bocas, point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So it seems as if it may be best to have a direct repayment model, because it seems as if we're forcing the program on our tax system, maybe because it looks convenient on paper, but the agencies are already stating that they've clearly stated that they're not equipped to handle such a responsibility without additional funding. And in addition to the commentary that was provided by the testifiers, the tax collector has been trying to respond to some of them. So if you can on your time, Madam Chair, I would ask that you let the tax collector make some statements as he wants to respond to some of the commentary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Lewis, point of information.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I heard the tax assessor's office, right? But I'll have to say this, I think that's my excuse for saying I don't want to do the work. I ain't cutting no car, no study. That's an excuse for saying I don't want to do the work. Because if waste management come tomorrow and say, we want to do trash collection, we're going to assess it to the property tax, somehow they're going to have to do it. That's what enabling legislation does. Madam Chair and colleagues, this is not fly by night. I work, read, research, meeting upon meetings. Now I heard the energy office. If we have to sit down and formulating, that's why in the bill it says we could, when the enabling legislation enacted, we come up with the processes and so forth to go along with it. Not just so we don't do this. That's why you have enabling legislation. So put it on the property tax. When you're in your auditors or your auditing, I don't know what auditors, the Democrat behind in audit, come, you show them the legislation. This is why it's on the property tax bill. And again, let me reiterate, it's a voluntary program. We're offering choices. We're expanding the toolbox. No, I cannot sit down here and just allow people to say, well, we ain't going to do it because we don't have the staff, we don't this. Let's expand. That's the same reason why they tell us they ain't collecting the money. I cannot go without one today. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to say, Nelson Mandela said, that is impossible until it's done. I mean, we need to change the mindset in the VI. Senator Clifford Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I, too, support the action because I think within government, and I won't even say within government, I think within us as humans, we got to stop leaning on what can't work. This is voluntary. So if we bring in something that's going to be voluntary to somebody else who they need, you listen to a person saying they waiting 5 years, they don't approve for a commercial loan, but now they don't meet the equity. Again, people used to type before, and they didn't have a chance to copy and print. They used to have to type every single piece of legislation. Any work that came and a document had to be typed. We reached to the era which part you could scan, you could do all kind of stuff, and you're making more money than the person who used to labor before. So now that we're making more money and have less to do, once we see a way of bringing more monies to our coffers, which is these Virgin Islands, we have to find a way and say, we don't have the staffing, but you know, if we look across the board and we look around to ourselves, maybe we don't even need to hire nobody. We actually get 1 and 2 people moving around here that has no real job title anymore because of the improvement of computer and everything else. So let's get it together and make it right. And I'm supporting peace when the time comes. Let's go. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. I do want to ask Mr. Leardam, because he made a statement that it's not fair and equitable because it's only for a subset of people. I didn't understand that. Can you elaborate on that for me?
Yes, Senator. Thank you for the opportunity. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. I'm referring to the special role that the Real Property Tax Division has here, in contrast to other states, to states in the United States. Here in the Virgin Islands, we have a finite amount of land. Really not enough for everyone. And so we perform a role of gatekeeper to make certain that the owner of record is appropriately so, that taxes are imparted to the owners of record and so forth. And so this combines the role of our responsibilities as tax assessor and tax collector, along with the role of a borrowing facility. Now, again, as said in our testimony, we do not object to this bill in its entirety. We object to it in its current form. And we also gave recommendations of how you could achieve the same initiatives in this bill if the VI Energy Office hires their own independent appraisers, if the VI Energy Office performs the billing and collection directly or outsources to one of these capital providers to bill directly, and lastly, if they simply recorded the liens, because we don't want to conflate the importance of property taxes and home ownership with the borrowing capabilities and capacity of these external providers. So you can still achieve the same objectives by having the Energy Office manage all of this. No one said It was not said that we don't want to do the work or we're not able to do the work. We're saying it's a conflict of interest for us, and it's going to cause many problems for which none of them have been addressed in this bill in its current form. Thank you.
So your preference is the this section where it talks about the recording of the lien in the office of the recorder, but right. you would prefer that the energy would elect to delegate to the capital provider the billing, collection, and enforcement of the special assessment and lien. That's in a bill in section 1506, collection and enforcement, number 2, section 2. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Senator. Let me be clear on that. We would ask that because this is the function of a borrower and is providing borrowing capacity to the property owners, that the VI Energy Office manages it in its entirety, that the Office of the Lieutenant Governor Real Property Tax Division has nothing to do with it because it conflates our sacred responsibilities that we have to Virgin Islanders with the borrowing capacity of a particular property owner. Let them go and borrow, let the VI Energy Office manage it, and have the billing and collections done separately through the VI Energy Office or directly from the providers, but let property taxes stand on its own. And it's not the same as waste management, because waste management is a tax. This is a borrowing facility that we're assisting property owners with.
Our point of information, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And again, good day to the testifiers again. But the one thing I'll have to say is, it was said here today, reiterated here today, that 38 other states' tax assessors do it. But ours own say no, sir, no, don't bring it here.
That's not what was said, Senator.
That's what was said.
It said that it's in 30 states.
The Senator is speaking. Thank you.
Yes. Recognize the Senator.
All I said is 38 other states have testified. And I'm Avery Lewis Ward. Google it. 38 other states said the tax assessor is involved, it does this. But ours one said no, give it all to energy. If I'm mistaken today, I tell me. Thank you very much.
Mr. Leardam, are you aware of that in other jurisdictions the tax assessor is involved?
Madam Chair, what I heard was that this CPACE program is administered in 38 states, so 36 states. However, they've made a distinction that some of those states have chosen to do direct billing, and
Great.
So do not involve it with a property tax system. And so we are simply saying that we have a unique responsibility here in the Virgin Islands to be fair and equitable to all taxpayers, as little as they may be or as much as they may be. And so if we get into the borrowing game, it's like to say we became real estate agents.
Let me ask you. How are you being unfair to people who choose not to borrow? Because in the VA, there are people who choose not to borrow, period, even from a bank. But so I'm not clear on that. Can you talk a little bit about where the unfairness is?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. In this situation where, as the bill is currently written, if a person chooses to seek funding ability through one of these capital providers, the tax assessor would be in some way tasked to help to make that happen. That's the first step.
Oh.
And so in so doing, we have crossed the line with not just administering the rules according to the IAAO to administer taxes, but now we're helping a tax a lending facility to provide funding to a particular taxpayer based on their request. And what I'm saying to you,
be specific though. how do you see yourself as helping? Because the decision, and just like if I went to a bank and I borrowed money and they put a lien on my property, the mortgage, you don't have anything to do with that, but the mortgage is recorded against my property. But you don't have anything, and a recorder of deeds doesn't have anything to do with the determination by the capital provider to provide me with the loan. It seems as if you think that you're favoring the people who are applying under this program, and how. I mean, I'm listening to your concern. How would you be helping or favoring them? I don't understand.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify, Senator. What I'm saying is that as it stands right now, the Real Property Tax Division does not help a single taxpayer other than what we currently offer in terms of payment plans for the current taxes as they are, when they're delinquent. But we do not help anyone to figure out where you would get the money from to pay your taxes or any other obligation. This is asking us as a team to assist the capital providers once a person has asked for a special assessment. The very term special assessment denotes that it doesn't happen on the regular. And so any taxpayer could come at any time, request this assistance. The tax assessor or their agents would have to assist them in whatever way, and the net result would be that the taxpayer, that the owner of record, would receive a funding opportunity that would not have been made available to them unless they had gone about this path. Now, if this same path was available to them through the VI Energy Office, having nothing to do with the Real Property Tax Division, then it would not be a conflict.
But even if the third party administrator is involved, the lien, the special assessment and the lien would still involve your office.
No, the lien would be recorded with a recorder of deeds, and if, say, the tax collector was doing a final collection activity, say an auction or foreclosure, part of our 11-step process is doing a lien search.
Right.
So if there's any lien that was recorded, we will so notify the owners of that lien according to what's happening. And so we were simply saying that the VI Energy Office can have this facility, can hire their own appraisers, can perform their own billing and collection, and simply record whatever liens that they have against whichever property, and it will not constitute a conflict with this office.
So you do not object to the special assessment being included in the tax lien sale should you have to conduct a sale? You do not have any objection to that?
I do have objection, Senator, because if that is the case, then would we also be including any other mortgage that exists at the time? No. We would simply advise the lien holder that this property is being foreclosed upon or is being sold at auction, and they can come and do whatever they would like to do at that auction or at that foreclosure. In this case, we would be assisting a particular class of borrowers, if you will, to assist property owners with additional funding opportunity. This, again, can be done by the government, but it should not be done by the Real Property Tax Division.
You know, the interesting thing about your statement that we're assisting a class of people, and you know, I'm doing my little independent Epstein investigation in this legislature. Don't we, in the EDA program, assist a special class of people every single time they appear? I mean, don't act as if we don't, as a government, assist a special. We do it in so many different ways that I can talk about. So I'm not sure why you're singling out them as a special class when it happens in so many different parts of government. We do that. We do that all the time. We do that
In
with.
response,
Yeah,
in
you know,
response to
you understand what I'm saying,
comments,
right?
Yeah, I do. However, the EDA administers their own program, and they don't try and conjoin the responsibilities and offers of the EDA with our tax system. And I'm simply saying to you,
but they
that
definitely should. They
separate.
definitely should conjoin it when the person is a high-risk sex offender. They should conjoin it with the Department of Justice, shouldn't they? But we're not going to go there, because I just want to show you that you're making it seem as if we do things with this specific piece of legislation, this special class, and we don't conjoin, but we do it all the time. I could come up with a lot of different areas where we do. Human Services works with the Department of Health, with education. There's a lot of, and we talk about collaboration, and we talk about not existing in silos. So I'm not exactly sure when you talk about this unfair, inequitable special class. I don't understand that. But we're going to move on to Senator Hubert L. Frederick for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, a pleasant good afternoon, all testifiers, colleague, and listening and viewing audience. And let me just clarify something. Every month, the private sector is uniquely assessed something called a gross receipt tax. Anything over $5,000, if $9,000 is exempt. And the government of the Virgin Islands has sole authority to spend that money however they see fit. We work for it, they collect, and they spend it. This is one unique case where the private sector is asking for some assistance so they could borrow some money and grow their business, hire more employees, which ultimately still goes into that pot of money that the government collects monthly. And we're carrying on as if we can't make any special provisions or adjustment to accommodate this unique group of people that provide the mass funding for our government. This is property tax. This is gross receipt tax. It's a substantial revenue source for our government. We all, as a government, should accommodate any businesses out there because that's who pays the bills. You don't see it. Every time you hear, oh, we lost 500 small businesses like we did last year, so what? That is monies that would have came into our coffers as a government. Right now, we are over at $50 million in the hole. Cause and effect. You lose businesses, you don't collect gross receipts, you lose employees, you lose money, and so the government ends up being without the monies that they should have. There's a revenue deficit. Here you have a local Virgin Islander before us, Mr. Torres, that's trying to start his business. He owns the land. There's no lien, no encumbrance on the land. But he needs some assistance on the equity side, which this particular unique form of financing will provide. And we're, as a government, saying, well, I don't have enough employees. Well, we really don't do this. And it's going to be a really inconvenience for us. But when that funding comes in, once he gets up and running, I guarantee you won't hear any complaints. So we have to be more accommodating to these things, especially businesses, because we make money on it. If you look at this bill, look at section line 18 of this bill. It says, the Energy Office shall work with the Office of the Tax Assessor, and the Assessor shall place the annual special assessment on the property tax bill of the benefited property, and it shall be collected in the same manner and time as provided under 33 VIC subtitle 2, chapter 89, and when received shall be remitted in a timely manner to the appropriate capital provider. Boom. So we can't work together? It's telling you right here in the bill, we need to work together. I understand, Mr. Fleming, Director Fleming, you talked about not having the subject matter specialist for this program. I understand that. How many employees do you think would be necessary to help implement this?
Yeah, if I could take a bit of a stab in the dark, just in I know that there's, I'm not going to fancy myself a PACE expert either, but I would imagine we would need, at a minimum, someone who is heading up the day-to-day.
1 minute.
Some administrative assistance to ensure documentation, and then there will be a technical role that is focused on ensuring that the proposed activities do align with the intended impacts. So I would say at a minimum a 3-person team would be my best guess at like where the support would be needed.
I'll be nice, 3 to 4 people.
Yeah.
Okay. Think about how much money we bring in to meet the needs of our local business providers. I'm one. Mr. Torres wants to be one. And so many others that lack capital, access to capital. Look how much more money we could bring in with 3 or 4 more additional people. I went through the battery backup system program with the Energy Office last year. It was beautiful, seamless. They're very competent and capable people. They could do it. And the tax assessor's office, they don't want to do that much work. Okay, fine. But this bill, there's no reason why we should be spending all this time saying, yeah, it's a good idea, it's okay, but we don't want to do anything even mildly difficult to accommodate this piece of legislation. Then what are we comfortable with then? This is making us money. I didn't even get to ask all my question, Madam Chair, but next round, hopefully. Thank you so much for the time.
If you have a question.
I was in a tear today. Thank you so much. I normally don't get this excited. But thank you.
We actually had this same issue when we were discussing a bill that I believe was proposed by Senator Francis. 2 now that I can think of. Catalyst Fund, but even the VI Able, remember the Able account when finance said they couldn't handle it, they couldn't do it, and we actually had to change the bill to allow them to have a third-party administrator because our government decided that it couldn't handle establishing accounts for disabled people, savings account. This reminds me of that same almost exact reasoning, and that was a special class of people. The disabled in our community. I understand your concerns with staffing and shortage. We hear that all the time. Director Fleming, you want to say something to me?
I had one question as because the one area that I have been trying to get some clarification, maybe with Mr. Torres being here may be helpful as well. The one area for the new construction, that's the one area where I'd love some maybe additional perspective understanding how that is typically handled, because from an energy efficiency standpoint, if we had an existing building and they're like, we're looking at doing renewables, solar battery, energy efficient lighting, we can say, okay, we knew what your costs were beforehand, and we feel confident that this would be create a savings for you in terms of your monthly obligations. I guess from a new construction standpoint, that part of the legislation is one area where I try to understand in terms of assessing the value of like how we kind of combine that into the savings to ensure that the monthly obligations could still be met. I think that's probably one of the areas when I just look conceptually at this program. Again, savings measures, very clear. You were paying this before. This improvement allows you to now pay this. Mm-hmm. A new construction, I would say, generally, I don't know where the Energy Office would attain the skill sets relative to assess, okay, this new construction is that this individual is going to be able to fulfill this obligation for a new construction, because that's really not in any part of our purview. And so I would maybe love some perspective on how they would see that happen, or maybe from prior programs, how they've incorporated that level of, I guess, value appraisal or inclusion in the assessment, because that's the new construction piece is definitely one a little bit more outside of our just overall purview from an energy office.
Okay, I'm going to let the experts online help us out here. Mr. Yaki, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. A couple things. First, this program is not asking the Energy Office to essentially do the credit underwriting for this. They're not there to say, you're going to make this much amount of money, you're going to be repay that much money. That's our role to do, because the risk, the financial risk, is all on us. It's also the role of the other co-lenders on the property who have to give their consent. They're looking at this to make sure that this is going to pay off for them as well. So all that credit writing is built into this process. What happens is that at the end, the entire baked financing package is going to be taken to the U.S. Virgin Islands for approval. But all that issue about, is this going to pencil out, is this going to make any money, is all done behind the scenes by us in negotiation with the property owner and all the other creditors and our lenders who are going to be in the property, number one. Number two, is that in new construction, the requirement in this is that you have to exceed code. So it's not just a question of this building is going to be built anyway, it's going to be built according to our code. What we're trying to do is incentivize, is that this bill essentially is trying to incentivize property owners to go above that in order to qualify for this type of special financing. And yes, it is special financing. It is a benefit that you are giving to property owners, albeit one that is entirely paid privately and where all the risk falls on us. But nevertheless, in order to make this something that is good for the U.S. Virgin Islands, the requirement in new construction, as it is in most of the states on the mainland, is that you have to exceed code, and the requirement is you have to have a certified engineer do that. There are many of them around the country. They're used in all the different states where they certify that the work that's being done, the kind of insulation, the windows, the HVAC system, the water, is all going to be done at a thing above what the current building code is. But above that, going to this, I think we're conflating the notion of underwriting and credit with the Energy Office, and that's not their role to do. That's our role to do in negotiation with the property owner and the other lenders on the property.
To them.
The bill itself says that the applicant will provide certification by a licensed professional engineer stating that the proposed qualified improvements will enable the project to exceed the current building code requirements for energy efficiency, water efficiency, renewable energy, renewable water. Was that where your concern was? No?
A bit, but I guess it's fine. I mean, I think if there's maybe when we get through the actual formulation of the program and kind of what that role is, I guess what I was trying to be clear is if you're making an investment in a energy savings measure, if the measure costs you this, but I know you're going to be saving X amount over a 10-year period, I could be like, fair, this is a 5-year payback, this is great. I guess what I'm trying to understand is in terms of ensuring that there's a new construction. So again, how do you establish where the savings will be? Because ultimately, there's a new level of debt that's being accrued, and that's not necessarily in our purview to be the best at assuring that this is going to be a healthy investment. But if he's saying that the real risk management and decision making is separate, then that's not really for us to concern ourselves with. I was just saying if that's our role, is to ensure that this savings measure is going to be effective. Applying that to a new construction is not something we're necessarily.
Well, that's really the onus really is on the applicant, right? The applicant is saying that we're applying for this through this particular lender. The lender also has to make sure they do their due diligence and the risk that they're taking. So the Energy Office really is, as far as I see it, is reviewing and approving applications for financing, which again, the bill says you can delegate that to a third party, which was something that we ended up doing with the Able Savings account, because we realized that a lot of the departments and agencies will come in front of us and say that they don't have the staff, the office space, whatever you have. We're going to go to Senator Milton Potter for your 5 minutes. Senator Potter, you recognize.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I definitely want to start out by expressing kudos to the bill's sponsor because I think this is a good policy idea. However, what I'm hearing from the agencies that we're charging with executing this is that they have some concerns that they've expressed, and there might be some ways for us to tweak, improve the process by incorporating their thoughts and their concerns in the form of some amendments. I know very often we can pass a bill, but there might be unintended consequences if we're not careful. And that is what I am picking up from what I'm hearing from the LGO's office as well as the Energy Office Director. So my first question is, Director Fleming basically said he identified a super priority lien as the most critical problem. I wanted to get a sense of how many of the roughly 38 states with active CPACE programs have addressed this concern and what specific lien structures have worked in smaller or island markets. So I don't know who the appropriate person to respond to that question would be.
I'm happy to start, Madam Chair, and then I can turn it over to my colleague. Thank you. The answer is all of them. All 38 states have the assessment structure, the ability to offer the long-term fixed rate financing is directly tied to the predictability and enforceability of the assessment mechanism. What we did speak about here today is the concerns from the tax assessor's office are already addressed in the bill by being able to designate collections, enforcement, et cetera, to the capital provider. But all 38 states have the same structure. And if the structure was different, if it was a structure of a traditional loan, financing terms would be shorter, pricing would be higher for your constituents, capital availability would likely be more limited. So I'll turn it over to my colleagues, Michael Yaki, for any additional comments.
Well, in the interim, I'll get the tax assessor, the tax collector.
I just want to I could just really briefly, in direct response to your question, Mr. Senator, the island of Hawaii has the same program. And in terms of just small geography, Rhode Island, which is not an island, also has this. I mean, it's states large and small all have the lender consent requirements. All of them have at some point expressed the same kind of concerns expressed here, and they're all legitimate, but they've all been addressed over time as CPACE has evolved, and this legislation really reflects the best practices of all those jurisdictions together that make CPACE work so well.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Leah.
Thank you, Senator. The issue that we're talking about here is, let's make sure we're on the same page, because the statement was made that in 38 states this is done and it's done by the tax assessor. That's not what I heard, and that's not what I understood. What I understood was that it's in 38 states, and some states are done through the tax assessor process, and some states are done independently. Some states are billed through the tax bill. Some states do it billed directly or through the capital providers. We are not saying that this is a bad bill. We're saying in its current form, we can do better. And we can have it to where we keep these functions separate, and it's not conflated, nor does it give the appearance of the government helping a particular class of people, but not helping the rest.
Thank you, Mr. Leah. What would the cost to the government be to administer this program? Has anybody done that calculation to determine? And I think the energy director mentioned that he may need, 4 or 5 new employees. Would that be the extent of the cost to us?
Director Fleming, did you say 4 or 5?
I said 3. I think Senator Frederick mentioned 3 to 4 to give me some some breathing room. But yeah, I mean, but that would just be the staffing. The staffing, I think, commitment that would be needed. I would imagine probably what would be outside of that. In addition, we just went through a solar plus financing program with EDA. And there was, some significant costs relative to the legal fees associated with the packaging of the binding documents. That would be something we'd maybe, these would be less volume but larger scale activities. So I would imagine there'd be some external, inherently some external subject matter expertise that would have to be engaged as well. If nothing else, legal counsel.
Okay, so there will be a cost to the government of the Virgin Islands. My final question, because I know my time has expired, is how transparent are the financing terms, fees, and penalties? How does that work? How transparent is that? And maybe Ms. Wick can answer that question, or...
I'm happy to start, and then I see that my colleague Michael Yaki had raised his hand as well. The fees are very transparent. Many of them are spelled out in the bill, as is some of the financing terms. We do have, what we do from the CPACE Alliance is create standardized documents for many programs throughout the United States and the mainland. And we have done that in coordination with capital providers and program administrators, speaking directly to staff's concern that there may be additional staff members needed for the energy office. What the bill also addresses is the ability to kind of outsource to a program administrator a lot of the functionality that may require additional staff members or cost to the government. That cost would also be recouped by the government, any cost that would be spent by fees included to be repaid by the property owner. So, Mr. Yaki, I will turn it over to you to expand.
Yes, Senator, just really briefly, this is a commercial negotiation. Each side is well represented by counsel, by financial advisors. The amounts of money that are involved, I think Mr. Sammartino could probably testify to how many people would be involved in his transaction. And every document is reviewed by counsel. This is not something that is a consumer transaction at all. And when you have lender consent, you have other eyes, other lawyers, other financial people from other lending institutions also taking a look at this. And then just really quickly, in practically almost every community that is administering a CPACE program, none of them has had to hire a dedicated staff person for this. This is not a program, as the chair said, that's going to be overwhelming any office. There may be a handful of projects a year. We wish it could be more, but the fact is because of lender consent, because this is a very specialized form of financing, it's not going to be overrun. You take a city like Seattle, King County, actually, with 2 million people. They administer it using existing staff. The existing staff says it takes them maybe a couple of hours to actually review an application. There may be some startup, and I don't disagree. There could be some startup issues, but government, as someone who used to be in government like you, government does this as a matter of course for any new program that they do. They incur some startup time, some startup costs. It's because they believe this is something that they should get engaged in. But on the ongoing, this is going to cost nothing to the local government. They're going to be recouping it all through their fees. and even the startup costs are going to be very modest because what the CPACE Alliance does, it will work with the Energy Office to provide a lot of the model documents vetted by local counsel and the legal office of the U.S. Virgin Islands to make sure this will work for you.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. I won't abuse my time. Thank you for your flexibility, Madam Chair.
Can I give a response to your question, if the chair may allow?
Before you do that, I just want to point out that this bill really gives a lot of discretion to the Energy Office. 1503 allows you to hire a third-party administrator. It provides for a servicing fee of 1% of the total amount financed, not to exceed $50,000. It also, in section 1506, allows you and I mean I'm saying you, but you know what I mean, right? It says that the Energy Office may also elect to delegate to the capital provider financing for a special assessment, sole responsibility for billing, collection, and enforcement. So it's not as if the sponsor of the bill has created a bill that just straps this responsibility on you and doesn't give you that flexibility. Because I'm hearing about all, as if you have to do it, but it doesn't say that, not in the bill. I believe Mr. Romney, were you the one that wanted to speak to the bill or the issue that was in front of us? Go right ahead.
Okay, Senator Potter asked about the cost. In looking at the assessor's office, and let me remind everyone that the assessor's office is the office responsible for valuing and billing every property that is billable.
Right.
In integrating CPACE assessments into the property tax billing and collection system, that's under Title 33, Subtitle 2, Subchapter 2, and Chapter 89. It would, for us, it would require new administrative procedures, system updates, and staff training, because our system is a computer-assisted mass appraisal system designed for use in applying property tax to a jurisdiction. So that's our main purpose. Therefore, to incorporate this, we would have to have our staff trained. We would need system updates, which has an additional cost. And in the first year of implementation, I don't know what the other jurisdictions went through, but in the first year of implementation, I'm expecting a few $100,000 in terms of additional costs just to update the system, provide the training, and have the infrastructure in place that would address these needs if we were to be the agency. But what we're saying is that there are other mechanisms that can do it. Not that we are saying we against doing it, we're just saying it would complicate what we already do. That's all that we're saying. We're not against this bill. We think it's a very excellent idea. It's just the mechanism that we're saying should be a little different so that there is efficiency in administering it. Thank you.
Okay, so the recommendation I'm hearing is to the Director of Energy is that you probably should go with a third-party administrator, and you should, in fact, trigger Section 2, where it gives the capital provider the responsibility for billing, collection, and enforcement. At the end of the day, this particular piece of legislation gives you that latitude. That's what I'm trying to get across to everyone sitting here. It doesn't force the, if it turns out that you meet with the tax assessor and the tax assessor says he needs hundreds of thousands of dollars for training and all of that, and it turns out that you only have two people who are being financed in 2026. Does that justify that 100,000 of? No, it doesn't. You know, so we have to be realistic. I don't know. Did you want to say something, Miss?
Yes, hi. I can honestly say that I will probably be bringing between 2 and 4 of these through the system a year.
Okay.
I cannot fathom the idea that anybody would need to be employed specifically for this program in any of these departments. I think an existing employee in these departments could easily pick this up and do this. It would be a very small amount of time.
Of time required, correct? Point of information, Senator Viele.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I think the good thing about vetting a bill is that you have individuals that come to the legislature, you hear the concerns, you hear the ideas, and then you could go back to the table and literally revisit and tweak and amend what we have. So it's going to be up to this body, and the chair is amenable to amendment, but it's going to be up to this body to be specific as to how this particular measure is going to be implemented and how it's going to work, and not to leave it up to chance that we're doing this or that. So based on the testimony, I'm already seeing some areas that we need to just sit, and before it goes before the floor, that we need to amend. And I think it's quite possible. And I will touch some of those areas when it's my turn. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viele. One of the other things, though, that we have to be mindful of is that the testimony of some of the department and agency officials is their personal, very personal, because I could have somebody else sitting in your seat right now that doesn't share your concerns, right? So we have to be very objective in terms of, for example, Mr. Sammartino just said he can't see himself doing more than 3 to 4. Okay, we need to receive that in our minds. We need to receive that. 3 to 4. That's it. And not then immediately say, oh my God, I have so much work. 3 to 4. We're going to move on
per year.
We're going to per year. Thank you. Lottie B. Let's send help. Senator Clifford Joseph, it's your turn.
Yes.
Your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to everybody in any one of the chambers here this afternoon. Good afternoon to my colleagues. I want to start off. I somewhat is in support of the bill as we speak, but I would like Miss Leah Wiggs, the executive director, in a minute. I'll give you some of my time to explain, because I think we're getting lost in the tweaks as far as what we're trying to accomplish and what we want to get done. We have individuals that need this extra help, because that's what it is, a voluntary help. If you go to the bank and you get stuck in the middle, this might be the four-wheel drive to get out of the sun if it's on the beach you're at. So I'm just saying, when it comes to the Lieutenant Governor office, I looked at Connecticut, and they too, they go through for a property that chooses to finance a qualifying CPACE project in Connecticut. The tax collector signs a benefits assessment lien and assign it prepared by the lien holder of records and assign it to the Green Bank. So again, we could tweak the Virgin Islands to any one of the 38 states, and I clearly heard you say that too. So it's not like we have to rush on and say what can't work, but we got to see how we can assist Virgin Islanders in pushing forward. Our place been damaged from the storm, and everything has been a slow rebuild. Some of these individuals trying to do stuff before the storm, and after the storm it's even a little harder, because everything now gone You say 4, which would be 1 a quart, we about 8 times over what the price was from the stamp to now. In everything, every aspect, food, fuel, you name it, construction, everything gone to the ceiling. So, Miss Leah Wiggs, if you don't mind taking the time to explain, I mean, if it's a mortgage lender, you explain the two types between a person with a mortgage, a person without the mortgage, and the process for maybe you could explain a different state than I read out for Connecticut, how they operate through the tax assessor's office as well. So I'll pass my time on to you, so you take your time and explain, because I want to make sure that the testifiers and the viewing public understand what is on the way.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. And I just wanted to mention that this bill that you have in front of you today is really the amalgamation of best practices that we have seen across the U.S. So we have tweaked the bill, and again, Mr. Yaki, who is on the phone here, has personally written many of the bills throughout the United States, and we've learned what needs to be included from a best practice standpoint to address the concerns spoken here today. And one of the things that I did want to bring up in terms of assignment of collection for the tax collector's office, and the last question from the tax collector's office, which was our answer was that all 38 states, the CPACE assessment is a tax assessment. That is true. And it is also true that the billing and collection can, and in some states is, designated to a capital provider. Both are true. And so I just wanted to make that distinction. Whether it is assigned. Thank you.
No, you go ahead. You got a minute.
Go ahead. Finish your thoughts.
Oh, thank you. I thought you were giving me time there.
Right.
I think that I concluded my point in that billing and collection can be designated to a third party, such as the capital provider, but it is still considered a tax assessment because it stays with the property. And in terms of best practices, I think that all of the concerns that have been addressed here today are included in the current form of the bill. And that is something that we have put together from best practices throughout the United States to ensure that the questions and the concerns that were brought up here today are addressed. And there's flexibility given to both the Energy Office and the Tax Collector's Office to look to other parties to help administer this program.
Thank you for that explanation. Mr. Leardam, was it the fact that it is seen as a tax assessment that bothers you? And Mr. Romney, is that what it is? As Ms. Wiggs just said, that it is a tax assessment. Is that your concern?
Thanks for your question, Senator. The fact that it's defined as a tax assessment is neither here nor there.
Okay.
The fact remains is that it provides a borrowing facility to the property owner. And so as such, just like we don't help any other mortgage company or lending company to borrow funds to any taxpayer for anything that they have to pay to us, we object to being included in this process because we have a separate and distinct function to assess the property taxes here according to IAA standards, and further to collect them and to make certain that we keep that separate from anything else that the government offers, gives, whatever. So Housing Finance Authority may give monies, but the real property tax division collects monies based for taxes. And so, we don't connect customers with their particular lending institution.
From the assessor's point of view, additionally to what Mr. Leardam said, again, the system would have to be retrofitted. There is no concern about doing the work. It is about making sure the system is now set up to include what is demanded here. And I'm saying, although it may be for only 4 property owners, the entire system has to be retrofitted to accommodate whatever the issues are, whether it's 4 or 400 or 4,000. It's still the same thing that would have to be done for any amount.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know, so I can't speak to that. I'm still trying to understand what Mr. Leardon was saying and process that intellectually. We're going to move on to. Someone has a point of information.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Senator Boquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From what I see, and anyone can correct me if I'm incorrect, but we're stating that the government would be, through the tax assessors and tax collectors office, integrate or upgrade their system to accommodate the CPACE program, and then be acting as a collection agent to a private lending institution, and then collect on behalf of that institution and then remit all the funds to that private lending institution and receive nothing for it. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. But as the majority leader said, if we don't want the government, we the legislature, the senators here, do not want the tax collector to take their responsibility, and we can remove that. It does give the director of the energy office the ability to delegate to the capital provider the collection, the billing, collection, and enforcement of the special assessment and lien in section 1506(2). But as the majority leader said, if we want to eliminate that discretion or make it mandatory that we remove the tax assessor from doing the collection or the tax collector, we can. But I don't, point of information, Senator Vielle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Subsection 1503, program establishment. Impose service and fees to offset the actual and reasonable cost of administering the program. A fee of no more than $500 will be charged at the time of application. In addition, a service and fee for approved applications may be assessed at a rate of 1% of the total amount financed, not to exceed $50,000. So the language is already there in terms of administering the program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It is, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I had read that. I had read that earlier too, but I'm glad you read it again. You read it again. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your five minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing listeners present. I agree with adding another tool into the toolbox. But again, I have some concerns because it's new. We basically are not any experts in any way. Now, one question I have, is it a senior lien over lenders and a junior lien to property taxes? Who can answer that for me?
Senator Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. As the bill is currently written, this would become a senior lien to other liens.
Lenders, correct.
To other lenders. However, the property taxes would remain as first priority lien above and beyond that.
Okay, so like I mentioned, senior lien, lender, junior lien, property taxes. So we will get our property taxes first.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, regardless of what has been said, I see a cost to the government of the Virgin Islands if we go this route. If we go the route of where we have a government entity provides the initial program setup, because it says the Energy Office may hire and set the compensation of a program administrator and program staff. That's a cost. Whether it's one person or 6 or 100, it's a cost. 2, delegate or contract the professional administrative services necessary to administer the program on a non-exclusive basis. So even if they go ahead and decide to get a third party administrator authorized to enter into a written contract or program pursuant to Section C, the contract must require that the third party to reimburse the Energy Office. So based on what it is, the Majority Leader is saying, I agree in that aspect of where we would craft it to how we see fit. The issue of the gentleman who says he may give up to 2 to 3 loans a year, based on it being collected only at property tax time, which we do our property taxes once a year, how does that work for the business person, the commercial business owner paying, and would it impose a hardship on them from what you have seen?
Hi, Senator. Michael Sammartino, Alba Capital. My answer would be, when we structure the loans with the lead lender being me and then a C-PACE lender on board for the C-PACE loan, we all work together on that, and we're all in agreement. So I don't see any issue whatsoever in regards to any of that. And what happens when I say that is when the borrower says, gosh, they only assess us once a year for the taxes, there's no reason why we can't set up an escrow and collect that money every single month. So from day one, the most important person is going to be the applicant, and they have to agree to the terms and conditions. And we all work together, and we make sure everybody's satisfied.
Right, but our job is to look out for the applicants and is to understand what you just added there isn't written. That's maybe an agreement you can make with the applicant. If that is the case, then that's the case. But if you're saying that it has to be assessed to the property taxes for collection, property taxes are collected once a year. So you don't want to go and put the applicant in a position where they don't realize it until it hits them.
Sure. So every single month we could estimate what the monthly payment would be, and we could put that in escrow and hold it until it's time to collect the taxes.
Okay, and that's what I say. Right, and again, that all would be in your agreement. I got that, but I just wanted to make for clarification in the bill. Now, so I think going forward, I don't want to oppose it in terms of, but it seems as if, so now one thing I want to clarify in the statement just read by the Majority Leader, number 4 of 1503, impose servicing fees to offset the actual and reasonable cost of administering the program. A fee of no more than $500 may be charged at the time of application. That's paid to the Energy Office based on the bill. In addition, a servicing fee for approved applications may be assessed at a rate of 1% of the total amount financed, not to exceed $50,000. Who gets that additional fee? Is it for the approved application? That's only it goes to you or an entity such as yours, Mr. Sammartino, President Sammartino. Would that 1% go to you, no more than $50,000?
No, that would go to either the tax collector or the energy office.
Time.
Okay. Just in wrapping up, Madam Chair, it just didn't seem clear that it would go to the energy office or the tax collector based on how to me that's written. You know, the $500 charge at the time of application, that goes to the energy office. I can see that. But in addition, a servicing fee for approved applications. Who approves the application? Just in closing, you approve the application, Mr. Sammartino, or companies such as yours, or President Sammartino, or would it be the energy office approves the application?
The approved application would be by the CPACE lender in regards to this bill.
Right. So then you get the 1% or no more than 50,000.
No, that's That's a servicing fee for the government doing its work.
Okay, so again, that needs to be clarified. That needs to be clarified to me because, again, a servicing fee for approved applications, which you do, should be done. So we need to clarify those things. And I say going forward, Madam Chair, I am willing to stand in support of it for the ultimate good of having another tool in the toolbox. But as is written, with some of the issues, I think we probably need to adjust it before it moves on. Or we move it on and we adjust it by rules and have it done. But that's one of my things because I am still under the impression that 1%, not more than 500,000, goes to the person doing the application, which would be the lender of that loan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Madam Chairwoman, in Section 15, Madam Chairwoman, everyone, in Section 1503, it says program establishment. Program, that's self-explanatory. We're establishing this program. The Energy Office, in conjunction with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, shall administer the program. We are going to put in another sole name else in there. Either the Energy Office in conjunction with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. The Energy Office may hire and set the compensation of a program administrator and program staff. Delegate or contract for professional or administrative services necessary to administer the program on a non-exclusive basis. If the program provides for third-party administration, then the Energy Office official authorized. If the program provides for third-party administration, then the Energy Office official authorized to enter into a written contract with the property owner pursuant to subsection C shall also enter a written contract with the party that administers the program. The contract must require that the third party to reimburse the Energy Office for costs associated with monitoring the program, imposing the assessment, and billing and collecting payments on behalf of the third party. 4. Impose servicing fees to offset the actual and reasonable cost of administering a program. A fee no more than $500 may be charged at the time of application. In addition, we still under program establishment for Energy Office in conjunction with the Office of Lieutenant Governor. In addition, a servicing fee for approved application may be assessed at a rate of 1% of the total amount financed, not to exceed $50,000. That's for the program establishment. It's right there. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Lewis. One of the things too that I do want to point out is that in you know, if you go for a residential loan, your taxes are escrowed, your insurance are escrowed. So you were referring to a similar arrangement with you as the capital provider, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're familiar with that. Most of us who have mortgages know that our taxes and insurance are escrowed, and then as a matter of fact, that's one of the issues I have, Mr. Leardam, you know, with the fact that the sales can't close because a lot of these mortgagees don't pay those taxes until August and September, but that's another issue. But they're escrowed, and they then pay the taxes on behalf of the homeowner to you. So you're familiar with that. I recognize Senator Novelli Francis Jr. for your 5 minutes.
Information, Madam Chair, point of information.
Sorry, Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's what we were saying, or that's what I was saying before. It's the tax collector sends out a tax bill once a year.
Yeah.
What it now for the tax collector to collect an escrow for that account, or would it be with the person, the lender? That's what I was saying is agreement that becomes the issue. When the tax collector sends out their bill, they're sending out the bill if it's done once a year. They collect an escrow throughout the year. That would have to be on the lender's end. That's what I was saying.
It is.
In writing. That's what I was saying.
Right. It is on the lender's end. The lender is the one who, every month when you pay your principal and interest, some people, they also pay an additional amount to cover the taxes and the insurance. When the insurance company decides to collect on the insurance policy, the premium, and the tax collector also gets the money from the mortgagee, who has been collecting that extra money from me every month, which actually, and I was glad that Mr. Sammartino said that, because most people probably like that I don't have to come up with all that money annually. I prefer that it's collected monthly and that it's paid by the person who has financed my loan. Senator Noel Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony on this very important discussion here today. I want to first of all commend the bill sponsor for this particular piece of legislation. I think it's good legislation. I've heard it being described as excellent in some areas. However, there still seems to be a Mexican standoff somewhat between the individuals in our community or private sector saying that they want this, and our government is saying that maybe not so fast. I would, being a policeman in the room, I'm always about building bridges, and I'm hoping that certainly that rather than having barriers in this particular piece of legislation, that is important, extremely important, that we're able to support our commercial property owners and development, entrepreneurship, and everything else, because that's what fuels the engine that fuels our economy. So we need to put aside whatever the barriers are and really work to mitigate and address the particular issue. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. Right? All right. So from that position, I'll tell you that the measure seems to require some tweaks, some adjustments, some amendments if necessary, but let's have the discussion about what those amendments need to be so that we could fix this bill and get it moving. One thing for sure, we don't have an option of not moving the legislation. When we're hearing from our commercial property owners and our entrepreneurship that they want this. We're hearing from the possible financing that this is a good piece of legislation and they'll like to be able to support it. So my first question, of course, would be to Mr. Angel Torres, my former deputy chief colleague,
yes, sir.
That spoke about the fact that this particular piece of legislation could be very beneficial to you being able to move your development that has been lagging for some time forward. Can you just expand on how you believe this could really benefit you?
Like I mentioned in my testimonies, over 15 years I've been trying to finance this project. I started from my pocket, out of pocket, and you know how that goes in construction. It changes, it varies through time and after the hurricane. So I've met, locally financing is very hard for construction, especially for construction. We all know that they're in the business, right? It's been a long haul. My family and I have been working towards this project. I'm building a commercial center out on the eastern side of the island, South Shore. And by meeting outside financing that actually works with us here, like Mr. Sammartino, has given me the opportunity and listened to me as a local, saw my plan and saw it feasible to give me opportunity to get it financed. But as I mentioned again in my testimony, I hit a wall. You know, out of pocket is over 700,000 out of pocket throughout the years. And then now I need a certain amount to close. In equity, I can't meet that. So I try every institution on the island, in the Virgin Islands, and to no avail, you know. So this C-PACE is actually a game changer, not only for me. There's many young men and women out here that would like to be involved in businesses other than the food cart or bigger businesses that will expand, you know, their vision of what the Virgin Islands should be. And we have to give them opportunity, another tool in the toolbox, like you guys mentioned. So this C-PACE is a slam dunk. Yes, it may need some tweaking. I don't know how much, but it's self-explanatory.
So let me ask you, because I think that this particular piece of legislation talk about maybe the HVAC, solar, lighting,
yes,
hardening for hurricane, water, conservation, you know, flood protection. How else, I mean, once you're able to address that issue by the C-PACE, you believe that this will be able to address your issues in being able to be more attractive for a loan to do your development?
Yes, definitely.
1 minute.
Especially in my business, in my project. My project, you know, it was very thought out by myself. I live in an area, we are vulnerable to hurricanes and infrastructure. So I went beyond my engineers and added the extra. So when C-PACE come on board, I already had solar panels, I had hardened structure, I had extra mitigation for flooding, winds and everything. So most buildings and construction in the Virgin Islands already have an advantage because we're already meeting those expectations and those engineering code by code, those codes. So this falls perfect for the Virgin Islands.
Okay, let me stop you there because my time is about to run out. So I appreciate your comment there, put on record. I really want to quickly go to the NG office, Director Fleming, and the tax assessor, tax collector. I think what I've heard from the tax collector and the tax assessor is that they believe that this will be better organized in your shop. Director, Energy Office, Kyle Fleming. What say you about that?
Yeah, I mean, well, I'll make a pretty clear kind of distinction for us. I mean, we've expanded our program administration, especially over the last 3 years, with a plethora of federal funds. We've set up battery rebate programs, energy efficiency programs. So standing up programs is certainly not an issue by any stretch of an imagination. Obviously, they do take effort to establish, but if we needed to, if the legislation was passed and we needed to establish the structure to successfully administer, our goal would then be to make sure that the program is successful in its implementation and administration. There's no challenge there. I can't say exactly what that path will be today, but that would certainly be what we start working towards. And we've already successfully done that in a number of areas that we didn't have established program structures in place, and we define them and we build them out. So that's not an impossibility by any stretch.
Thank you for saying that. And real quickly as I wrap up, Madam Chair, tax assessor, tax collector, I don't think that you could be left out of this discussion. I still think that even if this was assigned to be handled by the Energy Office, there still need to be some collaboration and coordination with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Are you prepared to do that?
Well, Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. Senator, if the billing and collection is done separately, then there's no need to involve the real property tax division because whatever lien is generated by that borrowing facility, that would be recorded with the Recorder of Deeds. And for all intents and purposes, that's all the Office of the Tax Assessor needs and the Office of the Tax Collector needs for whatever liens or whatever to be recorded so that we are aware of it. But other than that, there would be no need to involve this office if the VI Energy Office chooses to deal with the billing and collection in-house and or to outsource it to a third party?
Thank you very much. Again, government of the people, by the people, and for the people. I don't care where you all put it. Let's get it done. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I will now recognize Senator Frits E for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that this type of legislation, which is uniform legislation, has been enacted in over 38 states, model legislation. However, the successful implementation of this legislation depends on stable collection of property taxes. So, CPS or yourself, attorney? Mr. Martini? Yes. Okay. So that gives me pause for the Virgin Islands because of the fact that our property taxes are here or there. The delinquency is for a number of years as to what would we do to mitigate that. So when you speak about third party, we know that a voluntary lien is placed on the property. How can you accomplish this and to the CPAs individuals that are online? How do you accomplish this absent going through the office of the tax assessor for the collection? How do you make this happen? Can you just place that special lien on the property and then the collection is totally separate and apart from that annual payment and it goes to a monthly payment through a third party?
So I've never been involved in a C-PACE loan that's defaulted, so I would like to defer to the other folks on the line here.
And all of the C-PACE loans that you have been involved with are on the mainland?
Correct.
Okay. So from the experts. Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Yaki.
Thank you very much, Senator. If you're in a program in which the billing, collection, and enforcement is delegated to the capital provider, there's sort of one prerequisite that can't not happen, which is because this is a government assessment, the assessment contract between the property owner and the government, that has to remain. However, you can, if you delegate the billing, collection, enforcement to the capital provider, what we do is we will either use a servicer or do the billing ourselves to them, and we'll do it. We usually try and do it to time it with the property tax because they're used to that idea. But it does not mean, as has been said before, that there may not be a requirement that they escrow their taxes every month. In fact, and a lot of times, in order to obtain the consent of other lenders, they will require that as part of the consent agreement that we agree to have the property owner escrow his taxes every month as well, to make sure that when the time comes for him to make the payment, or her to make the payment, they're able to do it. So it's usually timed the same way as the property tax, but it can be billed monthly. It could be billed semi-annually. It's negotiated between us and the property owner and the other lenders as of what they're comfortable with.
So you just need authorization to be able to place a lien on the property.
Yes, we need the governmental assessment contract between the government and the property owner, where the property owner agrees to accept the assessment placed by the government in exchange for facilitating and securing this financing that will be given privately by us. But that is the major requirement. Aside from that, we can handle the recording, we can handle the billing, we can handle the collection, and we can handle the enforcement through appropriate means, usually using the same procedures for mortgage foreclosure.
So what would be the need of the Office of Property Tax? Just a authorization to be able to place the lien on the property in the event of default?
1 minute.
Well, actually, the tax assessor isn't the one who actually places the lien. Any property.
No, I know you guys are placing the lien, but
Yeah.
I'm saying you need that memorandum of understanding that the government is going to allow for a lien
Right.
to be placed.
Whoever the appropriate official in government who's empowered to state that this assessment and lien is going to be placed on the property, that's really all that we would need.
Okay, and I mean, it should be something that we're able to do. But the reason why I ask those questions is because right now, septic fees are added on to the property tax that are supposed to be remitted to Waste Management Authority. And at times, those fees have not been remitted for years. 3, 4, 5 years, and this body have had to actually say, hey, you're collecting the monies, why you're not remitting the monies to Waste Management? So I don't want us to pass this bill, and then we leave all the responsibility to property tax, and then this bill is literally no good after 2 years because you're not even getting your monies that were paid and commingled with everything else, and you're not getting it separate and apart. So because you pay one property tax, you go and you pay, but a portion that you're paying for those that utilize sewers, that have a sewer, a public sewer, that is on your property tax bill, but you make one payment. Then it needs to be separated out, and this is for property tax, and this is the septic fees. This would now be, this is property tax, this is the septic fees, and this is CPAs. So that would be 3 different buckets. So I'm looking, well, how can you implement this with having the lien on the property, but not the collection at property tax, that they don't touch the money, they don't collect anything, but you go to what is a better model of a monthly collection. Because a monthly collection better for the commercial owner anyhow than to try to pay everything one time or every 6 months. So if we, from the experts, if we could have some knowledge as to how we could amend that whole section and collection, and make sure that we pass it through a third party. And Mr. Fleming is quite capable of getting the necessary information on a third party administrator to make this work. But once it's passed, we want it to work. That commercial entities will be able to go and get the loan, and that 2-4 years after, that we're not hearing the financing arm complaining that the government collected the monies and didn't remit the money to the company.
Time.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you basically, in my opinion, gave a ringing endorsement for the direct billing option.
Yes,
they mentioned.
you just did.
So it sounds like that's the way to go.
Right. That's exactly what I was saying. We would
all the CPACE lenders would agree based on what you just said.
Yeah, we eliminate the office of the tax collector.
Mr. Fleming.
Could I just ask, and this is really just programmatically to get clarification, if that adjustment were to be made from I guess Sammartino, maybe it's the CPA team, is regardless of, so if essentially you're going to be providing the financing as well as doing the collections, is the purpose of the legislation exclusively to have the lien assignment and essentially the priority lien assignment subordinate to the property tax? Is that really the purpose of the legislation? Because I mean, if you're given the financing and you're going to be actually collecting, which is no different than any other financing entity would be, what's really I guess I'm just trying to be definitive on what the legislation is doing, because you could go out and give Mr. Torres a loan right now and also bill him directly. The legislation only ensures that you are guaranteed to be essentially superior for anybody else. He owns his property, so he's easier, so he could be accepting that as, I'm taking a lien because of this investment. But for anybody else who doesn't own their property outright, this law just ensures that you are the priority ahead of any existing encumbrance?
No.
That's what I want to make sure.
No, it does not.
Okay.
It does not. No. Miss Wiggs, do you want to
Sure, I'm happy to start, and then I saw that my colleague Michael Yaki had his hand raised as well. The purpose of the legislation is to ensure that the loan is classified as an assessment, as a property tax assessment, and can be placed on the property. And so that's the sole purpose of the legislation, to establish program guidelines in general form and establish what the program requires from the capital providers and essentially terms of the assessment. So, Michael, I saw that you, Mr. Yaki, had your hand up as well.
I just wanted to briefly say the purpose is that the lien has to act and behave like a government assessment. And the reason for that is that it allows us then to obtain capital that behaves in the manner that these property owners who are here wanted to behave, which is lower interest over a longer term, doesn't accelerate, doesn't extinguish, and that all flows from the fact that it is is enacted through governmental power and governmental authority through the contract with the lien on the property. And by the way, in response to what the previous speaker said, the reason why PACE was invented is that people just couldn't go to their local bank and get the kind of financing that they needed to do these kind of improvements on their property. Or if they could do it, it was on a very short term, and you could get like 2% interest, but it'd be due in 5 years. There's a big difference in terms of the cash flow implications to any property owner to being able to pay over a longer period of time, just like you might choose a 30-year mortgage for your home versus a 20-year versus a 15, because you're looking at how it's going to impact your ability to make your monthly bills. That's what CPACE gives the same flexibility to a property owner by being secured on the property by a government lien. It enables us to access capital that can mimic that lower and longer time period.
The one thing that you need to know too is that the lien is actually junior to property taxes. Because remember, property taxes is always up there, first lien. So the government is protected in that situation.
There's a final question, Madam Chair.
You have one more question? Go ahead.
It referenced and you just touched the first part of it, that this lien is junior to the property tax, but is senior to the mortgage, correct?
Yes.
Do you have pushback from the banks in reference to a bank that you're trying to finance a senior living home, you get an X amount from the bank, but now your mortgage is junior to the CPACE loan that you're utilizing for the other infrastructure? Is that an issue?
It's all agreed upon up front. When we put together the loan proposal, it's me, it's the CPACE lender, it's the borrower. We all agree to all the terms and conditions.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you can't do it unless they consent. Correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's the important thing. They must consent. Point of information, Senator Frederick.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Is a UCC filing part of the process?
Not with CPACE, but with me, yes.
Wouldn't that help us secure the positioning that we asked for? Because we do have UCC laws here that's uniform with the states.
Yes, we always file a first UCC position.
So that would give us the protection you need as a lender?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I was told that Mr. Romney wants to make a statement. Go ahead, Mr. Romney.
It is Llewellyn Romney, tax assessor. It is not so much a statement. I have a question because we keep talking about this special assessment, and I need to be clear as to who is responsible for doing this assessment, because apparently it's being treated as if it's an assessment done by the Office of the Tax Assessor.
Do you want to answer that, Mr. Yaki or Ms. Wiggs? The term special assessment.
Sure. I mean, the term special assessment is a term of art because it is not part of your normal property tax. It is a special tax or assessment on the property on a yearly basis for the purposes of securing the repayment of this. It is accomplished by two ways in this bill, although it seems like we're going toward one way. But it's first accomplished by the assessment contract between the property owner and the government, which is then recorded on the property. And then secondly, the repayment is either going to be through the tax office, which sounds less likely, or delegated to us to do it with the backing of the assessment as sort of the force of law behind our ability to bill and collect and ultimately enforce if there's a delinquency on the payment.
Mr. Romney, does that
No, it does
No?
not. I need further clarification. What is being assessed and who is doing that assessment? Who is doing that valuation? Is it the appraisers in the office of the tax assessor, or is it the lender hiring an independent appraiser, appraising the whatever is being appraised and using that value to assign an assessment to? And then it seems that that assessment is being treated as part of the property tax to accomplish what is trying to be accomplished here. Those are my questions that I need clarified.
All right, Mr. Yaki, do you understand that he's using the term, or he understands the term assessment, like when?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. So go ahead and respond.
So I think that the term, with due respect for the assessor means something different to him than it does to us, and we are not doing a in-time valuation of the property on a yearly basis. The special assessment is a term taken from, and maybe this is just, we have to call it a special tax. They will call it the governmental special lien. There's different ways we can do this in case if it's getting too confusing. But this is a term that is basically exported from the mainland because of the use of municipal bonds and the ability to specially assess properties who are benefiting from a particular bond for a new park, a new sewage system, whatever, in that area. So it is, the way this is done is that all the parties involved, property owner, the C-PACE lender, the existing lenders on the property, or the co-lenders on the property will agree on sort of what is going to be the value of this property for the purpose of what the loan-to-value ratio is. Then they're going to determine how much they're going to lend on the property, all the different parties, including the C-PACE. What will be recorded is the assessment contract. Oh, and in that assessment contract, there will be a couple things required. One will be the interest rate, what will be the term, and what will be the schedule of payments. The amortization table will be recorded as well. So you will see in the recorded documents what the property owner will be required to pay every year in order to keep the the payments current on the assessment. But it is not you're not assessing the value of the property every year. It is instead an assessment to repay the benefit being received by the property from the financing that they're contracting for commercial PACE financing.
So if I'm to understand this correctly, you're saying that at the very least we'll be receiving an additional assessment from a private appraisal.
No. It is not an assessment of the property. It is an assessment on the property that is based upon a repayment schedule negotiated between the C-PACE lender and the property owner based on, in the statutes, based on the weighted average value of the weighted average life of the improvements. So if the improvements are going to be lasting on average 25 or 27 years, the repayment schedule will be over 27 years, will be recorded on the property is a amortization table that will show the schedule of payments over those 27 years. That will define what they will have to pay each year, whether it's through the property tax or whether it's through directly to the capital provider. Depends where you go on the statute. But that will all be predetermined, pre-negotiated, and pre-agreed upon by all the parties before it is presented to the government for approval, signing, and eventually recording the lien on the property.
Okay, so it's an improvement assessment that you want to treat as almost having the same effect as the property tax.
It has the same legal effect as the property tax. It will be in any delinquency, like a mortgage foreclosure, they always pay the taxes first. The property taxes of the Regis Virgin Islands will always be paid first. Then we would be second. Third would be any secured lender on the property.
Thank you. I will now recognize Senator Avery Lewis. I'm not going to do my 5 minutes. I'm just going to go straight to you for any questions that you have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, first I'd like to say thank you to...
the mic. Please recognize...
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to say thank you first to all the testifiers here today, especially Mr. Torres and Mr. Hebert. You know, oftentimes we see many commercials on TV. I'm not going to say TV, or see in the media. Or different programs, different options. And we all just sit down and say, "My son, I wish that could have happened in the VA." And here it is. There's an option now to expand our toolbox. We got other lending institutions here, hands down, knocking dog. But it's what you're comfortable with. This is a voluntary business. Nobody hold nobody by the hand and tie them up and say, you better take this. Every way the government turned today, I have it in the bill. Everything. If one say no, I pay for the other. One say yes, I mean, everywhere we turn, I tried my best to include everything in this bill. The governor of the Virgin Islands, Albert Bryan Jr., every time he open his mouth, he tell the world we open for business. He for small businesses. He for expanding. He for improving. It look like we only want to rebuild America using the federal government money. I can't do that. Mr. Hebert, help me out here today. Mr. Hebert. In your testimony, you talked about you're in construction with a 120-bed, fully certified skilled nursing facility. What kind of staffing you think that'll create?
Quite a bit. I'm not the operator of the facility. I won't be the operator of the facility. I'm the developer of the property. And from a simple man's perspective, the way I look at this is I have a piece of raw land that is worth X. Government collects property taxes on a percentage of X. I'm developing that property. It'll be worth X times something exponential to X. And the government will collect property taxes on that new valuation. If I don't have the ability to develop that property, government cannot collect the additional property taxes on that property. To me, that's very plain and simple. The CPACE program bridges that gap. I can't get into the nuts and bolts of any of this, but from a simple man's perspective on valuation, never mind what your point of adding staff and what that staff adds to the economy, to Senator Frederick's earlier point, the money comes into the Virgin Islands, the money stays in the Virgin Islands, the money is spent by various aspects of the Virgin Islands, the private sector, the government. CPACE makes this happen. There's money available by additional property taxes for the implementation of these programs. And the development of these projects is the driving force of that.
Thank you. You know, just listening to the line of questioning from the chairman of the Education and Workforce Development, I'm seeing where there's other options, and I'm open for those amendments. But I'm saying, why did we have to even come to this?
1 minute.
You know, I could show you where I sent emails upon emails to the Lieutenant Governor's office and not a response to the Lieutenant Governor himself. Send it to the Governor, Kyle Fleming responded. Director Fleming responded. We've been back and forth. Ask Mr. Sammartino. Ask the folks online. We've been back and forth with this legislation. Colleagues, again, I ask for your full support. Again, I am not leveraging nothing against the government. Everything is a voluntary thing between the property owner and the CPACE folks. And that's all I'm asking today. Let's provide options. Let's stop being the one in the back of the room saying, if we only had this, if we only had that. Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. I'm now going to just ask for each of the testifiers to give a 30-second wrap-up. And I think I heard enough questions asked, so I'm not going to utilize my minutes. And starting with Director Fleming.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to reiterate, certainly the Energy Office will stand ready if the legislation is approved to ensure that the implementation of the program is successful and however it's defined to be administered. Just want to be clear, my questions today really stem from ensuring that we're all aware of kind of the conditions of the program, and because I think I will say there's 38 states that are doing it. There are reasons why all 50 don't, and not every program is without its challenges. And I think I think a lot of conversation today has been best practices to make sure this one is a successful rollout. And I can commit fully that if enacted, the Energy Office will ensure that there is 39 successful rollouts in the U.S.
Thank you, Director Fleming. Mr. Romney.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity to give input on this bill. I would like to point out that disagreeing with aspects of the bill doesn't mean that one is against the bill. Disagreeing as to how it should be implemented does not mean one is willing to work if the bill is passed involving the Office of Real Property Tax under the Lieutenant Governor's office. All of what was presented was to find a more efficient way that doesn't conflict with the mandate of the offices which we represent and not against the principle of the bill. So disagreement does not mean that we're disagreeable or that we are not willing to participate and have input. So it was from that perspective. There is no unwillingness to do whatever work is necessary to make it happen otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romney. Ms. Wiggs, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say at its core, PACE is private dollars for public purpose projects. While CPACE may look like a loan, it must be a property tax assessment to ensure that repayment stays with the property, which really allows for long-term investments to align with long-term benefits. Just as importantly, this bill addresses operational concerns as the sponsor reiterated, under various sections that have already been discussed, billing, collection, and enforcement can be delegated to the capital provider, meaning the government is not taking on administrative burden. And when they are, they will be reimbursed. That combination, property-based repayment with private administration, is what has allowed CPACE to scale successfully across the country. And without the assessment structure, this would simply be a more expensive, less effective debt. With that, it really becomes a proven tool for investment, resilience, and economic growth. I just wanted to thank the sponsor and the co-sponsor of this bill for all of your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hebert. Any last words?
Just that everything we're talking about here benefits the Virgin Islands as a whole, brings more money into the government coffers. It enables business people like myself and others to realize vision and dream that is otherwise insurmountable.
Thank you. Mr. Sammartino.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
To me, it's always about job creation. And this legislation will allow projects like Mr. Hebert's, Mr. Torres' project, other projects to go forward. They create jobs. And everybody benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Torres.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Lewis, Honorable Frederick, for the opportunity. And I'm looking forward to this bill being passed, because it's only not going to help me, help a lot of Virgin Islanders, especially the young ones. That's who I look forward to taking over these Virgin Islands, you know, making ways. CPACE is the way. And I'm looking forward to the passage of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Yaki, do you have any final words? I think you...
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As someone who's been in public policy, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and for all the questions that are out there. I think that they're all legitimate, and I wish you all the best. I just want to say in a personal note that my wife's beloved grandmother lived and worked in St. Croix for over 2 decades, and she loved the Crucian community. And so for me, it's a personal privilege to be able to testify at a hearing held in St. Croix.
Oh, thank you for saying that. Thank you. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to put on a record for me regarding statements that have been made in regards to the government agency don't want to do the work. I don't agree with that. I strongly disagree with it. The government agencies came here on behalf of to represent what they believe, and I want to put on the record that I strongly disagree with any statements made that these government agencies do not want to do the work because they're capable of doing anything that we put in law for them to do. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Motion, Senator Frederick.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 36-024, enact amending Title 29.
248. Start over, please.
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
I move that Bill number 36-0248, enact amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code by enacting the Commercial Property Assess Clean Energy CPACE Act, be voted on by this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Senator Frederick and seconded by Senator Joseph. Hearing no objection, roll call on Bill number 36-0248.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Nay.
Senator Bolkes Jr. Nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
No.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff nay. Senator Hebert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick yea. Senator Marie C. James.
Yes.
Senator Marie C. James yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr. yea. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viele, Senator Viele, yea. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas and 2 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0248, an act amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by enacting the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy CPACE Act, has been approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. The hearing on Bill number 36 0248 is now closed, and the committee is in recess for 10 minutes. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning is back on the record. Madam Clerk, please read Block 2 of today's agenda into the record.
Block 2, the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning will receive testimony and conduct oversight on the status of federal disaster recovery funding and the territory's workforce capacity to support ongoing recovery and infrastructure projects from the following: Office of Disaster Recovery on a comprehensive status update on all disaster recovery projects. Invited testifier, Adrian L. Williams Actalin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Department of Labor. The committee will receive testimony regarding the territory's workforce capacity to support disaster recovery and infrastructure projects, including current status of the territory's labor workforce, the department's role in recruiting workers for disaster recovery and FEMA-funded projects, workforce development and training programs designed to prepare local workers for these projects, engagement with contractors to prioritize local hiring. Invited testifier, Honorable Gary Malloy, PhD, Commissioner, Department of Labor. Contractors involved in disaster recovery and infrastructure projects will be asked to provide testimony regarding plans for recruiting labor during the duration of their projects, the state or territory from which workers are being recruited, if applicable, housing arrangements for workers, including location and number of workers to be housed, anticipated challenges in securing local labor or adequate worker housing. Invited testifiers: Lisa Anders, Senior Vice President, MCN Build Caribbean; James Benton, President, J. Benton Construction, LLC; Ryan Attard, Director of Marketing, Hoagland Group; PJ Platt, Project Manager, Persons Services Corporation; Keith Couch, Executive Vice President, Caribbean, Suffolk Construction; Kenneth Canty, President and CEO of AMC Civil Corporation. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do you have any correspondence to be read into the record?
I do, Madam Chair.
All right, please proceed.
From Luna Whitman, sent on Monday, April 20th, 2026, 12:56 p.m. to Juanita Phillip, CC Sonia Andrew, and Marie C. James. Subject: invitation to testify, Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning. Good morning, Ms. Phillip. Thank you for reaching out and inviting Mr. Benton. Unfortunately, he will not be on the island and is unable to attend. From Lisa Anders, sent Tuesday, April 1st, 2026, 9:14 a.m. to Juanita Phillip, CC, Ms. Sonia Andrews, and Marie C. James. Subject: Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning Committee meeting. Good morning, Ms. Phillip. Unfortunately, I have been called to deal with a family matter in D.C., and I will not be able to attend the DRIP hearing on Friday. Please accept my sincere apologies for the change in my availability, but I was informed of this family matter last night. Thank you, Lisa Anders, MCN Build. From Ryan Attard to Juanita Phillip, CC Sonia Andrew, Marie C. James, A. Williams at usvipfa.com. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation extended on behalf of Senator Marie C. James to testify before the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning on Friday, April 24th, 2026. I sincerely appreciate the committee's outreach and the opportunity to participate. After careful consideration, we must respectfully decline the invitation. Hoagland Virgin Islands, Inc. serves as a contractor on numerous projects, and testimony concerning project-level execution and workforce planning would be best addressed by the USVI agencies we serve. We continue to bid on construction work and seek to avoid potentially divulging or being asked to disclose sensitive information which could give our competitors an advantage or otherwise unintentionally create bias on the part of the territory's selection committee members who may follow or otherwise participate in the meeting. We look forward to executing our backlog and bidding projects for the USBI and continue to hire a local workforce to perform same. Thank you again for the opportunity. Warm regards, Hoagland, Virgin Islands, Inc. by Ryan Attard, Director, Memberships, Events, and Sponsorships. From Keith Couch, dated Thursday, April 23rd, 2026, 7:34 p.m. Ms. Phillip, I appreciate the invitation. However, I will not be able to participate in person or virtually. I have been advised that all requests of this nature should be directed to the Office of Disaster Recovery. All the best, Keith. Keith Couch, Executive Vice President, Caribbean. This concludes the reading of the correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So what we'll do is I'm going to ask all the testifiers in this block to speak clearly, put your name and title, position on the record. And do we have any testifiers joining us virtually? No? Not in this block? No? Okay. So we're going to start with Director Octalyn Williams and then Commissioner and everybody in here. And then we're going to come over to you. You vote. You vote. So just everybody put their name on the record.
Good afternoon. Adrian Williams Octalyn, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good afternoon. Dr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
Good afternoon. Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel, Virgin Islands Department of Labor.
Good day. Artra Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance for the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good afternoon. Tawana Nicholas, Assistant Executive Manager for Super PMO under the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Over here, sir.
Good afternoon. Kenneth Canny, AMC Civil President, CEO.
Good afternoon. PJ Platt, Project Manager, Purchase Services.
Good afternoon. Ateem Senhill, Executive Delivery Manager for the Super PMO.
Good afternoon. Tamisha Lambert, Deputy Public Assistance Officer, ODR.
Thank you. And St. Thomas? Testifier and St. Thomas. I see the lone person up over there.
Good afternoon. Gene Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we will begin with Director Williams Octalyn with your testimony. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Maurice James, Chairwoman of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning, distinguished members of the committee, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Adrian L. Williams Octalyn, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery. I am accompanied by Artra Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance, Tamisha Lambert, Deputy Public Assistance Officer, Ateem Senhill, Executive Delivery Manager, and Tawana Nicholas, Assistant Executive Delivery Manager. It is my honor to present an update on the status of the disaster recovery initiatives in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Since our last appearance before this August body, the Office of Disaster Recovery has been laser-focused on executing contracts for our critical facilities and moving projects into construction. In collaboration with our federal partners, the ODR has made significant accomplishments in achieving its strategic objective of getting the funds. This accomplishment substantially exceeded initial estimates of $8 billion to now $24 billion. Esteemed Senators, the recovery is in full throttle. ODR and its partners are gearing up for the next 9 years of very active construction. Right now, our primary goals are to spend the funds and spend them correctly. To maintain the lower cost share levied by FEMA in February 2024, the territory must complete all fixed cost projects by 2035. Meeting this stipulation is a tremendous undertaking for any state, much less a small group of islands in the Caribbean. The territory has completed over 1,160 projects using traditional acquisition and construction methods. However, the larger, more complex projects required a different approach. This need prompted the establishment of the Rebuild USVI initiative. To manage the Rebuild USVI initiative, the ODR established a Super Project Management Office. This division is dedicated to moving 38 large-scale projects to completion. Super PMO managed projects account for $16.4 billion of the recovery effort. So far, 34 of 38 projects are either under construction, under contract, or in the contracting phase. The ODR is tracking 87 projects in construction, with 33 more that are shovel-ready. Construction activity is expected to begin to peak from 2027 into 2028, as many of our highest priority projects are advancing steadily. Early on, Governor Bryan identified several priority areas critical to the territory's recovery. These priorities were established based on the projects that affected the largest percentage of the community and the criticality of the service in the areas of health and hospitals, schools, power, housing, and infrastructure. In the health and hospital sectors, construction has begun on the former Charles Howard Medical Complex, newly renamed Donna M. Christensen, MD, Health Center. ODR executed a contract with Consigli Benton joint venture in April 2025, and a groundbreaking ceremony was held in December. The pouring of the new facility's foundation began this week, and completion is scheduled for the end of 2028. In March 2026, ODR executed a contract with Suffolk Construction Company for the rebuild of the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center. Demolition of the existing hospital is projected to begin before the end of 2026, with construction completion targeted for April 2031. Several enabling projects must be completed before demolition begins. The Royal Schneider Hospital on St. Thomas is in the solicitation phase. Proposals are due May 8, 2026. The Morris de Castro Clinic was awarded to Consigli Benton joint venture as part of the St. John Mixed Sector Bundle. Design optimization is ongoing, and construction is targeted to commence December 2026 with a projected finish in December 2028. The Myra Keaton Smith Community Health Center, also part of the St. John Mixed Center Bundle, was awarded to Consigli Benton joint venture in October of 2025. Demolition is scheduled to start before the end of 2026. On St. Thomas, a contract was executed in February 2026 for the first healthcare bundle with Suffolk Construction Company, which includes the Departments of Health and Human Services facilities. The Department of Health oversees the old mental health building, the John S. Moorhead Complex, and a portion of the Nude Hansen building. The demolition of the old mental health building is anticipated to begin in September of 2026, with the construction of the remaining projects in the bundle scheduled to start before the end of the year. Construction on the bundle is anticipated to be completed by summer 2029. The Arthur Richards Pre-K through 8 school continues to make steady progress and is 80% completed to date. The project remains on target for construction completion and ready to welcome students for the 2026-2027 school year. The reconstruction of Charlotte Amalie High School and Bertha C. Bosholta School was awarded to Consigli Benton joint venture. A project launch ceremony was held on March 26 for BCB, and construction has already begun. CAHS held its groundbreaking on April 9, 2026, kicking off the construction phase. The target completion for both schools is summer 2030. A progressive design-build contract was executed with Suffolk CBNA joint venture in February of 2025 for the St. Thomas Educational Bundle, which includes the Yvonne Bowski, Lockhart K through 8, E. Benjamin Oliver, and Janie Tewitt Elementary Schools, Ivana Eudora Ken High School, and the St. Thomas Administrative Center. Schematic design reviews are in progress for these schools. Early works for demolition at E. Benjamin Oliver and Yvonne Bowski is scheduled for summer 2026 and fall 2026, respectively. The anticipated completion for the St. Thomas Education Bundle is spring 2030. The construction of the new St. Croix Central High School is under contract with Consigli Benton Joint Venture. A groundbreaking ceremony was held on April 21st, 2026, establishing the start of construction. The first phase of the project will commence with the demolition of the gymnasium, and construction is expected to be completed by July 2030. ODR executed a contract with MCN Build in January 2026 for the renovation and modernization of the St. Croix Educational Complex. A project launch ceremony is scheduled for May 8, 2026, and the renovation of Building 1 is expected to begin this summer. Construction completion is scheduled for December 2028. A progressive design-build contract was executed with Suffolk CBNA Joint Venture in February 2026 for the St. Croix Educational Bundle, which includes Pearl B. Larson, Alexander Henderson, Alfredo Andrews, Claudio Marco Schools, and the St. Croix Administrative Center. Project programming is underway, establishing the final concepts ahead of design efforts. Construction is expected to begin in the last quarter of 2027, with completion by spring 2030. Last but not least, the Julius E. Sproul Pre-K through 8 School awarded to Consigli Benton Joint Venture as part of the St. John Mixed Center Bundle. The project is in the design phase, with construction expected to start in December 2026 and complete by 2029. ODR selected the RG Engineering Javelin Gramercy Ventures Joint Venture as the progressive design builder to design and replace the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority's power plants in both districts. The contract is currently executed. RG will immediately begin with the procurement and installation of temporary generation at both plants, with priority given to Randolph-Harley on St. Thomas, while concurrently advancing system studies, equipment sourcing, and design efforts to determine the most optimal long-term generation solutions for the territory. Since our last testimony, WAPA has completed 3 major undergrounding projects. On the island of St. Croix, Queen Mary Feeder B and Hannah's Rest Feeder 8B, Feeder 9B and Hannah's Rest Feeder 8B, and on the island of St. Thomas, Feeder 5A. To further advance the undergrounding initiative, WAPA has finalized contract negotiations for Feeder 1A, Queen Street on St. Croix, and Feeder 9A, Lindbergh Bay area on St. Thomas. Both contractors have mobilized with a projected completion date in the first quarter of 2027. For the island of St. John, Feeder 9E is anticipated to go before WAPA's board in May for contractor selection, with projected completion by June 2027. WAPA continues to advance its strategy to utilize composite poles for remaining above-ground installations where undergrounding is not feasible. To date, contractor Hogland VI has installed a total of 10,124 poles, including 5,006 poles on St. Croix, 3,407 on St. Thomas, and 1,711 on St. John, surpassing the original goal of 10,000 poles across the territory and ahead of the 2026 target. The SPMO is actively managing 2 contracts for the simultaneous installation of underground and power cables, potable water and wastewater lines, and road restoration, consistent with the territory's one dig approach. The first contract is for the St. Croix North Central Horizontal Bundle, executed with the progressive design builder Hewitt Infrastructure South Co. in November 2025. This bundle covers 28 square miles, or 34% of the island of St. Croix. The project is currently in the early design stages, with construction anticipated to start December 2026 and projected completion of December 2032. The second contract is for the St. Thomas East horizontal bundle, executed with the progressive design builder Hewitt-Hagelin Virgin Islands joint venture in December 2025. This bundle covers 17 square miles, or 55% of the island of St. Thomas. This project is also in the early design stages, with construction anticipated to start in the first quarter of 2027. The St. Croix Southwest and the St. Thomas West horizontal bundles were released in February 2026, and proposals are due on May 21st, 2026. A healthy housing stock and access to affordable homes are vital for enhancing Virgin Islanders' quality of life. In November 2023, the ODR was designated as a subrecipient for the territory's CDBG-DR funds. As such, our office continues to handle the daily management of the federally funded CDBG-DR program. ODR remains focused on completing repairs to residential homes damaged by the 2017 storms. The Envision Tomorrow program continues to advance those efforts despite ongoing challenges. To date, the program has completed 87 homes, 122 homes are in construction, and 24 additional homes have been awarded to contractors pending mobilization. The program is maintaining momentum, driving significant residential construction, which presents ongoing coordination and scheduling challenges. Many homes require tailored construction solutions, adding complexity to delivery. Progress is also impacted by permitting, environmental review requirements, and the complexity of finding homes and relocating applicants, particularly our elderly. Additionally, contractor capacity and material availability continue to impact the pace of work. Despite these factors, the program remains focused on maintaining momentum and delivering safe, resilient housing to affected residents. ODR continues to support contractors through ongoing training and targeted technical assistance. Contractors receive individual technical support to address issues related to payment processing, construction management, and project scoping. The D. Hamilton Jackson Terrace Revitalization Project on St. Croix is steadily progressing towards completion. It includes the rehabilitation of 106 residential units and a community center. It will mark the territory's second participation in HUD's Rental Assistance Demonstration Program. Construction is currently 77% complete, with a ribbon-cutting ceremony expected in December 2026. The Dunu redevelopment project represents the first phase of replacement housing for residents displaced by the loss of the Estate Tutu apartments in St. Thomas. The development will create a new residential community at the former Estate Dunu site, consisting of 84 units across 14 buildings, as well as a community center. The project is progressing toward a targeted completion date of June 2027 and is currently 37% complete. Building turnover will occur in phases, beginning with buildings 1 through 6 in mid-2026 at an estimated rate of 1 building per month, with the remaining buildings expected to be completed in 2027. The Llewellyn Apartments Phase 2 is a 96-unit rental community in St. Thomas, originally developed as affordable housing through the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. The property reached the end of its initial 15-year compliance period in 2021, placing a portion of the territory's affordable housing inventory at risk. In response, the Jackson development team secured CDBG-DR funding to acquire, rehabilitate, and preserve the units as affordable rentals. A notice to proceed was issued on April 7, 2026, marking the start of a 15-month rehabilitation of both units and common areas. Completion is projected for June 2027. ODR is overseeing project management for the rehabilitation and preservation of Llewellyn Phase 2, while the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority is responsible for implementing the homeownership conversion initiative for the Calabash Boom, Bellevue, and Llewellyn Phase 1 communities. The Own a Lot, Build a Home program provides CDBG-DR funding to assist first-time homeowners in constructing a single-family residence on their existing property. Currently, 5 applications are in pipeline, 4 through Banco Popular and 1 through USDA Rural Development. Environmental clearances have been secured for 4 of the 5 properties, and to date, 3 applicants have reached financial closing with Banco Popular and have received notice to proceed for construction. The team has recently re-engaged with potential applicants through various outreach efforts, including appearances on local radio programs, participating in the St. Croix Board of Realtors Fair Housing Expo, participation in VIHFA homebuyer education classes, and targeted social media advertising. ODR is currently awaiting the approval of the CDBG-DR substantial amendment to the action plan. This amendment will expand the program to assist first-time home buyers who have already begun partial construction on their homes. Congruently, the Federal Disaster Recovery Funding from FEMA is financing the Tutu North Senior Housing Project, a new 5-story development consisting of 60 residential units for senior citizens residing on St. Thomas. The construction contract was awarded to J. Benton Construction and is scheduled to begin June 30, 2026, with an expected completion date of August 30, 2028. Human Services. As noted earlier in the testimony, a contract for the St. Thomas Healthcare Bundle was executed with Suffolk Construction Company in February 2026, which includes facilities for the Departments of Health and Human Services. The Department of Human Services facilities include the Nude Hansen Building and the Queen Louise Home for the Aged on St. Thomas. Construction on the Nude Hansen Building is expected to commence in December 2026 and end in June 2029. The Queen Louise Home for the Aged is in the initial design phase, and construction is projected to begin in March 2027 with a completion date in the summer of 2029. The facility repairs to the temporary Queen Louise Home for the Aged by custom builders began in April 2026 with a target completion date of February 2027. The contract for the Herbert Grigg Home for the Aged on St. Croix was executed with J. Benton Construction. This design is underway and construction is anticipated to start in February 2027 and finish by February 2029. Reconstruction efforts for Head Start facilities in Bolongo Bay, Lindbergh Bay, and Netta Mitchell on St. Thomas, along with Anna's Hope and Concordia on St. Croix, are nearing completion. These highly anticipated projects are expected to be finished by May 2026, with Bolongo Bay's completion closely following in June 2026. Construction on the Charles Tappy Seals Fire Station restarted this month after receiving FEMA's approval for additional funding and scoping. Due to the delay in the review process with FEMA, construction was halted for 12 months, with work now underway. The anticipated completion date for the project is summer 2027. In January 2026, a contractor was executed with Person Services Corp. For the Territorial Fire Station Bundle, which includes the Rensselaer Gibbs or Cotton Valley Fire Station on St. Croix, the Estate Fortuna and George P. Scott Fire Station on St. Thomas, and the Cruz Bay Fire Station on St. John. Construction of the Fortuna Fire Station and the Rensselaer Gibbs Fire Station is projected to begin in August 2026 and September 2026, respectively. The George P. Scott Fire Station is scheduled to begin construction October 2026, and Cruz Bay Fire Station is scheduled to begin construction in December 2026. Both have a projected completion date of December 2027. The Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation continues to make great progress on its many disaster recovery projects. On St. Croix, the construction contract for the Estate Profit Community Center renovation was executed on April 17, 2026, and is scheduled for completion in April 2027. DC Canigata Phase 2 construction is pending contract execution. Once executed, work will commence shortly after. The expected date is in June 2026. On St. Thomas, the Lionel Smut Richards Ballpark is currently in the solicitation phase. Construction is expected to commence on this project in the summer of 2026. The Ezra Fredericks Ballpark and Winston Wells Bleachers Concession Stand projects are both pending coastal zone management approvals before the solicitation phase can commence. Construction for these projects It's anticipated to start at the end of this year. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor is focused on completing its last 2 FEMA-funded disaster recovery projects. On St. Croix, the historic Scion Farm Great House project is under construction with an anticipated completion date of fall 2026. On St. Thomas, the historic Lieutenant Governor's main office building is expected to be in the solicitation phase in May 2026. The Lieutenant Governor Office is also utilizing CDBG DR funding to execute the street addressing initiative, which is in the process of upgrading the Virgin Islands address system to meet national standards. VITEMA will eventually begin using the data in directing first responders to assist with 911 calls. The installation of street signs on St. John began in December of 2025, and in 2026, the Lieutenant Governor's Office is also expecting to complete the street addressing grids for St. Thomas, St. Croix, Water Island, and all outlying addressable keys in the territory. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources continue to make strong progress toward completing its 3 remaining library projects: Athalie M. Peterson Library on St. Croix, and the Charles W. Turnbull Library, and the Eden M. Barr Library and Archives on St. Thomas. The Adelaide Peterson Library is projected for completion by August 31, 2026, Charles Turnbull Library by September 2026, and the Enid Barr Library by June 16, 2026. Additionally, the St. John DPNR office building has gained momentum and is expected to be completed by December 2026, providing DPNR staff on St. John with a brand new facility. As recovery projects progress through the construction phases, revenue to the territory will increase, driven by the realization of gross receipts and other taxes on projected related expenditures. ODR tracks the realization of GRT on its projects as a vital aspect of revenue generation for the territory. In conjunction with the Office of Management and Budget, ODR anticipates spending $643.5 million on disaster recovery projects in FY 2026. This will result in $139.2 million in revenue, $78.5 million in gross receipts, $48.97 million in withholding, and $11.69 million in excise tax. To date, over $217 million have been expended in FY 2026, and another $88 million is in various stages of payment processing. Workforce. Construction labor availability in the USVI remains constrained by a small local labor pool and increased competition from mainland markets. The ODR anticipates a minimum of 5,500 skilled trades personnel to successfully support the rebuild of projects to deliver against our projected timelines. All prime contractors awarded projects were made aware of the USVI's labor constraints and were scrutinized on their ability to force generate deployable skill workers to the USVI cost effectively for the duration of their projects. The ability to force generate capacity from neighboring islands, as done in the past, is no longer possible due to the unavailability of the H-2B worker visa. Strengthening the local construction workforce continues to be important to the territory. The ODR is engaging with local institutions on workforce development programs focused on vocational training, apprenticeships, and prime contractor partnerships, as we see this is a critical pathway to building sustainable local capacity. Prime contractors have also held a number of industry outreach events to inform local contractors of available opportunities. Workforce housing is also a persistent and structural challenge in the U.S. Virgin Islands, driven by limited developable land, compounded by limited available housing inventory to date. This challenge has and continues to be a top priority for ODR. We're at peak around August 2028. It is anticipated that the territory will accommodate approximately 5,500 additional personnel. ODRs continue to explore options with local and international temporary housing solution providers that have operated successfully in austere conditions, having provided similar solutions to those that are required to successfully support the USVI. without negatively impacting the tourism industry and the local housing market. The ODR, with support from Jacobs, is currently exploring numerous approaches for temporary workforce solutions that can be sustainable for 10 years or more and adhere to international worker welfare requirements, meet environmental standards, and do not negatively impact undisturbed land or marine life. The SPMO team continues to work closely with prime contractors to increase partnering with local housing solution providers who are familiar with doing business in the territory. Our solutions anticipating future demands include the construction of new international standard worker compounds, refurbishing or existing worker compounds, refurbishing existing vacant hotels, which require investment, and a marine-based solution. The ODR continues to navigate shifts in market conditions that exacerbate known challenges. Most recently, rising fuel costs and an unpredictable political climate have intensified market shifts. Issues such as rising construction costs, a limited labor pool and professional support workforce, a shortage of workforce housing, and supply chain disruptions are perpetual. Additionally, unpredictable federal policy changes and the lingering federal shutdown are impacting FEMA operations, bringing an already slow review and approval process to a screeching halt. Tariff fallout, supply shortages compounds this slowdown, further increasing construction costs. Inflation exerts an outsized impact on the USVI recovery projects due to the territory's heavy dependence on fuel and construction materials. Since 2017, we have experienced numerous major global supply chain disruptions. Of most recent, the Iran conflict, rising shipping costs, and the fuel price volatility, which are outside of our control, and has increased projected costs and prices by 5% to 25% across the portfolio. This is significant and does not account for inflationary figures included in the recovery's initial assumptions. It is likely that highly likely, the USVI will continue to experience cost growth across all areas of the recovery, from labor rates, materials, logistics, which will require the ODR to make strategic decisions to deliver projects on time and on budget. Navigating these issues can be daunting. Nevertheless, the ODR remains unwavering in its focus and is committed to fostering new ideas and engaging with stakeholders to develop innovative solutions. Madam Chair, we thank you and the members of this body for the opportunity to present testimony regarding the status of the recovery. With your support, the ODR is confident in its ability to meet our objectives of compliant and efficient utilization of obligated funds. I also wish to express my gratitude to Team ODR that give their all day in and day out, and I applaud them for their unwavering dedication and pursuit of the vision, building a resilient Virgin Islands. My team and I remain available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go right into the Commissioner of Labor's testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Maurice C. James, Chair of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature and the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm Dr. Gary A. Malloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. I'm joined here today in the well with members of my leadership team. Assistant Commissioner Jean Ford is on St. Thomas, and Assistant Commissioner and Legal Counsel Ms. Nisha Christian Henderson is with me here on St. Croix. Also in the audience, I have Director of Bureau of Labor Statistics, Mr. Gary Halyard, on St. Croix, Director of Workforce Development Services, Ms. Charlene Hodge on St. Thomas, and Assistant Director of Workforce Development Services, Mr. Shani Mastodon on St. Croix, if necessary. We thank you for the opportunity to present a testimony on the territory's workforce capacity to support disaster recovery and infrastructure development. Today is particularly significant. April 24th, 2026 marks day zero of the implementation of the new minimum wage of $12 per hour in the Virgin Islands pursuant to Act 9069. This important act is a milestone that reflects a collective commitment shared by the 36th legislature and the Brian Roach administration to providing the economic well-being of our workers while strengthening the foundation of our labor market. As we discuss workforce readiness for disaster recovery, it is essential to recognize that a fair and sustainable wage structure is critical to attracting, retaining, and developing the workforce needs to rebuild and advance our territory. Overview of the Virgin Islands Electronic Workforce System, VIEWS. VIEWS automatically connects job seekers and employers by matching resumes, by matching resume details with job requirements entered into the system. This makes a powerful self-service tool that supports the community 24/7, including during disaster recovery periods. When employers post a job, they include requirements such as skills, experience, education, and location. Job seekers, in turn, create profiles and resumes that outline their qualifications, work history, certifications, and preferences. VIEWS extracts, standardizes, and matches this information to score compatibility and rank results. These system-generated compatibility results are accessible to both job seekers and employers to support the job placement process. VIEWS also integrates labor market information, LMI, to deliver insights in in-demand occupations, wages, employment trends, and required skills. With the LMI and the compatibility data, job seekers are encouraged to refine their resumes and profiles as necessary to increase visibility and ranking with employers. VIEWS further enhances the process by automatically referring jobs to seekers and qualified candidates to employers, making the job matching process more efficient than basic keyword searches. Job seekers can apply for jobs, while employers can independently identify and engage with suitable candidates. Job search activity is recorded by the system, providing vital with critical data to monitor workforce needs, identify skill gaps, meet reporting requirements, and strengthen case management efforts. To complement the 24/7 self-service tool available to job seekers and employers, the Vital staff also provides personalized service to support job matching. These include resume writing assistance, job and candidate searches with referrals, interview preparation, and more. Jobs related to disaster recovery projects can be flagged by employers or staff within the system, enabling staff to quickly identify them and take appropriate action. Workforce status and economic context. The Virgin Islands labor force remains resilient and adaptive. Over the past 5 years, private sector employment has averaged approximately 24,656 individuals, with the labor force totaling 41,975 individuals, and unemployment averaging 3.5%. These indicators reflect a stable labor market. However, the scale of federally funded disaster recovery and infrastructure projects presents both an opportunity and a challenge. To date, approximately 31% of disaster recovery projects have been completed, with the majority still underway. This ongoing work is expected to drive sustained demand in construction, skilled trades, and infrastructure-related occupations, while also stimulating growth in supporting sectors such as transportation, hospitality, and retail. Over the same 5-year period, employers registered more than 15,600 job openings, with construction accounting for approximately 13.72% of demand. These data points underscore a clear and growing need for a skilled, locally available workforce aligned with industry demand. As of April 23rd, 2026, the construction sector reports 40 job vacancies from 12 employers actively recruiting candidates. According to Views, our workforce system, there are currently 712 active job seekers in the labor market, with 114 individuals expressing interest in or pursuing opportunities within the construction industry. Many of these candidates possess a high school diploma or equivalent. Most job seekers are targeting office and administrative occupations, followed by positions in management and servicing related roles. Prior to employers' businesses being enabled to gain access to Views, the Workforce Development Team invites each employer to schedule a one-on-one session. Our specialized employment engagement team is available and ready to provide direct, hands-on assistance to help business thrive, including new Views account setup, labor market information, connecting you to a pool of qualified candidates, customized recruitment and job fairs for your business industry, direct you to other services for multiple government agencies, support your workforce during a transition or layoff, establish qualifications for tax credits and other wage reimbursements or subsidy opportunities. Each enabled employer receives guidance regarding compliance for the following: job postings in accordance with Act 5174. All job vacancies must be posted on www.vidolviews.org. New hire reporting. All new employees must be reported within 20 days of their start date. Compliance resources. For more details, we have a guided regulatory compliance update that we provide on our website, and you can see that at Vital Compliance Overview. Vital's role in workforce coordination and recruitment. Although the Virgin Islands Department of Labor is not a first response agency, it serves as a central coordinating entity for workforce mobilization during disaster recovery. We facilitate real-time matching job seekers to employer needs, improving transparency, efficiency, and access to employment opportunities in the VIEW system. Importantly, workforce demand data at the project level is not static. It is developed through direct engagement between contractors and Vital's workforce development team, where specific occupational needs, timelines, and workforce strategies are identified. This collaborative approach model ensures that workforce planning is both responsive and aligned with actual project requirements. In our continued efforts to support the territory's infrastructure and development goals, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, in the support of the University of the Virgin Islands class of 2026, recently extended a targeted invitation to companies and professionals within the construction and trade industry. This initiative built upon the momentum from ODR's Industry Day in October of 2025, with invitations sent to all registered participants, encouraging them to join the career fair held on April 16th in St. Croix and April 21st on St. Thomas. Despite our outreach, participation from the construction sector was limited. 5 companies registered for the St. Croix fair, but only 2 attended. And unfortunately, there were no construction companies registered or present at the St. Thomas event. Nonetheless, the career fairs were vibrant gatherings with 40 employers and over 200 attendees engaged throughout the day. A particularly memorable moment was when a UVI senior nursing student offered a heartfelt thank you, highlighting just how critical these events are to graduates stepping into their professional lives. Their words served as a powerful, those words served as a powerful reminder of the positive impact our efforts have on the future of our community. As we move forward, the Department of Labor Workforce Development Team remains dedicated to transforming these connections into lasting opportunities. With the fairs now concluded, our team will be following up with all attendees to ensure that they have access to our full range of services and ongoing support as they navigate their career journeys. Embedding workforce development into disaster recovery contracts. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor has taken a proactive, policy-driven approach to ensure that workforce development is not an afterthought, but a requirement embedded within the procurement and the execution of disaster recovery projects. Working collectively with the Office of Disaster Recovery and the Department of Property and Procurement, Virgin Islands Department of Labor has supported the inclusion of contract provisions that, 1, require compliance of Virgin Islands labor laws and standards. 2, mandate that contractors identify and allocate funding for workforce training within project budgets. 3, encourage hiring of local workers, including participants from the Skills for Today program and students from the University of the Virgin Islands. Promoting internships, apprenticeships, and career pathway development, and encouraging participation for small, minority-owned, and women-owned businesses. These provisions ensure that disaster recovery investments translate into long-term workforce capacity building and economic inclusion. Apprenticeship and workforce pipeline development. A key component of this strategy is the mandatory utilization of registered apprentices on disaster recovery projects. Under current contract provisions, contractors are required to employ apprentices in a structured ratio tied to journey person staffing levels. Contractors must submit occupational workforce needs within 10 days of contract execution. Priority is given to veterans and local program participants. Non-compliance may constitute a material breach of contract. This framework ensures that recovery projects serve as training grounds for the next generation of Virgin Islands workers, rather than relying solely on imported labor. Training, participation, and workforce outcomes. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor's workforce system continues to demonstrate measurable impact for the current program year from July 1, 2025 to present. 94 individuals served across both districts. 51 participants enrolled in training in St. Thomas, St. John district, and 43 in the St. Croix district. Nearly 75% of participants concentrated in high demand sectors, including healthcare, and construction. 60 individuals actively in training, and 19 have successfully completed. These outcomes reflect a demand-driven workforce strategy aligned with the needs of both the current economy and the future disaster recovery efforts, local hiring, and economic impact. The department remains steadfast in its commitment to prioritizing local hiring by leveraging views, contractor engagement, and workforce programs. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor ensures that Virgin Islands residents are positioned first to benefit from employment opportunities generated by recovery investment. The implementation of the $12 per hour minimum wage pursuant to Act number 9069 further strengthens this effort, making the workforce participation more sustainable while enhancing the attractiveness of local employment opportunities in critical sectors. Operational readiness and interagency collaboration. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor maintains a high level of operational readiness through active participation in VITEMA emergency preparedness activities, established emergency communication systems and continuity plans, backup power, transportation resources, and secure data systems, ongoing digitization of records and modernizing initiatives. Additionally, the department continues to strengthen partnerships with federal and territorial agencies, ensuring coordinated and effective responses to both routine and emergency workforce needs. In closing, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor stands fully committed to supporting the territory's workforce and ensuring its readiness to meet the demands of disaster recovery and infrastructure development. Through strategic workforce coordination, embedded contract requirements, apprenticeship expansion, and data-driven program implementation, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor is not only responding to current needs, but actively building a resilient, skilled, and sustainable workforce for the future. As we mark day zero of the new minimum wage implementation, we affirm our commitment to protecting workers, improving workforce systems, and expanding employment opportunities across the Virgin Islands. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, I express gratitude to the staff at the Virgin Islands Department of Labor for their continued dedication and hard work, and the members of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning for allowing us to testify on this subject. This concludes my testimony, and my team and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. I am now going to have the CEO, Kenneth Canty from AMC Civil Corporation for your testimony. Please proceed.
Chairwoman James and members of the good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairwoman James and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony regarding housing options to support the territory's ongoing disaster recovery and infrastructure rebuilding efforts. My name is Kenneth Canty, and I serve as President and Chief Executive Officer of AMC Civil. I appreciate the committee's attention to a critical, practical issue affecting the pace of recovery in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the availability of safe, scalable, and immediately deployable housing for the workforce needed to carry out reconstruction projects. AMC Civil has assembled a team to offer an accommodation barge solution designed specifically to support long-term worker housing for recovery and reconstruction personnel. Our team includes Cashman Equipment Company, owner of the JMC 24 and JMC 44 accommodation barges, and the K3 Group, which provides food service, housekeeping, and related operational support. As needed for longer duration maritime support and related vessels services, our broader team also includes experienced marine partners with deep operating experience in the Gulf Coast and the Caribbean operating environments. The need for this solution is straightforward. The territory faces a substantial rebuilding agenda, and the success of that effort depends not only on funding and contracts, but also on whether workers required to perform the work can be housed, fed, transported, and supported in a reliable manner. In a market where available housing is limited and where recovery activity may require an influx of skilled personnel from outside the territory, temporary marine housing can serve as an efficient supplement to the existing housing stock without competing as directly with residents for scarce on-island accommodations. Recent public discussion in the Virgin Islands demonstrates why accommodation barges should be evaluated as a complementary recovery asset rather than as an either-or alternative to other housing strategies. In late 2025, a proposal to rezone property in the estate by Cairo on St. Thomas for a dormitory-style workforce man camp generated substantial neighborhood opposition, with residents expressing concern that a large workforce housing complex could permanently alter a residential community already experiencing traffic and development pressures. The proposal reportedly contemplated housing approximately 450 workers in 15 modular buildings, and the government staff also identified site-related concerns, including stormwater, erosion, and environmental review issues. At the same time, reported use of airfields on St. Croix and the Port Hamilton refining and transportation village by the U.S. military underscores the growing and potential competing demands that may be placed on existing fixed land-based man camp facilities in the territory. Against that backdrop, accommodation barges present a different and more flexible option, a temporary scalable housing solution capable of meeting immediate construction and recovery workforce needs without requiring rezoning of residential neighborhoods, substantial new land-based infrastructure, or added pressure on the local housing market. Properly deployed, such barges can supplement rather than replace other housing strategies while helping to reduce the risk of resident displacement, community disruption, and competition for scarce on-island housing resources. The accommodation barges we have proposed are intended to address that gap. Based on the materials previously submitted to the legislature, these barges can house approximately 288 people per barge, or up to 576 if the two barges are deployed together. The capacity to house more is completely scalable depending on the number of vessels mobilized and how they are configured for the mission. Our team can provide additional vessels or customized units when the project demand increases or decreases. These are not bare bones platforms. Each accommodation barge includes 36 8-man modules, complete gallery facilities, walk-in freezers, dining areas, recreation space, infirmaries, laundry facilities, a control room, machinery modules, onboard generators, and reverse osmosis water-making capability, and storage for fuel, waste oil, wastewater, and potable water. The 8-man accommodation modules themselves are designed with 2 4-man rooms, 2 bathrooms, lockers, and a common area. The dining areas are configured to handle significant meal service capacity, and the materials provided also outline meal, housekeeping, and common area maintenance services. Taken together, these features allow the barges to function as complete temporary housing platforms rather than simple bunking sites. Each vessel can operate for, on the low end, approximately 14 to 21 days, depending on operations and servicing. The barges are operated by 2 Caterpillar generators, one serving as backup, and include the aforementioned reverse osmosis water makers with stated production capability of approximately 900 gallons per hour. Fresh water per hour, excuse me. The level of onboard utility capability is important because it reduces dependence on strained local infrastructure and allows barges to support recovery operations and rebuilding operations with greater degree of operational dependence. In practical terms, accommodation barges would help address the current shortage of worker housing in several ways. First, they would provide immediate surge capacity. The 2 barges we have currently available can be deployed upon notice to mobilize, allowing the territory and its contractors to respond quickly when project staffing ramps up. Secondly, they allow housing to scale with construction demand. Recovery work rarely arrives all at once. It is built in phases. A marine housing platform allows the number of workers housed to increase or decrease as project activity grows or slows down without waiting for permanent housing stock to come online. Third, they reduce the pressure on residents and existing housing inventory. A marine-based temporary housing solution creates a separate lodging option for on-island workers, helping preserve more of the on-island market for residents, families, and other existing users. This is particularly important when disaster recovery and rebuilding efforts in normal housing demand are competing for limited space. Finally, fourth, they provide an integrated living and support environment. Because the barges include food service, laundry, recreation, infirmary space, and utility systems, they can support workforce readiness in a more organized and efficient way than a fragmented lodging approach spread across multiple hotels, rental, or temporary sites. Regarding location, the barges can operate in a relatively shallow water, and temporary docking facilities can be provided by our team if needed. The site location would be one that has at least 8 foot of draft and 150 foot of frontal beach or waterfront for us to set up a docking facility for workers and support staff to access the barges. While the final site selection report remains to be completed, our team's review to date includes that the concept is operational feasible and suitable berthing options can be identified through a coordinated technical process. Our initial assessment is focused on principal factors that will govern successful deployment, including water depth, marine access, proximity to active recovery projects and transportation routes, port operations and coordination, power supply options, maintenance and servicing requirements, and landside accommodation needed to move workers safely and efficiently to and from the berthing location. Based on that review, we believe the accommodation barge concept can be implemented in a manner that is both practical and responsive to the territory's needs, recovery needs. Accordingly, the next step should be a coordinated site validation process involving the relevant territorial agencies, port and marine stakeholders, prime contractors, and recovery officials to confirm the optimal location or locations for deployment. That process should be designed to identify sites that best balance marine feasibility, worker transportation efficiency, safety, operational independence, and compatibility with surrounding port and community activity. Based on the work completed thus far, we believe viable options exist off St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, and that final confirmation can be achieved through prompt interagency and stakeholder coordination. It is also important to note that while this is not a novel or an untested concept, the materials provided to the legislature by our team state that these teams have previously been used successfully in demanding environments, including multiple year deployment in the Caspian Sea, post-storm support in Puerto Rico, and recovery support at Port Fourchon, Louisiana after Hurricane Ida. The operating history matters because it demonstrates that the platforms have been used in remote, austere, and disaster-related conditions where a reliable workforce was essential. In conclusion, the territory's recovery cannot move faster than its capacity to field and sustain the workforce needed to do the work. Accommodation barges offer a temporary, scalable, and near-term solution to help to solve one of the most immediate logistical barriers to reconstruction, where to house the workers. They can provide the substantial bed capacity, onboard food and support services, operational independence, and deployment flexibility while reducing the pressure on the limited housing supply. For those reasons, we believe accommodation barges deserve serious consideration as part of the Virgin Islands' broader disaster recovery housing strategy. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony and present it here today. I would be pleased to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're now going to proceed to the PSC project manager, Mr. Platt.
Good afternoon, all. PJ Platt, Person Services. So our current labor recruitment plan, we're scheduled to begin this year with all of our projects. We've already got 3 underway, as you all know, which are ahead of many of the larger projects in the overall recovery pipeline. This allows us to secure our labor much earlier, reducing the competition for all the skilled labor on the island. We anticipate most of our needs through existing contractor relationships and local subcontractors. The source of our workforce, we expect to rely primarily on local workforce and subcontractors given the scale and timing of our projects. If supplemental labor is required, it will be targeted and limited, brought in only where specific skill gaps exist. Our housing program is pretty standard. Due to the smaller size and scale of our projects, our workforce size will be relatively modest. We anticipate minimal housing demand, which can be accommodated through existing local housing and short-term rentals. No large-scale or dedicated housing solutions are expected to be necessary. At this time, we do not see significant workforce or housing constraints. Our early project start and smaller scale project exposure, we beat the competition when it comes to labor constraints. We don't have to worry about the housing shortages driven by larger billion-dollar projects. We will continue to monitor market conditions as additional projects come online. We will continue to the local hiring commitment that we've already established. We're committed to prioritizing local hiring wherever feasible. Our approach includes partnering with local subcontractors and vendors, utilizing the existing local labor pool first before seeking off-island support. This approach helps support the local economy while also reducing logistical complexity. Our overall positioning is as one of the first projects releasing with the bundle, we are uniquely positioned to mobilize early, avoid peak demand pressures, and this allows us to be more manageable workforce footprint, minimizing strain on both labor and housing resources. I appreciate everyone's time. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. I'm actually going to start with you.
Fantastic.
The Platt. Your project is the fire station bundle?
That's one of quite a few, yes, ma'am.
And so you're saying because you're starting before the others, you're not faced with the challenges that they have with workforce and housing, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So how many people have you already entered into contracts with local?
Ma'am.
You have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. I'm going to come back to you. I just wanted to right away to find out, based on what you said, the fact that your projects are smaller and starting sooner.
Yes, ma'am.
It takes you out of that issue where we heard about 5,000 people being needed. That's not an issue for you.
Oh, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I was in preparing for this hearing today, I went online, and something that I have not addressed in this setting, I'm going to address today. It caught my eye. On March 18, 2026, there's and from the Croix source, let me make sure that I identify. There's well, this isn't a good looking picture of the governor, but it says PFA board discusses abandoned buildings, extends recovery contracts. And then this is what caught my eye. The board spent more time discussing millions of dollars in funding for consultant services after board member Dorothy Isaacs noted that a 2-year, $25.6 million contract extension to Ernst & Young sounded, quote, like a lot of money. I wish I had stock in Ernst & Young. I mean, they really get a lot of money from us, she said. I hope they're worth it. The board then approved an additional $5.7 million to Ernst & Young for reconciliation and cash flow analysis services, and a 2-year, $21.2 million extension to the government's contract with disaster recovery consultant with O'Brien. And then I said, well, let me look a little more, and I noticed that the VI consortium also said about the board approving the $25.6 million a year to Ernst & Young, and with O'Brien, $21.2 million a year. And then I found another article. I'm going to come back to the one that I just spoke about because you're quoted extensively in it, and I actually am going to go through line by line on that one. But this is the one also that caught me. In 2023, it says, Brian urges territory to reduce reliance on high-priced consultants in wake of expanded Ernst & Young contract. And the governor says, this should be the last year we should be paying for reports on cash management from Ernst & Young. We need to get some people on board. And it says the ODR director made a case for Whittle-Brand's usefulness in the process, noting that FEMA awards have been greater with their help compared to what the territory would have been able to achieve otherwise. Despite the success described by the ODR director, Mr. Bryan expressed his discomfort with the territory's reliance on high-priced consulting firms for the provision of these services. He said, "I love the reporting and everything else, but we got to wean ourselves off a little bit." And I agree with him. That's a lot of money. The Public Finance Authority has approved contract extensions totaling up to $46.8 million per year for 2 consulting firms, Ernst & Young and Whittle-Brand. And we're now 9 years removed from hurricanes Irma and Maria. So my first question is and this is in layman's terms for the people of St. Croix especially, well, St. Thomas too and St. John. Explain the difference between the super PMO, Ernst & Young and Whittle-Brand, as if you are explaining it not to Maurice James, but to a member of the public. What are those 3? What's the difference between them?
Sure, I'll be happy to answer that question. So, Whittle-Brand's role on this disaster has been to help us to get the money, put the applications together, put cost estimates together, everything that we needed to do, every question that FEMA has asked us, they go in and they help us to justify any requests that we've made to FEMA to be able to get money. The Ernst & Young helps us to basically keep the money. They help us to review all of these pay applications, all of our processes. They help us with the compliance aspect so they help us with keeping the funds. And the Super PMO is my staff. There's a staff within ODR that is working to spend the funds to get the construction going. They're the architects. They're the engineers. They're the people who manage the construction of the projects. And if I may, I'd like to just shed some light on your comments. The Whittle-Brand, when the governor made those comments, that was back in 2023. We had expected to get $8 billion worth of money. At that point, we were clear on what we believe the scope would be for the disaster. Then in 2024, we got the cost share waiver, and we also had begin to get these obligations that tripled the amount of money that the territory that we received. So the task ahead tripled. So everything from that is within what has happened with the amount of money that we've gotten. That staff augmentation is critical for us to spend $24 billion. We rival in terms of expenditure the government budget. So those resources are critical to us.
Then explain precisely how Whittle-Brand contributed to that increase. Was it because it was new project identification, policy changes at FEMA, rescoping of existing projects? Explain how it went from 8 to 24 and how Whittle-Brand contributed to that increase.
Sure. So Whittle-Brand, they're the ones that help us to put the applications together. Any amendments, any policy decision, they have FEMA experts that have been working with FEMA and on multiple disasters. When we have to submit information, it must be able to be justified. There are a lot of questions. The STEP program, the documentation that needs to be provided, and then defending it to FEMA, defending it here, defending it to the region, defending it to headquarters. That's their role, and many of our projects have been obligated only for cost. We then have to go back and put together an amendment, put together the amendment with the supporting documentation, back to FEMA for the approval to be able to start these projects. So While there is not a primary role, there's still a supporting role that's necessary. And then there's another aspect of it called hazard mitigation proposals that are available to the territory once these projects have been contracted. When that is done, we still need support to put together what we call HMPs. Some of those are extremely technical documentations for our generators, for a number of our undergrounding projects, even for our schools and the technology that we have included in our proposal for industry standards. These things must be put together and documented. The limited amount of resources that we have with our engineers currently with us, we need that support. And they have helped us. Originally, we anticipated getting $8 billion. I attribute a significant amount of that effort to Witter Bryan's support on this disaster.
The in that article, Ms. Isaac seemed to have she seems to be very skeptical, but we're not. She was the one who caught that comment. Just jumped out at me. But then when I read the article a little more in depth, there's a statement where you said that what Ernst & Young, their functions, which really payment review, contract structuring, cash flow forecasting, budget analysis, are really traditionally core government finance functions, right? And so we're outsourcing it. And you said that the specific tasks performed by Ernst & Young cannot be performed by the Department of Finance or ODR staff, and it would require another 30 people. And I said, okay, another 30 people. Let's say we were to hire and retain, because my concern is about permanent institutional capacity. Instead of we keep outsourcing, and the interesting thing in the prior block, it was about we never have enough people. So when you compare the cost comparison between, how much did Ernst & Young get again? 25 million, and let's see, what was it? What did it say? Ernst & Young got $25,632,361 per year. Compare that to hiring 30 people in the VI, 30 permanent people. It would be a lot less than 25 million. If from 9 years ago, we knew we were in this disaster, and if I was 12 years old in 9 years ago, I would now be 21. I probably could have trained, and I was a teacher, so I know I could have. But if we take people that were 10, 12, or 17 years old, 9 years ago, at some point, aren't we thinking, and I'm coming to labor with that too, with regard to the skills in terms of the contractors. 9 years later, we have a labor shortage. We don't have, or we're outsourcing, but we haven't prepared our own people, except a few of us, really, because that's what I'm seeing in the VA. It's as if just a few of us are able to perform these high-level skills, and we're not thinking about training and educating the other children in the VA, besides our children, right, to take jobs that are paying them well. So 30 employees making $100,000 each. Yeah, you open your eyes, right? How much is that a year? Just get them $100,000 each. It's not going to be more than 25 million. I guarantee you that. If we're giving them the skills. But you understand my point? When I read the article and then I saw where the governor was talking about outsourcing, and you said 30, I said, okay, we can find 30 Virgin Islanders living in the United States of America to bring back home. Because 9 years from now, if I'm alive and everybody else is alive, with O'Brien, and Ernst & Young will still be in the VA collecting $25 million and whatever other millions per year, and only the same people in the VA will be reaping the benefits. And that's just my comment on it, because when I just couldn't, you know, Ernst & Young helps us keep the money, with O'Brien helps us get the money, and 9 years later, the people of the Virgin Islands are still waiting. I'm going to go to
Madam Chair.
First, I'm going to go to. I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to go to the first person, Senator Angel Bolquez. Go ahead for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, Central staff, listening and viewing audience. It's no secret that the key to this recovery starts and ends with the workforce. Obviously, we have limited space and housing, which also play a very instrumental part in this equation. We heard that it's about 5,500 skilled workers that are needed to accomplish this recovery. And I know that there's been challenges even with the job fairs to attract construction companies to be a part of those fairs and to actually meet the requirements of the federal government in order to fulfill a lot of this work that we have before us. But what I wanted to really particularly ask questions about, and to, is to AMC Civil. I believe that was Mr. Kenneth Canty. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Canty.
Good afternoon.
You are providing some recommendations for barges to house the workforce, particularly asking who's actually paying for the accommodation of these barges. I'm assuming it would be the government of the Virgin Islands. You sort of shared with us how it would work, but there were no numbers associated with what that would cost the government or who would actually be liable. Could you please clarify some of that for me?
Our understanding it would be the contractors. That's what's been communicated to us. The contractors would be responsible for it, and the price is dependent on a number of different things: the amount of people lodged, the duration, the services that are required. Obviously, the more service you have, the more it is. So it's tough to give a price if I don't have that information. But I'm sorry.
Typically, what does it? Typically, I think you threw some numbers out about 250 individuals on a barge, and so typically, what does it cost to deploy one barge to operate for a month?
For a month?
If there's a range of yeah.
I usually price it per person. Typically, it's anywhere from $200 to $300 a person on the very high end, depending on what's required. Because we're completely self-sufficient. We're not plugged into any power. We're not plugged into any sanitary sewer, any water or anything. We're creating all of that. But it all depends on the situation.
And I'm assuming that there would be workers on these barges that are maintaining or operating the barges as well, so that would come as a cost as well?
Well, ideally, those personnel will be local residents. We would have people come down and train them to do that, to run the barges, to manage them. But ideally, it would be much better if they were local residents, and much more economical.
Okay, so you're saying the contractor, so this wouldn't be a fixed contract or a cost plus a reimbursable model?
That's
because I'm trying to find who would absorb the overruns.
I mean, I can't really answer that because I don't know what the contract looks like between the contractor and the ODR.
Well, I'm trying to get a gist of what direction we're proposing that we want to go in, because I agree that there isn't enough housing space for the amount of workers that is going to be required for this recovery to actually be completed. And you have now provided me with a option, and I'm trying to look at this option or drill down on this option because I want to understand what it's going to cost the government of the Virgin Islands, or if in fact the impact of the finances associated with a project such as this would be absorbed by the contractor. Maybe ODR can clarify.
1 minute. Any of the costs, all of our contracts were bid with the understanding that these contractors have the wherewithal to address the workforce housing and the workforce and the housing needs as well. So any of those needs has to be incorporated in their contracts and their allowable expenses.
Okay, because even though we get a barge, which I understand, you know, there's other components, environmental compliance and docking, security of that. I'm not, you know, against it. I'm just trying to understand more clearly how, in fact, we would be able to implement something such as this in order to sort of close the gap when we talk about our workforce not being available in the Virgin Islands to pull off this recovery. So I think I would like to see more information or more numbers-driven information concerning who is responsible and liable and the amount. So through the chair, if we can sort of get some additional information to understand that proposed option a bit more, we would really appreciate it. And I believe my time has already been called, so thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boquez. I do want to follow up, and I just want to follow up on page 13, ODR, Director. You talk about workforce housing, and you said this challenge has and continues to be a top priority for the ODR, where at peak it is anticipated, which is August 2028, that the territory will accommodate approximately 5,500 additional personnel, and the ODR is continuing to explore options with local and international temporary housing solutions. So have you been in conversation with Mr. Canty about, well, I'm using you because you're here. That's the only reason. That's the reason. Sorry. I don't mean any disrespect. You know? I'm just wondering,
Tawana Nicholas or Ateem Sentil, our Executive Delivery Manager.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, we have been in touch with AMC early on in this process.
Okay. Because if part of the contract is the contractor is responsible for housing, why are you in contact with them?
So, Madam Chair,
I'm trying to understand it.
So any number of entities that come to the territory that are interested in providing any types of services to the recovery, initially they reach out to the Office of Disaster Recovery. We engage with them, we provide information to them. We are also simultaneously looking at across the government solutions and what we are able to do. Even if we have a floating hotel, there are a number of resources, I think Senator Boquez referred to it, that we have to talk about the environmental, all the utilities and all things like that. We have engaged with all of the government providers on this, exploring what it will take for us to have this facility and what will be required from the government of the VI, so that if this solution is presented to us, then we're able to have the infrastructure to be able to support it. So those are preliminary conversations that we're having. We're still having them. We're exploring who wants to provide what in the territory, and we've also provided the contractors with information on allowable expenses through their contract and how they would engage and be able to reimburse for those services.
Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As we're having this whole discussion about workforce housing, I just wanted to ask whether or not, of course, the floating barge or floating hotel is something that certainly should be explored. But I'm wondering about the use of some of our charter schools. For example, the Alexander Henderson School, Charles Emmanuel School. Have there been any consideration of utilizing those facilities as a man camp? Something that I believe that we could probably stand up real quickly, in addition to whatever else may be done or considered in the future. As well as John Woodson School, there's conversation about John Woodson School being repurposed. Have there been any consideration there? I think that we could get ourselves about 100 rooms if we're thinking about Henderson 30, Alexander. Alexander Henderson, about 40 classrooms. John Woodson, I'm sure is about 30 plus. Charles Emmanuel was about 30 plus. Is there? That's 100 right there. Any consideration given in that area?
The consideration has been to utilize the existing man camp that's here on St. Croix. There has been some other developers that have reached out to be able to build. I don't want to say man camp because some of it will be a little bit more sophisticated than the man camp, to be able to establish a agreement that we can provide these services to the contractor. But the funding that we're going to use for this really requires us to be able to tie it back to a head in bed with these, for the funding to be able to draw the funds. They're all project related. So I can't, rehab, you said we first start with rehabbing the school, but then where will we take that money to rehab the school from? So those are these nuances. That's why we're asking, we want to be able to ask the contractors. And these contractors, before they bid on these projects, said that they had solutions and they have built in difficult to develop areas, and they have solutions for workforce and for workforce housing. So we're relying on them and providing the mechanism for which we can charge these costs that'll be a part of their contract. They're free to engage with any of the vendors that are providing these services, and we'll have a standard cost so that it can be allowable for reimbursement from the federal government.
Thank you for your response. Again, I think all hands should be on deck in this opportunity. We're talking about 5,000 plus individuals. I don't think we'll be able to ever get enough housing to accommodate that, as well as our needs within the local system anyway. But I truly believe that there's some opportunities there with our shuttle school to put them to use. One, give them some opportunity, and if we could really avail them to the contractors through might be able to even collect some funding on it through the Department of Property and Procurement. So everything should be considered moving forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Is that 5,500 territory-wide, that number that you have?
That's territory-wide.
It's territory-wide. Okay.
And
okay,
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. That 5,500 is not just regular local. These are, some of those positions are technical positions for the facilities that's going to be needed. So understand that we must have employees from off island that specifically does certain types of things that are needed for those projects, as well, of course, as that 5,500 comes after every, and that's a quote that we have utilized throughout this recovery, after every able-bodied person in the Virgin Islands has already been employed, we will need an additional 5,500 workers.
Okay, and that goes to Commissioner Malloy. How many people are you going to give these contractors? You giving them? You're the ones. How many people are you giving them?
Good afternoon.
Let me ask you, have they been in touch with you to say, okay, Commissioner Malloy, I need 500 people with these skills?
The simple answer is no, not in that direct way. The easier answer is, that's why I took the opportunity to describe how the view system works and some of the work that we've done with ODR and property and procurement to make sure that the contract language is in there. So these contractors have met with Vital and vet with our teams to make sure that we know that, and they know that they've gotten the award, but they're not to the point where they're ready to mobilize to identify their needs of the specific positions that they would need. So that puts us at a disadvantage in terms of being able to identify candidates, because really and truly we have to identify candidates for the positions that we have in the system and not for the ones that we don't know yet.
Yeah, I was just very disappointed to see that you said that you had limited participation from the during your what was that?
The recent career fair that we had in April. 5 on St. Croix and none on St. Thomas? Well, and I'll just say those are the regular career fairs that we sponsor, but that doesn't mean that we have not been involved, because Industry Day, we're at the Industry Day, and several of the contractors we've had.
Try again. Try again.
Well, I'll try again. So the contractors, we have done specific hiring opportunities with specific contractors that are ready to mobilize. So I can call Benton Construction, I can call Suffolk. The last Industry Day that they specifically had, but again, they're still not ready to mobilize yet. So there's not going to be any footprint in our view system.
Okay, you said that workforce requirements are embedded in the contracts?
All the RFPs and all the contracts. We made sure that before these RFPs went out, ODR, public procurement, we all met to make sure that the labor laws were included, and to make sure these special provisions were included, to make sure that local residents, minority workers, the students or the participants that were coming through the Skills for Today program, and so to make sure that we were developing the apprenticeship programs.
So, so then, do you then track compliance going forward?
We have a responsibility to track compliance for all employers in the territory, but specifically with these contractors, with these particular contracts, we're going to be looking for these specific provisions to be met.
Okay. Point of information, Senator Vieli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What has been the feedback from the major contractors that presently have executed contracts in reference to housing? Has there been any concern? We have Suffolk, MCN, Consigli Benton. Has there been any feedback from them?
The very first issue that we had to address was how can they bill for it. We had an individual meeting with all of the contractors explaining how they can how they can charge for the housing or any of those allowable expenses. The second issue that they have, of course, in the very beginning, ODR thought that utilizing a man cap was going to be a slam dunk, that these contractors would want to utilize the man cap. We engage in conversations to try to have some type of agreement for the man cap. Now there's certain things that have changed. There's a potential buyer for the refinery. So that is not really a priority for that company. But we have another company that have been talking about creating man camp type solutions. They want to also purchase property, and they want to know how to bill for it.
So there haven't been they have been able to find suitable or adequate housing for the workers that they presently have on island?
Thus far, and remember, we are early in the process for a lot of them. We're doing a lot of pre-construction. So the phase that we are right now, they are out, they're looking for resources. They're coming back with telling us, well, these are the options that we have. We want to buy this building. We want to lease this property. They're exploring right now, and we're telling them how to build it. We're not at a point where they have ramped up construction to the point that they need to bring in folks right now.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Your statement just now about purchasing property and building has already, I think, on both the island of St. Thomas and on St. Croix, because I received emails about people saying, oh, a contractor is looking to enter into a purchase agreement for property, and it's already started. The community up in arms about, as you know, not where I live, because all these men will be in the area. So, going forward, especially with the next legislature, I'm 36, the 37th, they will be dealing with probably rezoning issues for the type of housing that these people want to build, in addition to the length of time it takes to build housing. When are these projects ever going to start and finish? You understand the concern that, well, I have. I don't know about my colleagues, but my concern is, one person said to me, sure, we're breaking ground for a high school that my child will never be able to attend because they're now in 11th grade. You understand? So it's like 9 years ago, my child was whatever age, 7 years, 8 years old. So we're building, but the people don't feel as if, well, they feel as if they're waited too long. So now, for people to say that they're going to buy property to build, and we know they need labor to build, where is that going to come from? It seems like we're like in these, like, what do you call those animals that hamster?
If I may, Senator.
Yeah, sure.
There are a lot of different strategies that are being used to build. I just look at the new hotel that was built in St. Thomas.
Don't look at that, because that's the point.
In a very, very short period of
Right.
time. So
Right.
there's new technologies and new ways that the contractors that have come to the Department of Labor that have talked about the possibility of housing are exploring, looking for property, and looking to find the most cost-effective and quickest way to build their workforce housing, to forecast as they're going to need their staff.
Do you know how, when they're building for the Olympics, right? They usually build thinking about what they're going to use it after. Are we focusing them? You okay? All right. Okay, he took me off my train of thought. So, did you have a point of information?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead,
Thank
Senator
you, Madam
Joseph.
Chair, and good afternoon. I'm sorry for
Go ahead.
cutting you off your trail, but I think I listening to the ODR, Miss Acton Williams Acton, and they're gonna be a little dangerous, when we're saying that we're allowing people to come here to build stuff, because one thing the governor like to say is, most business people are here to make money. Let me get it right. So if you're making money, you think they really care about how these men gonna be living, some of them? Just like you saying with the man them in the area. I don't know these individuals. I don't know these folks, but still, some consideration got to go into limiting how much building we're gonna allow of any kind, because if we're talking about our own construction can't even move. They coming to build something with the same inspector that we have to come out to do the inspection for days. So when the work that we waiting on for 2035, all these years that I see in these papers, pushing back a year, pushing back 2 years, pushing back 3 years, because they're trying to make sure they grab everything. As a businessman, I can't get all the money in the world. We can't allow people to come here to believe they could get all the money out of we. They need to make and not you, they need to make the effort to reach out to these individuals and others. So when the construction is over, they pack all their garbage up and go about their business. Who really come to stay? If you bring 5,000 man here, maybe 500 might make this day home. The other 4,500 going back up the road. And if you leave all them building here, we're going to have the same. We have derelict in our towns and derelict all over the island. That's my position. I'm telling you. So I think I need to really take all the time and make sure these men start to produce what the housing will look like. Because if we don't do that, we're going to end up in some serious problem. And one thing we're going to end up losing, I mean, this administration might be at the end of days and the end of this term, but I'm just saying, change of government slows down again. I don't care who the change is. I just saying, looking forward for where it is, we got to make sure we stay focused. And the focus going to be making sure the contractors from now are already having a place to land each individual to work and leave. I don't mind you buy 2 or 3 buildings, but all this extra building ain't going to work for us. I telling you. I could see the future. And the future telling me that ain't going to be good. Thank you.
Oh, no, okay. Hold on, Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph, I am optimistic. I am optimistic.
Madam Chair,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I feel like I need to clear the record. Because the building, that is not what is being stated. There's a company that wants to build the type of structure that's collapsible after the time is completed. And that service can be provided to all of the contractors. There may be a need for rezoning wherever the location, but yes, that is the option that is presented to have a universal option for the contractors. This does not preclude them from, there's one who was interested in purchasing the hotel on St. Thomas. Does not preclude them from utilizing the existing resource. One thing that we need to understand is that they prefer to utilize the existing resources, and then after that, if that is not sufficient, then they will go out because it's easier to work with what's already here. Once that is done, then of course there's an opportunity and there's still a need and their contract can support it, then we will review and make sure that we have some input in what's being done. They usually come to us beforehand and say, this is what we want to do. Is there a problem? You know, what are your thoughts on doing this? Is this an allowable expense? So I don't want us to walk away today with the feel like everybody's going to do any old thing here in the Virgin Islands. The contractors they communicate, they ask questions, and we provide, the Super PMO team, we provide guidance to them.
Director Williams Actolin, and this is really just coming from me as a Crucian more so than a senator. When you look back on the last 7 years, what do you think was the greatest source of delays, or cause, I should say, cause of delays in the last 7 years? Because you've had this position for the last 7 years, and there's only one. I know that one project, right? That's the Arthur Richards. But when you look back on the last 7 years, for you, and I keep saying this, you look back, lessons learned, you know, we don't know with this election coming up what's going to happen. I don't know. Some people say they could see the future. I can't. But, you know, everything may change, and it may be an entire start over again. That's my biggest concern, right? So, going like when I look at your testimony and you spoke about specifically how things have changed, and you mentioned the tariffs. Well, the tariffs only came into play when President Trump was elected, and he became president in 2025. But we began this in 2019. So we can't continue to every time you appear in front of us, something will happen. Something in this world will happen. We may be, heaven forbid, in a world war. Something will happen. So do you understand what I'm concerned about?
Sure, Senator. I mean, so when we come to these hearings, and we've been doing this for a long time, and we feel like we say the same thing over and over again. But then I realized that we have to keep saying it, because when we first started, we didn't have any money. The biggest impediment was to get the funds, and the second impediment was the cost share. We didn't have the cost share. We didn't get this cost share until the conversations began in 2024, where we fully had the money to be able to start the projects. And then we started to get the obligations. We didn't have the money. And we have a chart that we put in our testimony that shows how much money we had at the time. We got the monies, final money started for the schools in 2024. We went out and we started to recruit contractors to come in from 2025. And in 2025, I testified before this body that we are moving forward with Rebuild USVI because our mission is to put all these schools and all these facilities, critical facilities, under contract in 2025. And we begin in 2026. We expect to start construction on these projects, and 2027 we are going to see the increase in construction, and we're going to peak in 2028. That has been the projection, and that has been my testimony every time I come before this committee. So the challenges we feel the need to outline so we can let the people know who's coming next, who knows, but understand the path that we have traveled to get to the point where we are today. It is not an easy task, and the costs are rising. And my greatest concern is inflation and the fact that FEMA has been shut down for, several months, and we have not been able to get a lot of things approved. Those are the risks and the challenges that we deal with on a day-to-day basis that have us here. Arthur Richards was able to be built because we took the asset recovery money and we stepped out on faith and started that project. But that money was limited. We could only do it with that school. If we had more money, the line of credit that allowed us here for the Senate, the governor requested, the Senate approved, is what has helped us to keep a lot of these projects moving. But we have learned lessons over the years to get us to this point where all of the projects, save 3, has a contractor and a schedule and us moving forward. And we apologize that we couldn't get it done earlier, but that's the hand and that's the cards that we were dealt.
Thank you. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. You know, just to be joining in on the conversation, just to be quite honest, I think some of the problem came in is that when this administration started out in 2019, 2020, wrong there. So when the good governor would come on and his press conference, he would say, we have a lot of money. We have money. Money knocking down. And tell me, people them don't go for the money. We have money. And the people them think that, you know, the Fed just cash us a check, sent us a check, and we slip it in our account. And, you know, when Mr. Williams acted in, get the contractors in place, we could run in and say, hey, begin. Never knowing that there was a 17 to 20 step, 19 to 20 step process that you have to go through, because nobody really came out and said, these are the different tiers of bureaucracy, for lack of better words, that we have to go through. Commissioner Malloy, on page 4 of your testimony, I want to focus on page 4 of your testimony this afternoon. You said that you kept a job. As of April 23, 2026, the construction sector reports 40 job vacancies from 12 employers actively recruiting candidates. And you expounded on your views program. I just want to say this, within the last 2 months, I've been to 3 groundbreaking. 2 schools in St. Thomas, 1 in St. Croix. And I know this one particular contractor, and I ain't calling no name, don't need more people. Where is this source coming from?
Senator, the source is going to come from our pipeline. Is going to come from the students that are graduating from 12th grade. It's going to come from the local residents, and it's going to come from Virginians abroad, or any of the labor force that comes in with any of these companies. That's the source.
But I still think we're short.
We are short. And Director Ocklenden is quoting that study was done in 2019. The study was done in 2019, the RAND study. And it said that, and that was based on a population of when we had over 100,000. And so the numbers of what we're looking at, we have been working with the U.S. Department of Labor on a foreign labor certification process, because we do have a local foreign certification program. And we were looking for between 5,000 to 7,000, and we were on track before the administration changed to be able to have a source of 4,000 possible workers that could be a part of a pool that these contractors could have pulled from once they clearly identified that there's no local can occupy those jobs. And so, but that source has dried up because we have no more access to the H-2B visa process.
Good. So, Ms. Williams-Ockerlin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Based on what you're seeing, and let's be realistic now. This summer, how many school projects we have going on?
We expect to have 5 of them going on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5, right? And one contractor have all 5.
1 minute.
No.
Well,
we have J. Benton, Consigli Benton, and MCN Build, and we have Gladys Abraham and St. Thomas is being done by custom builders.
okay. So once all your funding and things is in place and checks cut in correct and thing, do they have the sufficient manpower to finish these jobs? To start and complete?
No, they have the manpower to start. They have the manpower to start. You know, what the struggle here is to make sure that the RAND study said every able-bodied worker. We need to make sure that they utilize every able-bodied worker, because after that, they must find people elsewhere because of skill requirements, specialized expertise. That has to come from the outside, but we want to make sure that they utilize everything here first or before they have to bring anyone in.
Good. And my last time, okay? Just let me wrap up with this. Time, okay? We hold on for the sake. You know,
Go ahead,
I
Senator.
just want to say this here real quick. And this is to you, Commissioner Malloy. We have some entities here that this government have given some good monies to. You know, for whether they say they're training children and different things and developing workforce. Have we reached back out to those entities to see how they or link them to what we're trying to achieve, to see what they're producing, you know, to develop the workforce, like my brother's workshop and so forth. I didn't really want to call no name, but my brother's workshop. I mean, like, we tell them, well, hey, we're trying to produce this. This is what Jibenta needs. We need electricians. We need plumbers. We need whatever. How many you could produce? And then, you know, because I really don't know how they recruit. And I'm just asking you, like, how are we developing the workforce?
Well, I thank you for that question, and I'll tell you, my brother's workshop is very special to us.
I know.
They deal with. We've had a challenge in trying to get them to be an eligible training provider, and they have done, because they're doing great work. But again, they were doing great work, but they don't want to do the paperwork on the federal side. So they have done. They continue to do great work. When they produce their individuals, they're getting the national certifications. Those individuals are going to come and be registered in our view system, and they're going to be a part of the 40, the vacancies, or a part of the 114 individuals that are interested in those vacancies that we have.
And again, nothing against my brother's workshop. I've seen what they've done. I've seen the great works they've done. Woodworking, electrical, culinary arts. I've seen the great work.
And the individuals are getting.
How are we tapping into them more?
They're
Because
getting
we
the
have
national
a
certifications.
workforce. The gentleman looking to bring 2 badges, tie them together, and how much you say? Well, 500 people you want, and those are people coming in. They're going to replace our people. So I'm just trying to secure our people, because, you know, when Ms. Williams actually done rebuild the whole Virgin Islands, we're going to need people to work in these buildings as well.
I agree, and if Senator, and
repair them.
To page 4, of the 712 active job seekers right now, there's only 114 that's interested in construction field. Only 114 of the 712 that we have right now in the system as of yesterday that are interested in the construction field. And so those individuals are coming from the different sources, because once they get the national certification and everything else, the view system is going to do the job matching, and we're going to get a pool of candidates to make a recommendation, and then the employers are going to have their choice from those individuals. But in order to, we have to expand the pool. It starts with the interest, and it starts with making sure individuals are in our system. The employers have to post their vacancies. Many of them, the reason why you're not seeing more of a construction footprint is because they're not at the stage yet where they're ready to be able to identify the positions to post.
That's a free system for employers?
It's a free system for employers, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Regarding the Envision program, where did the funds for the Envision program come from, and how much funds did that program have, and to date, how much have you expended? The finance person just got up and left. That's what it is. Okay.
She has to catch her flight.
Yeah.
But the Housing Finance Authority manages the actual funding. So we manage the program, and then we send the payments to be reimbursed from Housing Finance Authority. I'll have to get you. I don't know we don't have the overarching budget that's managed by HFA. Mm-hmm. We manage the amount of payments and draws that we draw down, and I can get the overall amount to date in a second without holding you up.
But then how do you if I have 10 houses left, but HFA says that you only have $10. I mean, you know what I'm saying in terms of planning. And what the extent of work and the scope of work for each one of those homes that need to be repaired, HFA, it's not unlimited. That's
no,
what
it's
I'm saying.
not. And
so
I hope I wasn't.
It's finite, and so you would need to know what you have left and what you intend to, how you intend to use whatever it is you have left.
Right. So we have project costs, project budget costs. So we manage it from there. And I'll get the total amount of the budget costs, but we have a cap per home right now at $400,000 per home. So when we put the house out to bid and we have our independent estimate, and we see what the cost comes in, so we manage it from the overall cost of the contract for that particular home. If by any chance we have to go over the 400, then there's a lot of justification, a special case panel, and special authorizations to go over that 400,000 cap.
Who makes the decision if you have to go over? The Housing Finance Authority?
The cost comes in. We put the house out to bid.
Yeah.
And when it comes in, we see what the bids are. And then we will have a special case panel to approve whether or not this is actually allowable, and all the justification that goes in there. It will then have to go to the ODR's contract, so it has to go to the our board of directors. And then we also stay in conjunction with Housing Finance Authority from a compliance perspective, that they will, agree that this is a path that we approve to take.
400,000 per house?
House, yes.
Per house.
Per house. We are getting, that's the cap.
That's the cap?
Yes. And we have, we've been getting, this last solicitation we put out, we've been getting 500,000. We have a house that's over 600,000.
That's a bill of house from the ground up?
Not even that. Sometimes it's to demolish an existing home. Sometimes it's somebody's larger home that they built, and now it was damaged severely. So it's not the typical 1,500 square foot home.
Right.
So maybe a 2,000 square foot home, and the cost to repair those are like really high, 600. We got a cost of 600 plus in St. John.
Wow. And the let me ask this about Alexander Henderson. Alexander Henderson is a school that's going to be replaced.
Yes.
Rebuilt?
Yes.
What's going to happen to the material that's there now?
We are going to, once that project is ready, they're ready to mobilize on site, we're going to relocate the remaining lumber to the Diageo warehouse area where we have those warehouses.
Okay. Senator Hebert Frederick.
And
I'm sorry, point of information. I apologize. Senator Potter?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Director Actalin, how many approved applicants are still waiting to enter construction? Do you know?
Yes, I would. Let me get that number for you, but it's about, we're helping about 200, so we're about to have another 200 that are still on the list that have been waiting.
Is the program on track to serve all eligible applicants before the federal deadline?
The program is able to put all of these homes out to bid within the next year and a half. The issues that we have really is getting permits and getting the environmental, getting folks to find a unit to move to, especially the elderly ones, to be able to relocate them. So there's a number of things that have to happen before we can actually start to repair the homes. So
there's a level of uncertainty in that regard as to whether or not they will absolutely be able to serve these folks before the federal deadlines. And I understand what you're saying.
What I am confident is that we will be able to have these homes in construction so that once an extension request is presented, it can be favorably looked upon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Hebert Frederick, I'm acknowledging you for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience. I want to start off my office and the central staff. I don't want to forget the most important people out here. Director Williams Acton, I know you've made your visits to us and you try to update us as often as you can. We usually want to see you more because we get these questions every week. So while you get it every time you show up, every now and again, we get it all the time. So bear with us when we ask some of the same questions over and over. In your testimony, page 3 of 15, you talked about 34 of 38 contracts were, I guess, executed. Mm-hmm. These are the large contracts. There's 4 left.
Yes.
You want to tell us which four?
Sure. There's 2 bundles that's left for the horizontal. The Roy Lester Schneider and the Edith Williams School was solicited, but we did not get any bidders for that school, so that still has to be solicited. But those 3, the 2 bundles, are currently in solicitation, and Roy Lester Schneider is currently in solicitation.
Awesome. Page 2 of 15, you spoke about the complete fixed cost projects must be completed by the year 2035.
Hmm?
Please tell us what happens at that point, 2035.
It reverts, the cost share reverts back to 95% and increases the local share that's required.
And if we couldn't do it now that we have it, imagine then. So the projects that are in process, are they affected or just the ones that haven't started?
Yeah. So all of the projects, all those fixed cost projects have been started. The project schedules currently call for completion date of 2032. So, hopefully that next 3 years we'll be able to, any of the projects that have not been able to keep their schedule, we'll still have another 3-year space that we can make it up.
Of the major contractors that we have now, none of those contractors were interested in any of those 4 remaining projects, so we could get them quickly under contracts.
Just Edith Williams didn't have any respondents at the time. We're going to put it back out again for solicitation, but in our bid solicitation, we had a number of contractors expressing interest in those bundles as well as the hospital.
In reference to your testimony, page 4 of 15, you spoke about the Arthur Richards School being 80% completed. We're less than 4 months away from the start of the school year, which is around August 10th. Is it practical for us to have that school ready for utilization in less than 4 months?
Yes, the contractor, MCN, has expressed to us that they are on schedule, and we are walking lockstep with them to ensure that not only that it's completed, but we also work on the transition to the new facility.
The equipment have been ordered. They're going to be there in time for the students. That's what they're saying.
We have established a policy and a deadline that we expect to be able to make those orders. That has been guaranteed that it'll get here within the remaining time schedule. So the project is on schedule.
Page 5 of 15, you spoke about the WAPA projects, which is a very big concern. That's
1 minute.
The replacement of 2 plants. Would a priority be given to the Randolph Harley plant in St. Thomas?
Yes.
Are we replaced?
On the mic.
The committee is in recess for 3 minutes.
Catch yourself.
The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning is back on the record, and Senator Frederick, you can continue your questioning of Director
Yes.
Aquilin Williams.
My
Williams
apology,
Aquilin.
my questions choke people up sometimes. So had to get that joke in. So we're talking about 4 months left, and you were assuring us that that was sufficient time to complete the project and the students would be in and it would be a smooth transition.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. One more time.
Yes.
Okay, it's on the record. I know for a fact that, and whenever the grand opening is, definitely will be interested in for an invite. But
Oh, absolutely.
these projects, I'm doing so many ribbon cuttings right now and groundbreaking right now that I can't keep up. I'm like my colleagues had mentioned earlier. They're cute to break ground, but to see the completed process, that's where the challenge is, because the constituents are watching every day and saying, okay, all you guys are doing is digging a shovel in dirt, and then that's it. Then we don't hear anything for years, literally years. And so, we know that some people are impatient. So it's just good for us to have these updates for the record. Thank you so much for keep coming back. All right. I know it's not easy. I want to move to one of the contractors here so we could get a little update as to what he's been experiencing. Mr. Platt, if you would tell us, you just got here when last year?
January.
January.
Yes, sir.
And you have a full complement of workers already?
Yes, sir. All local.
And these are people you brought in, or?
No, sir. All local, met here.
You
on
source
St. Croix.
all your workers locally?
Yes, sir.
Do you need more?
As of right now, not many.
Wow. Okay, good. See,
I have a supply, though.
That's what we like to hear. This is the kind of success we're looking for, because I appreciate the container housing, and we're going to need that eventually. But right now, we need to maximize work for our local people, and this is what we need. And Commissioner Malloy, Dr. Malloy, I know you've been working on this project a while. The students who are graduating, not only are they not interested, but they're not really trained for the workforce yet. So even if they were ready, let's say if you had 500, where do we place them?
Well, thank you for that question, Senator. And that's why it's based on the vacancies in the system. And so if on my testimony, page 5, I wanted to make sure that chart shows that 695 positions showed what is actively, those are the actual job openings right now in the view system. And 40 of them are construction and construction occupations. The 72 of them are office and administrative support. So this is where individuals are applying. These are the openings that we have now. So the candidates would be applying for these jobs.
Just don't mess with my summer program, okay? That's all I have. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the additional time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Frederick. I have a question for Ms. Akanti.
Yes.
Are those barges strong enough to withstand a hurricane?
So what we do, and I'll just speak very generally on hurricane preparation, is you'll have a barge. What we are proposing is you have a barge that is a platform barge where people access, workers and maintenance folks access the barges from this 300-foot long platform barge that's 60 to 70 feet wide in that manner. And that barge is what we call spudded down. Now, during hurricane, what you'll have is you'll have a hurricane plan where you'll take your equipment and you'll spud it down and you'll tie it down in such a way that it'll be, you might not want to ride it out on the storm, but it'll be secure. Now, if you have something like a Cat 4 or Cat 5 and you're able to relocate your equipment somewhere else, yeah, you're going to do that. But something, Cat 1, Cat 2, there are provisions that can be made with this equipment, and they have been. These things have been deployed in a number of different places with bad weather, including, I didn't know if I had made this clear or not, but they were actually used in Puerto Rico after the hurricanes that devastated the USVI.
Oh, they were in 2017?
And that's where they were in 2017.
How long were they used in Puerto
8
Rico?
months.
8 months in Puerto Rico.
8 months. 8 months.
8 months in Puerto Rico, and no issues, no challenges, nothing.
I mean, there's always challenges in dealing with anything, keeping things maintained, particularly in that environment, because you were on your own. But from what our experience was, there was a lot of the workers that came from, as we call it, come from somewhere else in Puerto Rico who wanted to be on those barges more than any other of the work camps because of the morale, the food being cooked, the different things that.
So those,
that existed.
I want to clarify that because that's what I wanted to find out from you. The barges came in after the hurricanes, but to provide housing for workers from the states?
Yes, to get the island back up and running, electrical workers and line workers.
Oh, okay. So I can understand that. If I live on an island and the person working next to me goes on a barge that has all the amenities and I'm still stuck, it's difficult. And I say that only because I was in the National Guard when the hurricane hit in 2017, and they brought in the cruise ships, and those were used to house military members who came in while we were going home to no light, so it becomes difficult. Have those barges ever been used for local workers or people after a hurricane?
The closest example I would have is them being used for 5 years for the country of Kazakhstan in the Caspian Sea.
Oh, wow.
And they were used, that would be probably the most relevant example that what we proposed for the Virgin Islands were for 5 years. And they were there, and they had to be resupplied. We had some local businesses there, catering and this and that and the other, to continue to resupply. But that's a pretty remote area compared to the United States. So if they can be used for 5 years in the Caspian Sea with the temperatures that and we have that in our presentation. There's certainly while the challenge is unique to USVI, they certainly can be overcome and anticipated. And that's why over the last 2.5 years, that's what we've been on our own working out, and working with ODR and the contractors, just having conversations, figuring out those problems now.
Do the people who work on the barges, like the kitchen staff, and do those people come from the place where the barge is docked?
That's the best thing to do, is have them come from, so that they're not taking up any of the rooms.
I was wondering.
And we've already been talking to some local folks here in relationship. Some of the relationships we had, and then some relationships we're building to figure out the best combination of people to do that.
Okay, nice. That sounds, it's a novel idea, and the closest that I could think of were the cruise ships that came in after the hurricanes and at the Frederiksted Pier to house the military members that came from the other states. Director Octolane, I just have a quick question before I go on to the next senator. In your testimony before in February, you said the demolition of Wang Louis was projected for 2032. Was that a typo? Because you said you started demolition, you will start demolition at the end of 2026. So that was a typo in 2020, in February testimony, correct? Demolition was never going to start in 2032 for Wang Louis, right?
That should be more of a completion date.
Probably was a completion.
Yes.
Yeah, we just wanted to check that out. But you had accelerated timelines though for some of the projects. Did you? Did I was wondering if some of them moved up, like Charles Harwood, medical. I thought that they moved up, and that was a good thing. But Charles Harwood, Morris de Castro, Julius Croix, St. Croix Educational Complex. We were looking to see where things were moving, and it seemed as if those were moving faster than you had said in February.
So what happens is then once we get the final contract, we get our project schedule. So you notice the language that I use is anticipated, because initially when a bid is submitted, they give you a potential project schedule, but that is contingent on certain things happening at the same time. So at a certain time. So let's say I'm supposed to get a permit in January, and we didn't get the permit in January. We got it in March. So then that makes the project schedule shift.
Yeah.
So for all of the ones that are under contract and we have a current schedule, that is the schedule as of date. And if there's any changes, some slippage can occur, or maybe it can even be pulled in.
Yeah. Okay, great. That's good. Point of information, Senator Lewis.
Thank you. Commissioner Malloy, as you know, this body we voted to increase the minimum wage. And it goes in stages. I think it's we're going to $12 and then $2 next year and then $2.50, right? $1. Okay, good. And I know you and your team have been doing some aggressive campaigning out there, advertising and so forth. What's the feedback you're getting? Like, you're getting good vibes? I mean, like, what's the feedback? What the businesses are saying? Are they prepared? Are they ready? Are you hearing, well, I'm increasing my prices? I mean, like, just be honest. Just tell me what you're hearing.
Thank you for that segue, Senator, and I'll take the opportunity to just remind all the employers in the territory within the sound of my voice that today is implementation day, so everybody needs to make sure that you have the minimum wage in the territory now is $12 per hour, effective today. So all your payroll, everything yesterday could be $10.50, but from today, we need to see your records has to reflect the $12.50. $12. So the Act 9069, what it does is it increases the minimum wage by $1.50 today to $12. Next year, June 1, 2027, it increases it to $14, so it goes up $2. And then in June 1st of 2028, it raises $1 to $15. So the reviews are mixed, and on both sides. Some employers have been already above that minimum wage, so it's not impacting them. Those smaller businesses that have to do the increases are complaining a little bit, but they're doing what needs to happen. On the other side, you have the mixed reviews from the employees. Some are happy, and some are worried that they will be no longer eligible for our social programs.
Some of the subsidies.
Yes.
Because I met a lady and she told me, it impacts her Section 8, and it's going to impact her SNAP.
Yes.
And so forth. So those were some of the domino effects, and I know some of the daycares and so forth maybe go up $1 or $2 now. I don't know what they're going to do, but just saying.
So it's important about the classifications because, again, we're checking. I like to say we come in peace, but if we have to come with enforcement, we are coming enforcement. We are scheduling our compliance checks. When we do our compliance checks, we can do random visits. We have the authority under Title 24 to ask for your payroll, your records, and to review. So our labor relations and our unemployment, our compliance teams are getting together to make sure that we're doing the best that we can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to our testifiers here today. I want to start with you, Dr. Malloy. In your testimony, it shows that 114 of 712 active job seekers are interested in construction, yet 40 vacancies go unfilled. What specific barriers are preventing local job seekers from pursuing those 40 open positions? And what is Vital doing beyond passive matching to close that gap?
Well, thank you for that question, Senator. What we're doing actively, so the matching is being done. Those 114 individuals are going to be matched to see the qualifications for those 40 vacancies in construction. And beyond the matching that the system does, the Vital team has to do some additional screening to be able to do the matchmaking with the job seeker and that employer. So we're going to make sure that if that employer, if we have a pool and we have those contractors that have posted, because those 40 vacancies are based on 12 employers only that are looking for jobs. So we're looking and matching and working directly with those 12 employers.
Okay. Thank you for your response. You said that 0 construction companies registered or appeared at the St. Thomas Career Fair, and only 2 of 5 showed up in St. Croix. Given that construction accounts for 13.7% of job demands, isn't it time for the Department of Labor to require contractors who are receiving disaster recovery funds to participate in these fairs as a condition of contract compliance? What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, Senator, and I thank you for that question. And in my testimony, we outlined specifically the language that's in not only in the RFPs but in the contract language. And I'll just to say this, that what we do when we're doing these career fairs, we do a compliance check on each of the employers before they're selected. But in terms of our blast, we use a system to do a blast. We sent that invite to 250 contractors. So 250 contractors in this territory were invited.
Okay. What are your feelings as to why they did not show up?
I'll just say a couple of things, especially with the fact that many of them, especially the ones that are getting these disaster contracts, are not ready to post their vacancies, so they're not ready to be able to start looking for candidates. So that's one of the major issues.
Okay. The testimony states that non-compliance with apprenticeship requirements may constitute a material breach of contract. How many contractors have actually been found in breach?
None so far, Senator, because the only project, and that one contract, to my recollection, the contractor at the Arthur Richards School, MCM Build, that's the only contract that was executed before this language came into place. So everybody else that we're looking at that right now very closely for everybody.
Okay, views. Views is described as a powerful tool. How many of the 12 actively recruiting construction employers are using it versus recruiting outside the system?
And thank you for that question, Senator. How our system is set up.
1 minute.
They do the matchmaking inside the system, but they have the opportunity to connect and continue the conversation outside of the system. So it's up to us to do some case managing, and that is one of the challenges, because sometimes we got to run people down to find out if, in fact, the job seeker and the employer, to make sure that a placement has taken place. So that's one of the challenges. But they communicate in the system, they make the matchmaking, but they can communicate outside the system without our knowledge.
Okay. Understood. And this one may be for Director Actelin. At peak demand, how many workers can the territory realistically house today?
At peak demand today, we probably would only be able to house maybe a third with the existing, 30% to 50% of the existing need. With the potential solutions that are being proposed to us right now, bringing them on, then we would be able to meet the full demand. So that is the erection of that. I don't want to call it man camp. What's it? International. Go ahead. International worker housing. If you bring that on,
Time.
It's a technical term for a fancier man camp.
I like it. It's all about a man camp. I agree with you.
But I think with those proposed solutions that we have, we'll be able to meet the need, but we definitely would need to implement them.
So do you have a cost comparison between barges, worker camps, or hotel conversions?
Well, the rehabilitation of existing housing stock would be much easier. The cruise ship that we spoke of earlier, I remember being with FEMA at the time, and it was extremely expensive, and that's why they worked feverishly to end that service to the territory. So rehabilitating existing facilities and also the international housing solution are the most cost-effective based on our research right now.
Okay. Who's in charge of coordinating workforce housing and project timelines across agencies?
They are the Super PMO office, and within ODR, we work with the contractors directly on their individual solutions, their individual projects, and then, of course, we have Jacobs providing us staff augmentation.
Because there isn't a particular person in your agency that does that. That's responsible for that.
One person?
Yes.
No, I have two of them here, but we have others.
The person in charge.
Time.
Who is in charge?
Yes. Not who's working on it, but who is in charge of it. Of coordinating.
Ateen Sentil is the executive delivery manager.
Okay. Thank you. My time was called. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. The staff augmentation with that's with who? With Brian?
That staff augmentation for construction is Jacobs.
And I had seen, I guess my mind was on somewhere in that article you had talked about one of those firms providing staff augmentation also.
So all the consultants help us out. So that's what we call staff augmentation.
Do you ever lose people to them?
Well, they try, and I let them know part of it you're supposed to add to the staff. You're not supposed to take away.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. What's the size of your staff?
We have 100 employees.
100 flat? Okay. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. First question for you, Ms. Actelin. Are we ensuring that the tax is collected at the beginning of these contracts?
Oh, absolutely. We take out the GRT before. We take out the GRT and then we give the contractors the remaining amount.
Okay. Just want to make sure that.
That's good.
If nothing else, first I have to make sure where my next bread is coming from. So I have to make sure that I am collecting what's due to Caesar. And as far as housing, we're going back to housing again. Okay. I see St. Croix, I see St. Thomas, and have St. John. So some of the options, as far as I was alluding to earlier when we spoke about so who leads who on to who? Meaning, you have a company interested in this housing, he have to speak to the contractors. He calls you to get the contractor's information, or the contractors told you to go ahead and give housing individuals? How it works?
Both. We have there's a process for engaging with the contractors, and we have that also on our website, a QR code, because the contractors have established ways to communicate with them. Additionally, when we engage with contractors who are providing a service, we will share with them and make connections to the contractors for whatever service that so they can engage with the contractor and get their terms and provide the service directly to the contractor.
And as far as workers coming into the territory, I know they're supposed to register, but we're making sure that everybody, all the withholdings, because, boys, I don't always have gangs of workers coming. So if we're having barrage of workers, we want to make sure that all the withholdings is here. With the file, but I want to make sure we're withholding our monies.
And I will, if I will, I may, and then I'll pivot to Attorney Christian if I need to. But based on the unemployment, when they register and they get their license, they got to register for unemployment, and they're expected to submit quarterly reports. And part of what we mentioned in the testimony, in that quarterly report, they're supposed to have a new hire report. If we're having anybody within the 20 days that comes on, we're going to cross-check that quarterly with the new hire, and we're going to look at the classification of those employees. We're going to cross-match that with the vacancies and views. So we're going to be able to tell if you're looking at adhering to Act 5174. And if you're not, we're going to call you and we're going to subject you to our fines and fees.
And one more question for you, Ms. Actalin. Does the building code that we have presently allow for the collapsible homes that you spoke about, or is something that needs to be looked at?
The man camps.
The collapsible one?
They have their guidelines for how they can be permitted.
Okay. And as far as timeline, so are we following up on timelines? I know you're reading in your testimony, and it's clear most of these projects are scheduled for 2032 completion. Mm-hmm. So we have I heard you have 100 employees. We have enough people to make sure we're out here, that people are on schedule.
That's the consultants that we have, staff augmentation.
Yeah.
They are, so as the contracts ramp up, they're supposed to be boots on the ground helping us.
1 minute.
We are still we're still looking for engineers and architects, but they're like they say, scarce like good gold. So we still need to have that support, but we're also always looking for staffing.
As far as I know, since you're dealing with a lot of federal funds here, has anyone from the GBI had any discussion with the federal partners to examine our challenges and to get from them an extension to get the work done? Because looking at, we know what we say we need. We spoke to them and let them know in different states, but now I'm going to be looking for 1,000 carpenters, 300 electricians. Any conversation along them lines?
We have been constantly communicating with the federal government on our needs. Most recently, we shared that we need architects, we need engineers, and they executed a contract with Cadmus Jacobs, and they've embedded engineers, cost estimators in our offices that they pay for. So they've been very responsive to our needs. We've also asked for certain stipulations for us, but the key focus for us right now is we want to make sure that we can establish that these projects have started. Once those projects have started, we are and making progress, we're in a better position to request any extensions necessary to complete the projects.
Time.
And Madam Chair,
Right ahead.
As far as the Envision program, all contractors are up to date in payment? Because
the contractors there are two things that impact the contractor payments. One, if they don't submit the proper invoicing. We spend a lot of time going back and forth with invoices, and then what happens is once they've corrected it, after it's gone back 3 or 4 times, they want the check the next day. It is a process in order to get the checks done. We're trying to improve what we get, so we don't expend a lot of time going back and forth while we could be processing your payment. We're fixing pay apps. The second thing is change orders. When the change orders come, there's multiple approvals. It has to be approved from ODR, and then it has to be approved from HFA. So those impact payments. But what I have communicated to any of the contractors, within the meetings that we have, we've done some additional training for change orders and for payments, and I always share with them, if you have a problem being paid, I gave them my cell number, ask them to give me a call directly.
Okay, good. Last one. The contractor that built the RT Park, he's doing the Northern facility now at the college. He built Banco Popular. I don't know. How come I don't see why he ain't trying to get any of these work?
He has a contract with. He has a maybe politically correct. He does have a house on the Envision program.
Oh, you have a house. Thank you for your response to both of you guys, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All of you listening and present. Commissioner Malloy, are these contracts, do they have to pay workers' comp taxes, income taxes, and different things like that?
Yes, Senator. That's a part of the compliance process.
Okay, good. So that's earmarked already. If they go ahead and for the entities that are looking at these barges or different processes for housing individuals, would they be subjected also to, if you know, I don't know, property taxes and different things like that too?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to defer to Attorney Christian if she knows.
Good afternoon, all. Anecia Christian Henderson, Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel. That's an interesting question, Senator. I'm not sure if they would be subject to property tax, but they would be subject to all the other compliance mechanisms, workers' comp, unemployment insurance, and the like. But we would work with the other members of our sister agencies to ensure that they're in compliance with all the laws.
Okay, because I know the gentleman mentioned about 5 years having the barges in place, so that's why I'm wondering, would that apply? I could always follow up on that. Director Acklin, good afternoon. You say you have 5 schools and contract now to be built, and they will all be built simultaneously?
Yes, Senator.
And as it stands, you have the workforce already for them as a part of the contractor. We already did groundbreaking. We're ready to move.
Yes, the contractors right now, these initial projects, they are comfortable, ready to mobilize and get work started.
Okay, and now I guess you said the other big contracts would be the hospitals. And what else would be? I think you mentioned 4.
There's the 2 horizontal bundles. That's the water, wastewater, potable water, and power undergrounding. That is out for solicitation right now, and the hospital in St. Thomas is out for solicitation.
Okay, and we keep saying we don't have the workforce, but I just, you have to show me, seeing to me is believing. We may not have all of the workforce, but to have 5 schools kicking off now and 4 more projects to be done, you already completed those projects or those contracts without any issues of workforce. So why are we putting so much emphasis on a workforce presently?
Sure, I'm happy to shed some light on that. What we are going to experience in 2028 is that you will have all the schools ripe for construction, all 3 hospitals in construction, horizontal projects and contracts across the territory in construction at the same time. That is the challenge. Right now we are just ramping up. They're in pre-construction mode. They're getting ready to do earthwork. But when in another year, all of these projects will be in, that we're talking about, that we've broken ground on, will be in full bore construction, needing the manpower, needing concrete at the same time, needing all the trucks at the same time. It is really a challenge of volume.
Okay, I got that. I still say, if we are on track with what we are doing in building everything, I think, we can get that down to a minimum. Now, you mentioned that you have 87 homes completed.
Yes.
And an additional 122 in construction?
Yes.
Under construction, 122 or 35 to make the difference of 122?
No, we have 122 in construction and the remaining waiting to start construction. Kind of making me one of the big construction companies in the Virgin Islands.
Yeah. We almost hit the 100 that I've been asking for then. Good, we're getting there.
Yes. When we hit 100, yes. I'm going to invite you.
Definitely, I'll be there. Now, one problem we seem to always have here in the territory are change orders. Have we seen any change orders taking place right now as it stands for the contracts that under contract the schools and right now, for instance, just the schools?
Not with the schools, it's the expected change orders, because that's the progress. We're doing the guaranteed maximum pricing. So the reason why we've done the progressive design bill is so that once we're continuing to design, we can start with earthwork, we could start construction. So that's the nature of it. We cost overruns is a little different, but change orders for things that we need as we go along is par for the course. But what we don't want is the cost overruns, that whatever we projected for this work, for that to be the purpose of the change order.
Okay, so do we have mechanisms in place to address those? I just wrap up,
yes.
Madam Chair. We have
yes.
mechanisms in place to address streamlining when it comes to addressing change orders and cost overruns. Because going forward, we will need that system smooth running as a part of it.
Yes, we have mechanisms in place to prevent the unnecessary change orders. And the construction manager at risk procurement model is a partnership between the contractor and the owner, so that we can, once we develop a budget, we work together to keep that budget and keep that schedule so we can get the projects done on time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator Lewis.
Thank you. Ms. Williams-Actolin, I've been in some conversations with some of these local contractors. And I don't know, I don't know if disconnect is a term, but I think the bigger contractors, and for lack of better words, put out some different bids for some sub work. And when these individuals receive the bid packages, it's like a empty something. Like you gotta go do your own measurements, you gotta do everything, and so forth. That's normal standard around the world, or that's just they allow them to do that, or how we go?
No, that is industry standard. That once you bid on the projects and you get costing, because they have to give us cost, and when they come to us with the pricing, they have to demonstrate that where these costs come from, because we don't just accept their costs. So we evaluate, if you bid on this and this is what this particular GMP is calling for, you need to demonstrate the reasonableness of the costing. So this is one of the things that we've been talking about, is making sure that our local contractors get ready to perform on that level, where they can document their pricing, they can put together bids. that's another opportunity for us to be able to get the contractors prepared.
You're sure that the bigger contractors and asking the local contractors to do their work, going to measure waste, how much waste they're going to take. Any one of them might help out a break.
Juana Nicholas, Assistant Executive Delivery Manager for Super PMO. Standard procedure is that you get the scope of work package, which is the drawings. So CMAR is Construction Manager at Risk, where they act as our collaborative partner to manage construction. So their subs, when you say doing the work, yes, the subs are doing the work, but the subs have to be responsive and show the aptitude to not just labor, but to do the material, do their material takeoffs, walk the job, make sure the job has proper quality controls, proper safety. So they are responsible. The subs from beginning to end.
The bidding stage, like submitting your, your bid package.
Yes.
All the measurements of this. Let's say they have to paint this building here.
Mm-hmm.
They'll just hand it to them and say, paint legislature building. What's the scope of estimate or whatever?
But if it's this building, typically it's not going to be the building by itself. They would say, here's a foundation package. And they would give you foundation drawings. So you would have to verify how much rebar you're going to have to order, how much concrete, how much mesh, your formwork, all the different levels of trades. You as a sub will have to fill out on a very simple bid sheet. This is the cost to do the job. All in cost to do the job.
And if I may say that, it is a part of the design-build model. That design-build model. So it's not like submitting a quote. They got to be able to substantiate in this particular phase, in this design, what is their pricing.
But similarly, there's a little disconnect with the larger construction companies and the local subs. I don't know. I'm just saying. Maybe another opportunity to update, and so they could get their concerns out, because I think a host of them have some concerns and about bidding. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Real quickly, let me go to Department of Labor. We find ourselves in this quagmire once again. I know that, history is replete where we had to import workers into the Virgin Islands, Martha Marietta, Hess, Hovensa. We continue to find ourselves in that position. I wanted to ask you, what are we doing to hopefully change the tide in respect to starting to train up? We keep talking about the next 2 years out to 2028 is when we're going to see a ramp up of the construction boom that is anticipated. What are we doing to ensure that we're preparing our people to be able to have a seat at the table?
Thank you for that question, Senator. And we have been actively working and preparing, working with VI Housing Finance Authority, working with ODR. We did the Skills for Today program. We trained 858 individuals. That was a $10 million grant to be ahead of where we are now. But the challenge that we'll continue to have is that we can't prepare you and spend federal dollars for positions that are not here yet. So if they're not in our view system and not posting, and we're preparing because we have to meet our metrics. We have to show completions in the programs. We have to show placement numbers. And so we're going to be looking at the view system, and that's why I took the time to make sure I highlight the view system. Those vacancies that are in the system now, that's what we're trying to fill.
Okay. And obviously, I know that you spoke about your career fairs where there were over 200 individuals that appeared there at that, despite the fact that we're at an unemployment rate of about 3.1, 3.5. What do you say in respect to these 200 plus at just that one career fair? We still seem to be in need. Our individuals are still actively pursuing jobs. Is that your assessment when you see that amount of people that showed up?
Thank you for that. It's not only the correct assessment that they need the jobs, but they had 40 employers that were there that had their vacancies, and we are going to be following up to see, because one of the things when I go and my team goes, we've been telling them now, we need to see hires, otherwise we're not going to invite you back. You can't keep coming and getting a list of pool and then not hiring individuals. So we are being very, very clear that we need to see some hires.
What is the mechanism that's being deployed to ensure that there is some follow through, or you're tracking those individuals?
The view system, the matchmaking system is part of the process. And then our staff are the ones that continue to do the screening and continue to do the follow up, and we case manage each of those individuals.
Any early indication of whether prior career fairs or your recent career fairs that there's, in fact, we're seeing hires as a result of those career fairs?
Definitely, but again, but not at the rate or the numbers that we would like. But definitely, the individuals are making hires on the spot or later, or will tell us that we'll make a decision in 2 weeks or whatever. So the team is following up and getting that data.
I think it's critical that we continue to do that, because obviously those individuals, if they're finding jobs, they'll be catching the plane out of here and relocating. So that is critical. Switching over to ODR, and of course, housing continue to be one of those gray areas. I still want to explore the opportunity of utilizing some of these shutter schools as an interim and try to get that going. I think it's critical that we're able to get that housing ability going. I wanted to talk a little bit in terms of the line of credit. How do you believe the line of credit has greatly assisted ODR in being able to carry out some of their tasks there?
The line of credit has been super beneficial to us. That allows us to make the payments in accordance with our contract obligations. We've been able to keep contractors on the job for when we may be waiting for something from FEMA we know can absolutely be approved, so we go to the line and keep the projects moving. So it is a vital tool to the recovery.
And I know, have you increased the line of credit? We gave you some additional authorization to maximize some additional funding for the line of credit. Have you been able to access that yet?
They're still finalizing all of the negotiations with the banks.
Okay. And real quickly, going back to the Department of Labor real quick, in respect to the FUTA loan payoff.
Yes.
I can't help but to ask, when can employers be able to see some relief from that?
Thank you for that question, Senator. We're on schedule, and we're having discussions with the Actuarial Office to determine the exact day and date that we will pay it off in May of 2026. So we need their exact numbers, because we're dealing with the federal government. It has to be exact, down to the interest and everything else. And so they're doing their true-up, and they'll give us a number and a date specifically, and it's going to be in May of 2026.
Okay, great.
Time.
And, Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up with just two quick points here. Sure. In your testimony, Director Williams-Actolin, you spoke, and I heard the issue regarding the impact that you're that's being impacted by permitting. Can you expand a little bit on that? Where are you seeing this barrier, this impact in terms of permitting, and what do we need to do as a government to make sure that we're addressing that particular issue?
So the permitting challenges, the time that it takes to get the permits processed, Department of Planning and Natural Resources has several demolition permits that they're looking for alternative resources to help to get them processed quickly. There's the environmental that is required for all of our CDBG-DR funds, where they have to clear several areas, EP, fish and wildlife, all of those, the sheer volume that's coming into DPNR. Any considerations for proper staffing to that department will be very helpful in the next couple of years, because there's a lot that weighs on the schedule, as long as to be able to, our owner responsibilities is to get the permits on time so that the contractors can get started, and having the proper resources there to meet that need is critical.
What is the conversation with DPNR? Is it a manpower issue? What is it that's creating the bottleneck?
Right now, it's manpower, and they've advertised for some positions. Those are not positions that you take right off the street. They're looking for seasoned people, so just making sure they have the budget authority to get the staffing that they need.
Okay, very well. And my final question on this particular round is in regards to, obviously, you in your testimony, you can see that there's a lot in play, a lot of progress that's being made. There is a lot of plan moving forward. What about all of this gives you reason for pause? What keep you up at night regarding this whole layout that you have brought before this committee today that really, grind your wheels?
Several things, Senator. The inflation, the ability for the people of the Virgin Islands, the residents, to be able to live here when all these costs have escalated because of all of the money that has come in here. The affordable housing. Affordable housing concerns me. This is not new to us. When we had the turnaround with Havensa, residents finding affordable rentals was very difficult, and I fear that's the next. We're going to see this again. So when the funding that we're receiving provides a tremendous opportunity, but it doesn't come without costs. And being able to ensure that for the next 10 years that people can live here with a decent quality of life gives me great pause. I feel like we are putting these projects on the street. We have competent contractors who know how to take projects from beginning to end. The manpower that we have, they're smoking from the ears, because it's not what we do. You can't just come off the street or have a degree and do it. It takes some experience for the level of performance that we're at. We're building technical facilities. So manpower in terms of capacity and the ability to live here in the Virgin Islands are the two things that I don't feel like we have the type of handle on it that we need to have. The rest of it, we're just going to grind. But those still requires some real support.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for your responses. Of course, we didn't talk about bonding today, which I think it would be critical, because as we have all of these disaster recovery projects going, we still have other projects that need to be covered, and we want to make sure that we're in support of our our local contractors to be able to have a seat at the table. So at some point, we'll circle back, because I think bonding is also a key component of this discussion. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. That was a sobering statement that you just made about the social and economic impact. 2028. It reminded me of when the service members came in the other day. Just a number of them that was walking through Frederickstead and purchasing, and some people just didn't even have enough for them. So the opposite of what Senator Francis asked about what keeps you up at night, I have the reverse to that, which is what makes you get up out of bed to come and do this job every single day. What inspires you and motivates you to do it?
The Albas are like that. I mean, I'm a Virgin Islander, true and true. And I don't take my responsibility lightly. I feel like I am blessed to have had this responsibility. And because of that, I give it my all. And the message in church last Sunday was, you can't please them all, but do your best and leave the rest up to God. And that is that was very poignant for me, because I lay it all out. And my team lay it all out. They're smoking from the ears, because it's so much that we have moving. I mean, in Vision alone, I don't know another contractor in the Virgin Islands that has 122 homes going on at the same time.
Yeah.
There's no one else. And we work very hard, but we care. And that's the reason why I do it. I do it to the best of my ability until, it'll be somebody else's responsibility.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, quite frankly, that you had to be given that task or a job, but because I know of one family that has moved into their house in Castleburg, I want to thank you for that because it has changed their lives. So I want to go on a record and say that to you. Imagine living from 1989, and then finally having a house. So, and that's because of you. So every once in a while, you've made a difference. I don't want you to not think you do. So you do, and you need to feel good about that. That should be the feel good part of what you're doing, and for your staff also. I just want you to know that.
Thank you.
Yeah, really. And I'll tell you afterwards who it is.
Okay.
Senator Frits E, bringing up the rear. Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I want to start there with the envision that only the Virgin Islands kind of program be failing in one entity and remove from the entity and nobody's penalized and go to the next entity to be fixed and then be scared to have to own a lot, build a home under the Housing Finance Authority where it's supposed to be and have it under ODR and task it with a responsibility when you have everything else with the rebuilding the Virgin Islands and still pay everybody in Housing Finance Authority good money. Yeah. Some making more than your staff, but they don't have the responsibility that they're supposed to have, and that's why you can't answer the question directly with the funding with the Housing Finance Authority for Envision, because they're the one that actually are the custodians of the fund. So I just see that as the most messed up thing I've seen in a long period of time. So we thank you for what you have done, and there are always still complaints. And I always say that, you have a lot of positive, but you also have, I won't say negative, but areas that could improve, that slow down the process, and that is the job of the legislature. So when individuals see the legislature asking questions sometimes, they're like, oh, why are you asking? You're asking because you're getting concerns repeatedly in reference to a specific program. But thanks for taking over the Envision, because floundering in Housing Finance Authority took them years. So I thought you to say that. 7 years in us, they took forever. They did nothing with the money. They couldn't spend anything. The money's expire when? Next year or this year?
No, the money's expired they have an extension to 2029.
Okay, well that is good to hear. Now in reference to you have a lot of projects coming online. I see that you have a number of projects that have been awarded to Suffolk, and most of the projects are design build?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So and their timetable is taking them a little bit to be able to go through the design build process because it's starting from scratch. Because I see contracts executed in February 2026, but not starting until the last quarter of 27 for the educational bundle.
The St. Croix education bundle.
Okay. So they don't have like a staggered date? They're doing all the design simultaneously for all of them? They don't have a staggered date that they're trying to finish the design for one and then start construction rather than finishing the design for all four at the same time and then trying to ramp up with the employees at the same time? Are they not, well, let's get a design for this one, let's start that and then finish? What is their game plan?
So the Department of Education have given them their priorities of which ones they need to focus. They're expected to work on all the designs at the time, at least beginning it from at various stages. But we have the Department of Education told them which ones you really want to make sure they get out first. Okay. And that's what they're doing. Remember the St. Thomas and the St. Croix bundles? The St. Croix bundle was just executed this year. And the St. Thomas one is the one that we would have hoped to be further ahead, but we expect construction to begin on EBO and Bowski this year.
And that's also Suffolk?
That's, yes, Suffolk CBNE.
Okay, now I think the concern that my colleague had was a major contractor winning the bid and then subcontracting the work, but then having all the subcontractors do like a asbestos report, how much asbestos do you remove, doing the study themselves, and the smaller contractors, demolition, etc., saying, well, we don't want to do a $40,000 report and then we don't get the bid. So why is a contractor requiring multiple subcontractors to do the same study? And
1 minute.
feeling that was unfair. What's your feeling about that?
So I think I've heard. So one of the subcontractors shared some of that concern with us in terms of the level of documentation that is required for bidding. So that's something that was just as recent as Wednesday. A sub called me with that. So that's something we're going to just look into to make sure that what is being asked for is fair.
Okay. Now, we're seeing a lot of work going on in St. Croix. We're seeing Hamilton Jackson. You're seeing Charles Howard. You're seeing multiple places that's being constructed. But we're also seeing, at the same exact time, a severe decrease in the amount of income taxes collected from October. Every month, St. Croix has collected $2 to $3 million less than last year. But the job numbers haven't changed, according to Mr. Malloy's testimony. So it doesn't correlate. You know, your jobs haven't changed, but you have a severe decrease some months on 7 million to 3 million. So it makes me wonder if the actual collection is actually taking place and if individuals are not evading paying certain taxes. So to your knowledge, do you know if Internal Revenue does spot check on subcontractors to make sure, well, you have a subcontractor, they have 100 employees, we're going to check to see whether or not they're making the unemployment payment, they're making the income tax. Is any of that taking place?
Yes, the IRB reached out to us. And
no, not reach out. Have they gone?
No, I mean to give them a listing of all of the contractors and all of the known subs. I cannot confirm that they actually go out, but they have done the exercise to find out who they are and create a system for us to go back and forth.
So it could be an exercise in futility. It could be an exercise where they're actually going and they're collecting data. Because well, when they came before us, they can't give us any explanation as to what is taking place. And I don't know if the subcontractors are being regulated the way they need to be regulated. But when you have a $200 million project and you have various subcontractors getting good money from that contractor, the government and the Virgin Islands are supposed to get a fair share. But we're not going to get our fair share if we just have this honest approach, or we hope that they come and they tell us the truth. No, go out and check to make sure that they're making a payment. There should be a task force with labor and Internal Revenue that's going out on a regular basis to make sure that this government is getting the taxes that we're supposed to get, because this is substantial.
Time.
Now,
If I may, Senator,
yes.
the IRB and labor has a one-way relationship where they can tap into our unemployment system and get the numbers and build the returns. And so...
But do you know the subcontractors, the number of employees? Do you know what's in your system?
We're responsible because they're supposed to submit quarterly reports, and we have our internal compliance.
The contractor is supposed to submit quarterly reports.
They have to, they have to submit their quarterly reports.
So the quarterly report supposed to contain data of all the subcontractors?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Or
hold up. Okay. You know, you could talk away without anything. Like, so you have to tell you to hold up. Do you spot check? If they say that they have 10 subcontractors, do you have a team that goes out to see if it's really 10, or when you go, you see some other subcontractors that wasn't submitted to you?
We have a compliance unit that schedules visits based on need or inquiry. Yes, we do check.
You like that ensemble, but complex. Building one. What is building one? The academic side? What, the whole academic side, or what portion of the academic side?
Juana Nicholas, Assistant Executive Delivery Manager. Building one is the academic side.
Okay, and what is going to be done starting? I think they're supposed to be setting up the swing space April 27th, and that's what I heard from the contractor, and beginning to mobilize what the
Beginning to mobilize in May. So
Yes.
building one is a major renovations or major upgrades, a lot of roof repairs, new flooring, new doors. We're also going to have acoustic ceiling tiles, FF&E technology.
With windows?
The windows are going to remain the same. The AC units will be taken out, and then you'll put back in the louvers for the facade, and then AC.
There's no window operators that work at Complex. Are they going to be repairing the windows, or?
So the windows will be a facade, and it will be
because
AC.
of the central AC. Okay. Central High will be starting this summer?
We'll be starting in May.
Demolition of the gym?
Demolition of the gym. Bat remediation starts as early as Monday night.
Okay, and then building out the footprint from the gym facing north?
North, yes.
Okay. Bertha Shelter has already started.
Right.
And they're going to go full during the summer to do as much work as possible. The contract for Complex include new furniture?
Yes.
The contract for CTEC, which is so important because everything is 30 years old. Does it include new equipment for the welding class and carpentry and all of those areas?
So building one, furniture is in that GMP, and then as we progress to the other buildings, the equipment, IT, furniture, equipment, technology will be included in each phase.
Okay, so that you're pushing for that?
Yes. Education provides that list to us.
And with your indulgence, Madam Chair, sorry. Charlotte Mali High School rebuild, I know they had a demolition of a number of the buildings. They still have the auditorium, the gymnasium that I need to go through the demolition phase. Charlotte Mali has no athletic space. The modulars are on the field, and the gym is going to be demolished. Is there any flexibility or possibility that a request could have been made to FEMA for a temporary basketball facility with a sprung gym or an outside court with a covering? We just were able to pass a bill 2 days ago for the land to the west. We passed and we transferred the entire parcel to give them the flexibility for swing space, etc. But with that additional land, is there any way there could be an ask for a 2 million strong facility so that they could be able to have some place for the students to be in for the next 5 years while it's being built?
So the project is a cap grant, a fixed cap, 428 project.
Oh, it's a fixed?
So yeah, it's fixed. What can be done is if there's some money from another school that Department of Education would want to put into that project, then something like that can be considered. But it would have to be considered, we're looking more of something more permanent as opposed to a temporary, because we're not in the temporary phase anymore of the recovery. So
and I understand that, but the impact is just so great without having an athletic facility for 5 years for a high school. I mean, that's college. That's so much. So I'm just like, how can we really alleviate that issue? Croix, when you're knocking on the gym, Central has a strong gym that's there. They still have, but St. Thomas is so different, and you could see the effect of not having an athletic facility at Charlotte Mali.
We could explore with education to see what kind of options we have.
Okay. With education, who's the contact in education? Bureau of School Construction or
Ms. Calwood?
Okay, so that's where I'm confused. It's supposed to be the Bureau of School Construction that is for new schools and maintenance. But Ms. Calwood is the point that she works for the Department of Education. So how is there coordination between Department of Education and Bureau of School Construction? Because when you're meeting with them, one don't know what is going on with the next. So how, I mean, you didn't create that problem, but don't you find that to be crazy?
I didn't create the problem, and when I call a meeting with both Ms. Bureau of New Schools and with Ms. Calwood.
Well, I'm putting that out there. The Bureau of New School Construction falls under the Office of the Governor. That probably need to be fixed. You can't, it's either what it is or it's not. You can't say you're the Bureau of New School Construction and then the key person don't work for the Bureau of New School Construction. It doesn't correlate. You have a number of employees from DPNR that transferred or came to ODR because you pay better? You had any?
No, I don't have that transfer. I hired 2 employees that work for me that I've placed in DPNR to help with their needs and staff and supporting the recovery project.
Okay, so you have capacity to hire more at a little better salary to entice them to with experience to go to DPNR?
I will see after our budget hearing if some additional funding necessary. We can always do that.
I'm talking about current funding. You're making a plea now for additional funding. I am talking about your current budget, not a plea. And the bundle for the undergrounding that's going to take place, that has been carefully constructed so that we don't begin this undergrounding and then paving and then 2 months after we digging up the same road because we didn't put in exits. It's a precise process that you're putting in place?
Yes, one design so that once we get in, everyone gets into the trench at the same time. And so that the issue that we have right now is WAPA would go back after DPW paved the road and they have a water leak and then they dig up the road that DPW just fixed. So once everyone is in there at the same time, then anything damaged will be removed and new pipes will be put in, and this will alleviate that problem.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vielle. I will point of information, Senator Francis.
Along the line of the same question from my colleague there, are you dropping in additional conduit that could be used for future purposes? So
the conduits, the power, undergrounding for the power has the communication conduits in there. That's the expansion, but once those lines are in, those are the lines that would have to be repaired. And
I would say Water and Power Authority, so the power reps are sizing accordingly. So if there are areas where they have expansion or branches, the spare conduits would be in, so it's just pulling wire.
Right. That would be the smart thing to do at this point, so that of course there'll always be a need in the future to be able to expand. So you should drop that in one time.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Senator Vielle, point of information.
So WAPA and Waste Management talking in reference to this. They have that.
Everybody's
talking.
Yes.
One happy family.
Yes.
Okay.
Family, because today, what is it? 5:52?
Don't look at the time.
We don't say the time?
No.
5:52 Friday afternoon, no. Everyone is working together to make sure that we keep the lines of communication open and keep the projects moving.
Okay, because this is a rare opportunity for us to really be able to put in new sewage system, new water system. This is a rare opportunity. We got to make sure we take advantage of it. The Virgin Islands will never have this opportunity again. Right. So we got to do it right. Now, the man camp, or the whatever fancy name you call it, the man camp that presently exists on St. Croix, from discussion with the owners, even if there's a possibility of reopening the refinery, they're only going to be utilizing 500 beds. So there's still over 1,000 beds available. So just putting that out there for, and that's an area that's already built, that already has a kitchen already. We don't want to go and other parts of St. Croix. I don't hear the Shinebi debacle of close down the units at Shinebi, put some trailers up there and expand. We don't necessarily, well, I'm not a supporter of that at all, but we need to max out everything that we have, that the Virgin Islands have. So if you have a man camp, you max it out, you negotiate, you max it out. After you maxed out everything, then you begin to think about where else we could go. And the government has thousands of acres. Yes. So if anybody needs to lease land, lease it from the government, put it in the federal contract, then we collect some of that money for the government of the Virgin Islands. Or if they want to renovate buildings, we got a lot of old buildings that is owned by the government of the Virgin Islands. Lease those old buildings, let them fix it, and they let it revert back to the government when they're done. But don't go building this, you're building that, and then you're keeping all the money. So you buy land, you build it, and then they put it in the contract, and the contractor getting everything. Lease it from the government of the Virgin Islands so that we can make some money. The last question, are they able to bill for the gross receipt? Are they somehow embedding that in the contract?
They always, all the contractors put in the cost for the gross receipts in their contract. Save the debacle that was with ACAM. But all of...
So what ACAM was trying to do then is not happening now?
No, because the contracts, I don't know.
That's all I wanted to know, because I just...
Right now, all the contracts terms specifically outline that gross receipts are required, but you can't line item them. It should be included in whatever cost that you bid to the government.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Really short. The bundles for the water, power, and sewage. What's the timeline on?
They're all at 2032 for full completion.
But start.
We expect them to get started. We have them. The design work is being done right now. So the end of this year, we're hoping to get construction going.
Something I get going. Got folks in Montbijou without water for 2 weeks.
Well, remember, so just to level set expectations, the design for the water, the wastewater, and the power, everything has to be completed. And then we're going to move forward. What we've asked the contractors to do and all the agencies was to prioritize the areas. So, you know, if you have sewage, the areas that we have sewage running in the streets, those things that are critical for the residents of the respective district, we're going to go do those areas first.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't have any more questions. So I'm going to just ask, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Canty and Mr. Platt. You have 30 seconds each to just put something on the record. We're ending tonight.
Yeah, I appreciate being here today. This has been wonderful and very educational and thought-provoking as well. I want to reiterate that we don't think we're the only solution. We're part of a solution, as dictated here. Our solution is completely scalable from the minimum you need to the maximum you need. And we're looking forward to responding. We understand RFPs from the contractors will be forthcoming for housing, and we're looking forward to responding to that because thus far we haven't had an RFP to respond to. So it's been a lot of guesswork on what this effort will actually be. So we're looking forward to working with the USVI. The government here came down to the industry day 2.5 years ago, and we appreciate the invitation and the challenge to solve some of the very unique issues that you have here. And we hope to be part of it and part of the island, what you're doing here to make life better for the citizens. Thank you.
Yeah, we welcome any help and assistance we can get. You know, when people want to help us and assist us, we like that. You know, as you heard, we're going to have a lot of challenges in 2028 coming up. So, and Mr. Platt.
Yes, smile. No, it's been nothing but a pleasure being here. Thank you very much. Very educational. And we're going to continue to grow the island workforce that you currently have and educate them, but grow these young guys that we do have, the uneducated, and educate them the way things need to be done, the true processes, because right now that's been the major struggle.
Yeah,
honestly. So we're
I believe that. I believe that. You're not saying anything that none of us don't know. We know.
Well, they're good people. They just need to be taught properly. So.
Right. Exactly. That goes to the Commissioner of Labor. So you're next. You heard that, right? The training.
Yes, and I just want to say thank you for the opportunity, and the Department of Labor will continue to our strategic coordination with the workforce, making sure that we're going to be enforcing those contract languages that's embedded in those contracts. We're looking to make sure that all of the contractors adhere to registering their vacancies in the view system. And I'm putting my voice out there because we do have the opportunity to fine you for each occurrence that you do not post. And so it's important that we work together. We need to get this done, and we're willing to do what we need to do. And I wanted to make sure that I put out there how the view system works, because if we don't have the postings, then we can't source the pool.
Right.
And so thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Director Williams Actolin, that have the little 3 islands holding up. It sounds that way. So thank you for being here, and let me hear your final thoughts.
Again, I always welcome the opportunity to provide an update on the recovery, and also the opportunity to share what are the challenges that we see coming down the pike, so we can jointly put together solutions that we can help to streamline the process. We've done a lot. I mean, the line of credit is one that is an example of how we've worked together to be able to find solutions for the recovery. It is a monumental task, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And for that, we are very pleased that everything that we've said we're going to do to this point, that we are pushing. It's all about construction right now. It is all about making sure that these projects get moving. It is, and the funding, the maximizing the federal dollars that comes into this territory is critical. And for that, I do want to thank my team. My leadership team have smoke coming out of their ears all of the time. And I want to take the opportunity. The public assistance program is the big dogs of the house. And Tamisha Lambert, although she didn't say anything today, she is a serious driving force. Their goal is to process right now is a $14.5 million a week. That's where the measure is, and she's responsible along with the other team members for doing that. So all of my team members, I just want to say thank you to Super PMO, my Autobots. We are defenders of the recovery galaxy, and we work very hard, because the one key value that we want is that we do care about the Virgin Islands. So look forward to opportunities again to collaborate with this body so that we can build a resilient Virgin Islands.
Thank you. It's good to know that we've gone from execution, or whatever the word, or obligation to construction,
yes.
Right? He left, and I was going to wish him happy birthday, Senator Avery Lewis. Next week is his birthday, so when you see him next week, I guess during the carnival activities, wish him a happy birthday. I really want to thank the testifiers who came. The ones from external to the government, and of course the ones internal to the government, all my colleagues who showed up. Thank you for those great questions. Staff, my staff, your staff, the media, central staff, everybody who got us ready for this great meeting. And so the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning is hereby adjourned.